Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's now 9:30 and the hearing sessions of the examination of the Telford and Wrekin local plan are now resumed. Can everybody hear me? Okay, I'll come back to that in a moment. Okay, thank you. So welcome to the hearing sessions. My name is Mike Warden and I'm an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State along with my colleague Catherine Carpenter to examine the Telford and Wrekin local plan. And this is the second week of the plan and today we're going to be dealing with Matter 5, Issue 2, which is about sustainable communities. But before we do that, I just want to run through some housekeeping arrangements, particularly because for many of you, this is your first time to the examination, and I just want to outline some things as to what will happen. The fire evacuation procedures, there's not an alarm due, I understand. But if we need to evacuate, the fire alarm does work. We did hear it last week on 4 occasions. If you do hear the alarm, it's out those grey doors there and downstairs, and there's a meeting place just downstairs. Okay. Toilets are out there, I think. Toilets are just outside and at the end. Turn at the end and turn right. Okay, thank you. We will be having breaks during the day, so we'll have a break at mid-morning and lunchtime and mid-afternoon, and the council has helpfully arranged for refreshments, and they're in the corner, just teas and coffee, so when we have a break, don't all rush at once, but please help yourself. Just turning to the microphones, all the participants have got microphones, but the microphones are not for amplification. They're only to record your voice onto the recording of the session that the council are making. So please be aware of that one, that you are being recorded. So just be aware of that. It's not live streamed, it's for later publication on the council website, just to give a record of the hearings. But importantly, don't think that the microphone is amplifying your voice. And since there's a lot of people here and it's a fairly big room, just remember to please speak up. If members of the public, or any participants indeed, if anybody can't hear, please say. There's not a lot of space closer to, but there might be as we go through during the day, I don't know. But please come closer. But if you can't hear, please say, and we will remind people to speak up. It tended to work okay last week, and if everybody can hear me now, then I'll try to keep that level of voice going. So participants, if you could do the same, thank you. When you wish to speak as a participant, if you can just turn your nameplate on its end, then I can see, Ms. Carpenter can see that you wish to be brought into the discussion. So if you wish to speak in anything while we're going on, please turn your nameplate on its end and remember to put it down when you've finished. Now, we are assessing the soundness of the plan, so it is really important that when you make your comments that you tell us in what way the plan, the policy, the proposal is not sound, and what changes are required in your view to make it sound. Realise that we have a number of members of the public here who may not be so familiar with the examination or the planning process, planning words, etc. So please don't be daunted. We are here to hear from you, and we want to hear from you. And if there's any words that are used by planning professionals, then you don't understand, then please say, and we'll explain. So we're here to make it easy for you to tell us your concerns, your positions, your comments. Okay. When you do speak, this is to everybody, please tell us who you are and who you're representing. We'll get used to it as we go around the discussion, but certainly when you come in first, it's very helpful to do that, one for us, but also for the recording. Thank you. If you have any concerns at all about anything that you haven't got any access to any documents, all the documents that will be referred to today should be on the website. If you have any issues about accessing the Wi-Fi, there is good Wi-Fi in this room, but if you have any access issues or anything that you're not sure of, that you don't know about, or you need to go, or you need to get messages to the examination, you will have all met Kerry, who's the programme officer, and Ian, who helps her. So please speak to Kerry or Ian. Before we go into, are there any questions in relation to those points?
In terms of order of speaking, we've probably all had this leaflet come out, and we just assumed that the order in which our names appeared was when we spoke. Is that not the case? Is it a case of we just put our hands up when we want to speak at a particular item?
We're not planning to say go through in order. Well, I'm not planning to say go through in order of they're in order of representation. We want to hear from you, but you might want to come in at various points in the discussion. Depends whether you've got a particular concern about one site or sites altogether, or a particular aspect of those. What we have done is prepared an agenda. So we set out originally the matters, issues and questions relating to policy HO2, but we've now produced an agenda which I think everybody has got, which we'll go through, but we'll give you an opportunity to have your say. Just remember that we have got your, if you made written representations, we have them, both at Regulation 19 and your hearing statement, so there's no need to repeat that. So please be concise and be quite specific about what your point is and what changes you require or you're seeking the plan to make. Thank you. So if I can turn to the council and just on general matters, not necessarily relating to this matter, but I normally would just ask the council if they've got anything they want to raise with us. I'm aware of 2 documents that have come in, one related to this session, one related to tomorrow's session. And I just want to, Mr. Humphries, is there anything you want to explain about those? Thank you.
So, yes, thank you for that opportunity. Just first of all, glad to note that the word has got out that this is the most entertaining thing in Telford at the moment. So we've brought in the fans today. In terms of the 2 documents you've referred to, the first is the commitments spreadsheet update, if we call it that. You'll see flagged in that is a query about provision of the reports we've received from developers in relation to individual sites. So for a lot of the sites in that list, we've got a completed pro forma which sets out details which have then been input into that spreadsheet. We can provide you with that, but we need to do an exercise of GDPR protection to remove personal details from those email addresses, that type of thing. So just the question for yourselves was, do you want those individual sheets on top of what is contained within the text of the updated spreadsheet? We can provide them, we just need to do that exercise to make them data compliant.
We may, if you just, we'll need to just look at that commitment sheet and then we'll advise whether we will need to see that additional information that you've referred to.
Okay. Well, it shouldn't take too long for somebody to do, so what I'll do is I'll ask somebody from the council team to get on with that exercise so that there's then no delays in the event you do want that documentation.
Thank you.
The second document is then some proposed revisions to policy HO2, which is obviously one of the discussion points for today. And what we've sought to do is take on board the whole range of representations that have been made, and I think we would accept that policy as originally drafted, or rather as drafted in the submission plan, well, both, would benefit from some further refinement for precision purposes, so that there's no ambiguity about what is required at what stages of that policy. The intention is that the way the policy works is the vision sets out what is the vision, in essence, for each site, i.e. what is going to go on each site. The delivery section of the policy introduces the requirement for a design brief and master plan, and then sets out what is required to be addressed in those documents. And then finally, the policy makes clear that then any applications for any of those sites will need to accord with that design brief and master plan and any relevant development management policies for that site. We felt on reflection that the drafting of the policy in either the publication or the submission version just lacked clarity with regards to that structure. And so what we've sought to do is refine that so that it's very clear what makes up each of those elements of that process. We appreciate, obviously, that's only been circulated last night, but we thought it was worthwhile doing now, just so that you can see that we have made that recognition that some refinement is needed there, and we've had a go at addressing that. But obviously we can take on board further what happens at the sessions today, whether or not any further tweaks are needed for soundness.
Thank you. So this draft supersedes everything else in terms of what the council propose. So the publication version, the submission version, and changes that you've indicated in hearing statements, this now is a composite policy of HO2 that the council is now putting to us.
Yes, that's correct, sir. What we've done, in just purely from a presentational perspective, is it's not presented to you at this point in time as a tracked change document or anything like that, for the simple reason that, because as you've already indicated, changes had already been proposed in the submission version, and then suggestions made in our MIQ responses and hearing statements. And so we felt it was better just to give you a clean version, just for legibility, because otherwise it would look quite messy. Obviously, we'll need to change that in due course so that it is clear what has been changed, but just for the purposes of now and usability at this session, that's why it looks the way it looks.
Have you got a track changes version with text struck out and underlined? Does that exist, of this policy that you're putting to us now?
Ish. We can't give you one right now, but we can provide one.
Yeah. The reason is because the publication plan version is the version that we start with.
No, quite.
That's the version that we consulted. Whilst we can look through it, there is a need to compare it to, because they would be look what the modifications would. I mean, it would be potentially a replacement policy, but it would be really helpful to understand which bits are coming out, which bits are new text. So that would be helpful.
No, we understand that, and we recognise the need to provide that. It was just that, simply given when we were providing it and the fact that the session was happening today, we just thought that is going to be more a usable document for people to look at quickly and make any comments on, rather than a very messy track change document. We can provide that, but we haven't done it yet.
I understand. Does everybody have access to that policy? Kerry's got some copies that she's. It's on the website as well, but Kerry's got some copies which she can. I don't know how many you've got, Kerry.
I'd like one.
It's very welcome that the council have taken the time to revise and take account of the issues that people have brought up and make those revisions. But when you think of the whole process of consultation and the fact they only issued it last night, you're going to have to expect that most people won't have read that document and will have no knowledge of it whatsoever. And also, it's rather fluid compared to what we were given. When the consultation was first done, you had these 5 weeks within which you could make comments on a document that stayed the same. Then when it got redrafted and came out again after the council adopted it, we had another 5 weeks set time for the public particularly to look at that. It's very difficult for us to take into account things in inverted commas on the hoof. It's very welcome if there's some positive changes of clarity that the council have made, but for us it's very difficult. It really is to actually. I mean, if it only came out last night, I should imagine most people around here probably haven't had a chance to read it.
Thank you. Understand that, and in some ways, the policy in the plan, which was consulted on, is the policy before us. It's open to the council throughout the process subsequent to that, in taking account of comments that people have made, both at the consultation, what might be referred to here as Regulation 19 consultation, and in relation to other comments that have been made in hearing statements, and also taking account of updated evidence. The council can put to us what we call suggested modifications. So what the council has done, and as Mr Humphries has explained, is put a revision suggestion to us. So we haven't seen it any earlier well, we received last night. It's gone on the website now, so we've not received it much earlier, but it is part of the process of moving towards addressing matters and concerns through as we move through the examination, and it's that's what happens in local plan examinations. But what we will do when we go through the agenda, we will ask the council in more detail to take us through the policy and outline the changes that it has suggested to us. Mr Humphries explained the rationale, but actually we will go through the bits of it so we can understand what is being proposed now, suggested rather, and why. Is that fair, Mr Humphries?
Yes, sir. I just wondered whether it's worth flagging as well that in terms of process, for those who are joining us for the first time today, I think as yourselves have indicated earlier, inspectors, part of the process is in due course. If you do recommend main modifications to the council, there will be a consultation process at that point, and so nothing can happen in terms of adoption of a plan until that formal process has been gone through.
Yes, indeed. So after the hearing sessions, we as inspectors will set out a series of modifications. If we think the plan can be made sound through modifications, we will set out a series of modifications across the whole plan, and they will be consulted on. So people will have an opportunity to consult on any revised wording or policy changes, and that will then be considered by the council and be seen by us again before we finalise our report. So nothing is agreed or set in stone here in terms of nothing is final. It's all about what we call modifications, which are changes to the plan that was originally consulted on. Mr Hendy.
Yep. Is it possible for the council to succinctly summarise any material changes? The suggestion was that it was change of wording for clarity, but is there anything in there that will be material to the discussions today?
Mr Hendy, so what we'll ask the council to do on our agenda for today, we're going to start with an overview of the sustainable communities, and then we're going to look at policy HO2, and this is where the council can then explain the suggested changes that it is now putting to us. So at that point, yes, the council will be explaining that. Councillor Tomlinson, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a bit disappointing because if we'd have known this was so fluid and there was going to be some of these things put forward, then we could have kept abreast of it, and we could have kept looking on the website to see any if these have been put forward. We're all scrabbling through, trying to read the two lots of information that you've given us because we haven't seen it. So it's just a bit disappointing, really, that we were not aware that this could happen, because it could affect some of the points that we wanted clarifying. So it's just a bit of a shame that we didn't know that this was something that could happen, because we've never been to a hearing like this before. So we were not aware that this could happen. So just wanted my notes to be. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it's normal procedure in every local plan examination in the country. And it's a way of being able to shape the policies as they go through the examination. But as we say, all suggested changes that we consider will be necessary will be subject to consultation again, subject to a period of consultation that you've had before. Thank you. I wonder, Mr Humphries, whether we could then turn to you. What we've done in terms of the agenda is said that we'll start really with an overview of the sustainable communities, and we've indicated some particular issues that we'd like you to address in that overview. In particular, how the 5 broad areas for growth were focused down into 3 sustainable communities. We don't really want to go into the development strategy matters, the formation of a development strategy for the borough that we did discuss last week, and then how the boundaries of the 3 sustainable communities were drawn up and the boundaries set, how the council has taken account of consultation, the general current position. We will go through them all individually, but generally as an overview, what's the current position in relation to the sustainable communities, and then we'll come and look at policy HO2, and we'll pick up the suggested changes that you are now seeking, if that's appropriate.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just to give people a bit of context to this, the evidence, in essence, that answers your questions is quite a lot of documents. So just to give people a bit of a steer, if you were to look at our response to the MIQs, you'll find there a list of relevant documentation. You can also look at the relevant topic papers for sustainable communities and housing delivery topic paper. In addition, there are statements of common ground relating to the sustainable community. So across that documentation, you can find your way into all of the material relating to this. I'll ask Gavin and Harriet to introduce themselves in a moment, and they'll take us through the answers to this. But just, inspectors, if I may, note your comment about not retreading old ground that we covered last week. Obviously, in last week's session, we had the evolution of these sites through the SA lens, and we looked at the interim IIA and then the final IIA, so we wouldn't propose to retread over that, and we'll look at this more from the lens of the sites themselves and why those 5 locations and why we've ended up with these 3 locations. So if that's acceptable, I'll hand over to Gavin, who I'll ask to introduce himself for the benefit of those who are here for the first time today.
Hello, my name's Gavin Ashford. I'm the Council's Strategic Planning Group Manager. So I look after the local plan process, and the team that works to me has been instrumental in bringing the plan forward to this point. Just in terms of the broad areas of growth and how we went from 5 to 3. So we did 2 call for sites processes. We looked at obviously the land that was brought into the potential supply that we could look at for the local plan process. And what we did with that was we were very cognizant of the MPPF in terms of looking at broad areas and broad locations for growth and what that might mean. And also thinking about things like infrastructure delivery and bringing new sites forward. What we didn't want to do as part of the process was to discount larger areas. We wanted to look at that as an opportunity. because you can then, when you sort of set development at a certain scale, you can then look at bringing in things like primary schools provision, funding for highway infrastructure, and all the bits and pieces that you would need to create those larger sustainable communities or extensions to Telford effectively. So when we did the call for sites process, it was clear there were about 5 agglomerations of sites around the edge of Telford that presented opportunities for looking at extensions to the town. We went through a process of engaging with all of the developers in those 5 areas, an initial stage to see where there were opportunities that we wanted to take forward. 2 of the sites we'd identified as not being suitable to take forward to the next kind of round, if you like. That was land off Dawley Road, not far from the Wrekin, and then there was a site to the east of Telford. What we've done is we set out in the site's technical paper, which is AS01, our kind of rationale and our kind of process we've gone through to go from the kind of 3 to the 5 sites and bringing that forward. Now, when we then selected the 3 sites to go forward for further investigation, then consultation, and then obviously into the Reg 19 plan, we worked very closely with those developers to identify kind of issues and bring them forward as we have done. So that process has worked very well, I think, in terms of addressing those points. But I think one of the critical bits that colleagues further down in terms of education will probably reinforce is that if you've got development at scale, you're able to deliver the infrastructure that you require. If development's very piecemeal around the edge of Telford, we would sterilise future extension opportunities, and it would be very hard for us to deliver the infrastructure in a coherent and cohesive fashion. So that's the kind of generalised thought process around how we've got to that point. Do you want me to move on to the second point?
If I just have one question, well, two questions really in relation to what you said, Mr. Ashford. So in that thinking, how much of the 3 sites being lying in a group together, part of the rationale for going for those 3 sites compared to a combination of using the others of the 5, effectively?
Yeah, I think it was clear with Dawley Road, for example, that the delivery of development on that site was probably to the east of the Dawley Road. So there are portions of that site that we considered, but they're in for employment development, and there's a small site for housing development. So we did give consideration to, we didn't discount the sites as a whole. If there were parcels that were acceptable for development, we did consider whether they could be brought forward as well. In terms of the 3 sites that we did take forward, we obviously looked at the capacity of the sites, we looked at what they could deliver, we looked at that against the kind of criteria we set for a sustainable community, and in terms of meeting that against the kind of borough's housing need, there was a fit there in terms of what that could bring forward for us.
And could that have been, could there have been a fit with any other combination, or was it that this was the best combination to achieve the numbers that the council was seeking to achieve?
Yeah, I'd say it was definitely the best fit in terms of that combination. Just to give an example with the land to the east of Telford, effectively, if you were accessing that site, you would need to come in from Wellington Road, Muxton, and come in down the south end from Red Hill, because the boundary of Telford on that edge, is very impermeable with existing residential development, local nature reserves, and the landfill site at the Granville. So it didn't provide an opportunity to bring forward any of the parcels of land on that site, really, on that edge of Telford.
Okay, thank you. There might be questions related to all the points from other people around the table. But if you can just continue with your overview, and then we'll come back to any points that people wish to raise. Thank you.
Just in terms of how the boundaries were drawn up and set, I think it was really about working with the landowners that had sites that were available. They're willing and happy to bring them forward within the 3 areas. So we effectively looked at the engagement with the landowners to see what could come in. Obviously, bringing in land at that scale brings in opportunities for things like publicly accessible green space, infrastructure, play recreation facilities, as well as residential development. So very conscious of the fact that if you drew the boundaries very tightly, it would be a very tight residential area in effect, and not be the kind of communities that we were looking to bring forward.
Was it clear to you how you could say, well, this is the boundary goes along this hedge, and it doesn't extend over into that field? I mean, what was it that determined those specific boundaries in a general sense? Because we can look at each of the sites individually when we come to them, but what was it in a general sense that defined it, that field is in, that field is out? Was it that being put to you by the promoters and developers under call for sites process, or were the technical reasons, or what were the main factors in determining those boundaries?
It was the land put forward through the site promotion process. That was, I'd say, that was the main factor. And in terms of the amount of land put forward, it gave us the flexibility then in terms of what I've described about play, recreation, open space facilities. If you're very tight and constrained in terms of what the boundary is, it means you're going to get a tight and constrained development and not the sustainable community that we're looking to build.
Okay, thank you. We will come back to some individual things on that, but thank you, Mr. Ashford. If you can, yeah, I've got no further questions on that particular point. If you're just able to continue, thank you.
Morning, Inspectors. Harriet Broster, Senior Planning Policy Officer. So in terms of how the Council's taken account of consultation, we undertook 3 rounds of consultation from issues and options through to Regulation 18 and Regulation 19. At all rounds of consultation, we considered comments from the public and interested bodies, and throughout the process, a number of changes were made in between certain consultations. So, for example, following our Regulation 18 consultation, we received high numbers of comments relating to access points onto Wellington Road for the Muxton site, and so we have made a change to not include those access points. And another change that we'd made along similar lines was adding a green buffer into the Wappenshaw policy, and that was again following consultation with local residents in that area.
What was the extent of the, what kind of numbers were involved in the consultation?
I don't know them off the top of my head, but I can pull them up from our consultation statements if that would be helpful.
Well, we'll have that before us. I was just
yeah.
Okay.
So we've got a consultation statement from Regulation 18 and then the Regulation 22 consultation statement, which summarises all the responses from Regulation 18 and 19.
Have, in terms of the suggested modifications, has any of those suggestions come from any ongoing consultation or ongoing involvement with the local community?
I think the one I'd point to is the removal of the access points off Wellington Road. So we had engagement with the Wellington Road Action Group on a number of occasions, and they were very constructive in terms of their feedback and changes that were requested in the plan. And that was the primary point that they wanted to raise with us. But it was an ongoing exercise over a number of months. We've also had engagement with Islington Parish Council on a number of occasions about changes to the plan. And we've reflected on that in terms of the submission version, the proposed modification.
Thank you.
Sorry. So then moving on to the general current position.
I'm so sorry. There's
That's okay.
Councillor Dugmore, is it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Nigel Dugmore, Borough and Parish Councillor for Muxton, and also a long-serving member of the Planning Committee. Just delighted that there has been an amendment on the Wellington Road. There's been quite a lot of consultation about that, and with regards to the parish and Wellington Road Action Group. So that is a welcome amendment. Just coming back to the actual site allocations and reduced down. I mean, there are significant sites on the A4169 and the Horsehay bypass, and both of those sites have got quite good access. There's no very large military supply depot. There's no industrial estate, and I just wonder why those were why those haven't been considered. Because they would definitely have less impact on the surrounding area. The other thing is why concentrate all the sites in one particular place, which maximises the impact on the existing infrastructure.
I just wonder whether we could just park that for the moment and then invite any observations, comments in relation to everything the council has said. So if we just park that at the moment, and I won't bring you in for the moment, but we'll just let the council effectively complete its overview, and then we can come back to these points if that's okay. Thank you. So I'm not ignoring you. I will come back to you. Okay. All right. I promise. Ms. Foster. Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. So moving on to the general current position in broad terms, we're aware that there are several planning applications being prepared by site promoters and landowners at the moment. And we're currently working on statements of common ground with all three of the sites, which hopefully will further outline this position. We did also submit 3 topic papers, one on each of these sustainable communities. So they are TW06, TW07 and TW08, which again outlines this position. So I think that broadly answers that question.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question. I'm sorry. I will bring you in, but we're going to just because one of the questions we wanted to ask was about statements of common ground, and we can look at them when we go through individual sites, but they're referred to in the topic papers, referred to in the hearing statements. There's reference to them. They will be before us for the examinations, but we've not seen them. So they're not here today to help us. So are you able to explain where they are up to and why they're not here to help us? Because they're referred to, so one assumes they might be relevant and important, but they're not before us. So we don't know what's in them.
Yeah, thank you, Inspector. We have all 3 of the statements of common ground almost ready to be signed. We're just going through the finalisation of those documents. As you can appreciate, we've obviously had a lot of work on our plates the last week, and we've been trying to finalise those alongside the work that we've been doing for the examination. I'm hoping to be able to send them back to the sustainable communities for final signature, essentially. That just needs to be carried out so that we can get those signatures.
are we to take account of them? Are they, because obviously we haven't got them now.
So they just need to be signed. So it's the formal process of actually getting everybody's signatures on the documents. So it's a case of, I guess everybody is here today, so we can take the lunch break to just go round, hopefully, and get signatures from everybody.
We in the same way as we had the statement of common ground from the Black Country, we had an unsigned version and then there was a signed version. And we were content that if the unsigned version was in its final form, then we could place some reliance upon it in advance of getting the signed version. So is that the same situation with the statements of common ground?
Yeah, so I think it's just a quick conversation we need to have with the sites just to make sure that they're happy, which I'm sure they probably are. I'm happy with the changes that have been made in the most recent round of changes from them. It's just a case of needing the appendices to all be attached to the documents and then, like we said, signatures, but we could make the unsigned versions available, I think, probably today once we've had a chance to just quickly discuss.
Yeah, it would be helpful to us to see them because they're referred to. You know, if they didn't exist, we would ask, have you thought of doing statements of common ground? But since they've been referred to, and they've been referred to for some time, we assume they're important. If you could get copies to us today, you prefer maybe to lunchtime, then unsigned copies fine, as long as we assume that they're final drafts. Of that would be helpful because there may be questions that we might want to ask on them before we finish today. Otherwise, it might be more difficult to ask questions with the parties.
Yes, fully understood, sir. We'll action that as soon as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you. We will want to come to look at HO2, but I wonder whether it might be an appropriate time now to, for those people who wish to make comments on those points that the council has made as to the evolution of the sustainable communities and the taking account of consultation and the current position. Just be aware what we're looking at the moment is the overview. We will come to look at each of the sites in turn, where if you've got concerns about a particular site, that would be your opportunity. So if you wish to come back and raise points that has been said in terms of an overview, then this is your opportunity. I don't know who. So, Councillor Dugmore, you've already made your point. The council will come back to you on that. So let's hear from you, and then we'll ask the council to respond. Mr. Hendy, and then we'll work down the table. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Going back to the gentleman's comment, sorry I've forgotten your name, around scale. I think you asked the question twice around why had all the three sites been chosen in one area. They failed to answer that question. The statement that it maximised the opportunity for infrastructure, the only infrastructure reference were things under the direct control of the council, green spaces, schools, etc. I'd like to understand the transport modelling and the ability of the A442 up to Shorebirch, and then from Shorebirch down to PRH, and effectively to the M54 in both directions, whether traffic modelling has been done, and given over 3,000 houses, let's assume 5,000 cars, let's assume 10,000 car journeys in peak times, how have they been modelled, and is it in fact sustainable to have those 3,000 houses in a single small area, rather than, given this is a 10-year plan, allowing the areas to build in 3 separate areas and slowly build the infrastructure. I'm very sceptical about the council's infrastructure plan, particularly on highways, because the wording is basically, well, we haven't got any money, it's not really under our control, but let's not worry about it, everything will be all right eventually. I've not seen anything specific, anything empirical to show that the area they're proposing for the 3 sites can sustain it from a transport infrastructure perspective. Just one final point on transport infrastructure, which maybe goes back to your conversations last week. The strategic transport infrastructure is the M54, is the Shrewsbury to Birmingham railway line, the A5, etc. And instead of building around that and towards the West Midlands conurbation, instead everything is being moved north into rural Shropshire, away from the primary infrastructure routes, and putting enormous amounts of both industry and houses in the area. And I just don't believe it is properly thought through, and I really would like the council to answer your question around why have they put everything in one area and not considered a more distributed approach, which will give an ability over the 10 years of the plan to slowly develop the infrastructure across Telford.
Thank you. I wonder whether it's worth picking up. I mean, there's a number of people we could pick those up. There may be some common issues there in that council answer, or whether you'd rather answer those points as they go on.
Whatever works for yourselves, inspectors, we're happy to respond now if needs be, or we can come back in due course.
Let's hear from other people, if we could then pick them up, because there might be some common issues there that we could pick up. Just remember, this is an overview, and the way we'll go through, so Mr. Hendy, in terms of transport, we'll be looking at transport in relation to each of the sites we go through, and it may be one site or number of sites that you're concerned with, and then
sorry, I think on that, but my point is, when we're talking about the overview, transport is a collective consideration.
And that's why on item 3 of the agenda, we'll look at then the overarching issues in relation to those points, and so we'll come back to transport in terms of the cumulative impact of transport and understand that. So we will not forget it, but the council may wish to just make some points now. But what we'll do, so I know we're dealing with cards that didn't go up in order, but I'll just work through that way if you don't mind. So, Mr. Pollard.
Good morning. Mark Pollard, Ayton Parish Meeting Chairman. Good morning. I'm conscious that you wanted comments on the overview comments which were just made. I'll try and restrict the comments to that, although some of the overview comments obviously bleed into specific issues in individual SCs. But we heard from the council about how they whittled down the 5 broad areas of growth to 3, and we've seen in the site selection technical paper, more detail as to how they addressed those issues. One of them, for instance, on the Dawley Road site was rejected because partly, or maybe largely, because it was going to spread into areas which were designated for open space, and it was going to encroach into the Wrekin strategic landscape area, which I think are good reasons to consider restricting development generally in those areas, but I don't think there's been the same appetite to address those issues in the remaining 3 sustainable communities, in particular, of course, Eighton and Wappenshaw, and the issues with regard to the only other strategic landscape in the borough, which is Eighton and Weald Moors strategic landscape. Obviously, you'll be aware of a lot of specific comments that we've raised in representations and statements, etc. But I think because the council took the strategic decision, rightly or wrongly, to put almost all their residential development eggs into the one Northern SC basket, there's been less appetite to consider comments and objections and suggestions around the potential mitigation of the broad effects because of a desire to maximise the development opportunities and the geographic limitations or limits, boundaries of the remaining 3 SCs that they have identified. Now, as you know, we have serious concerns with some of the consequent issues, and they are for discussion on specific questions in this and other hearing sessions. But for now, I just make that general point, which I'm sure you've taken on board anyway. And secondly, a specific point with regard to the process of this morning, which we alluded to when you asked the council about the status of the statements of common ground. You'll appreciate that, especially for the third-party participants here, that's a highly unsatisfactory situation and puts us at a severe disadvantage. If we're to consider today the justification and effectiveness of HO2, which has now transpired to be a newly revised version last night, which we don't have yet, and it's potentially subject to the effects of a series of statements of common ground, we can't really have a meaningful discussion unless we see what the statements address, which areas of the policy, which matters have been, as it were, put to bed by the council and developers before we potentially discuss them. So I would be interested to understand from the inspectors how you think the best way to proceed is to enable everybody to be literally on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. But first of all, what we will do, we'll get some more copies of HO2 wording that the council has put to us, and that will help you, because I don't know how many copies have gone out. Who around the table hasn't got a copy? We've got between us here and those 2. So how many copies do we need? 1, 2. Any members of the public? Oh, right, okay, so that's in hand. So that will assist. But as we've said, that there will be opportunities to comment on the wording that if we considered the policy needed to be modified to be made sound. At the moment, the status of this is not the same status as in the consultation version. It's the changes to that is being suggested to us, and it's up to us whether we consider those changes are necessary for soundness, and if we do, then they will be consulted on.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. It just makes the whole process a little bit more ponderous and difficult, because we are now having to review new documentation on the fly, as indeed you are.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. Is it Councillor Uri?
Thank you. Thank you for saying my surname correctly. It doesn't happen often. Councillor Jenny Uri, Borough and Parish Councillor for Muxton Ward, member of the Wellington Road Action Group, Vice Chair of the Parish Council, Chair of Preschool in the local area, lots of pies. So there's a few things that were brought up a little bit earlier. I literally have got pages and pages of information, so I'm just going to pull a few bits where I can. So firstly, with regards to the overall local plan, information I wrote that, in my opinion, there is inadequate evidence with regards to distribution of proposed builds across Telford and Wrekin, cramming a supersize SUE in the north, and it has failed to show a pattern of development that meets the needs of the area. I note, as mentioned by Telford and Wrekin barrister last week, that Wellington and Oakengates train stations miles away do not equate for a sustainable Muxton SUE, only accessible by vehicle. Bonningdale noted suitability with Black Country and South versus North. There is a divide between North and South. North, from my understanding, round Donington towards Newport, as I say, was questioned last week and not actually answered. And these are also under two constituencies, one being Telford and the other being Wrekin. So it's something that was brought up the other day. Already mentioned about the East Storley developments in the south that have been pushed aside for the rest. A little bit further on, I'll have to highlight all my information, bear with. It was mentioned also about large areas, green space, and again with that one, I picked up on the fact of the issues where protecting natural builds, historic environment, improving diversity, which is an environmental objective within the local plan. I do not believe that this is appropriate with such a large area of the Super Zoo, which I'm going to call it, which will disrupt the ecosystem, even Wappenshaw area, causing direct habitat loss, soil erosion, increased pollution. Construction, replacing natural landscapes, impervious surfaces, reducing biodiversity. I could keep going with that one. So with that as well, that there's major concerns on there being a supersize area. Something else also mentioned about the green fields is the fact that you're looking at building on grade 2 and 3 fields. And I note in the IIA 2.6.1, avoid the loss of the highest quality agricultural land that's being ignored. Also, something else that was mentioned about the housing around the area as well. Part of the local plan is noting that it's to create stronger and more cohesive communities. It's not. It's disparate to the rest of the communities. And in fact, I know it's not directly on individual sites, but Muxton Zoo has no correlation with the rest of Muxton. In fact, it's under Lilleshall Ward, even though it's close to Muxton. The other main thing that I wanted to mention is about the highways. I do not believe that there's enough information with the highways. And I know, Mr. Worden, that you mentioned that it's going to come up in item 3, though it is really important that it is seen as a whole and not just the individual sites. So I'm picking up economic objective on this, and I've put this is not in the right place and will not support innovation, improved productivity, building that does not identify the larger concerns on infrastructure, which again is noted in the local plan under sustainability. And the reason being is that congested at peak times often standstill and multiple accidents around the clock tower, which is the main meeting point of the A518. And that is, that includes the new developments for Bratton, Wappenshaw, Newport, Lilleshall, Church Aston, Chetburn Aston and Muxton along the A518, and I calculated that it could potentially increase daily vehicles to 12,000. That's based on an average per household. And the current weekday count is 11,225, and that's based on an AME technical study in 2025. In 5 years, 3 fatalities, 7 serious, 9 minor casualties, 19 people with incidents. Diversions follow in once there was accidents going around the country roads on the outside, just cause gridlock in the area. Again, I'm highlighting this because the A518 is the main bulk from Newport into Telford. The A518 had a higher KSI, which is killed and seriously injured, severity ratio than the national average for both collisions and casualties. And the A518 casualty fatality rate per BVM, which is billion vehicle miles, was also higher. Just to finalise off that, the roads around the northwest of the SC2, so that's all around Wappenshaw and everywhere else in the area, they're not suitable for high use for the proposed developments. Neither is Wellington Road north-east of SC2. I'd like to just also make a quick point on that, Telford and Wrekin. I appreciate, as part of the RAG group, that has been noted now, that no access on there, because that was just ridiculous. The main route from the M54 takes you along heavily congested A4640 at peak times along the full stretch from the M54 towards the Muxton proposed area onto Newport via Clock Tower. So again, all these different adjoining developments are all directly attached to the A518. Changes: full and concise traffic management plan documented to include North Sue as a whole, taking into consideration current issues and house builds. I've got loads more to say, but I won't. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pat Hayward.
Pat Hayward, a local resident of Telford and Wrekin Borough. I just have a simple question to ask. Was the fact that the land at the Red Hill site, 3B, was that ever taken into account when you made a decision to discount it? Being a worse land quality to develop than the best 2 and 3A best and most versatile land in the north of the borough. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Tomlinson.
Thank you, Inspector. Yep, Councillor Tomlinson, Borough Councillor for Shawbirch and Dothill. Just some observations and some questions really on process with regards to consultation. Observations is that when we were briefed on the local plan initially, the infrastructure development plan, which I think you've already commented on, wasn't part of the local plan. It was separate to it. We were showed where it was as councillors, so we could read it. But it became abundantly clear at the 2 formal consultation period that many residents simply could not access it at all. And this is a key part of the plan, knowing what infrastructure, proposed infrastructure developments, the major ones along the major roads were there, which are a key part of these developments to see whether or not they were worthwhile. Many residents could not find that information or were frustrated in that, and I think you've already commented on that. Initially, when the first consultation went out, and our attention was drawn to the infrastructure development plan, it hadn't been updated, the very first one. It simply had the local plan development structure from the previous local plan, which is 7 or 8 years previous to that. It wasn't until the last one went out with the 5 weeks that had been updated. Itself was only a matter of very, very brief bullet points without much detail in it saying what those highway developments were going to be. So that's the past. In terms of consultation now, it's fascinating to me. This is a new process to me, that how the fluidity of it in terms of understandable where the council can react and come up with things. But 2 points. Because that infrastructure development plan was not in the local plan when it came out, and residents couldn't really fully appreciate what was going on if they had the time to look at it, should we, particularly with this, what's been said and the changes that are being suggested, should we not have another formal consultation period? And on that point, you mentioned that we will have a chance to be consulted. I'd like to know how that, so we can inform residents, how that process will be. And the other particular point that really concerns me, residents look upon this planning inspection process as really, really important. You're coming along as independent people to look at this plan, independent to the council. So one of the questions I've asked is, well, how can you independently check, for example, the highways and the suggestions that are being made and the traffic movements? How can you independently check to say, yes, we believe these are or aren't robust? Do you have resource to actually make inquiries independently, or do you simply have to rely on what's presented to you by the council? For us, it's difficult. We're not highways inspectors. We're not that detailed. It's hard for us to see that. And the other one is which really frustrates residents as well, and it happened after the first proposal, is understandably it could take you months, if not a long, long time, to put all these details, the fluidity of what's been going on, and you're going to come up with an opinion one way or another, or amendments on our local plan, which is great, and that's what we expect. This is a really big document for everybody, and we expect you could take a year at least before you make deliberations on it. What residents then find really are aghast at is that developers then can put planning applications in, and presumably the development could start potentially without your final opinion on whether they're sound or not. Now, the council, to be fair, have tried to educate me on this process and take me through the legal issues, but looking back as a resident, it doesn't seem right that a development which wasn't in the original plan and is now additional to it, being proposed, and I use that word proposed, could actually be actioned upon, development could take place without your deliberations. And how can we as residents, therefore, take part in any further consultation that you may come back to with us with your suggestions on? So it's those general points I'd like to make.
Thank you. Councillor Tomlinson.
Part two.
Part two.
My lovely wife.
Thank you. Borough Councillor for Shoreditch and Dot Hill, Town Councillor for Wellington Town for Dot Hill Ward. I think most of the things have been mentioned that I wanted to actually say, so I won't repeat it, particularly the chair of Ayton Parish. But on looking at the broader issues, when other sites were looked at, I felt that they were dismissed, and it was mentioned earlier, the fact that such a lot is going to be in the north of Telford, and the infrastructure just is not there. For instance, we could have been late today. We were expecting most of the traffic would have been gone. We both retired, so we thought 9:15 there won't be much traffic. It was at a standstill totally from where we live in Shoreditch. So we're not being NIMBYs because everything's going to be in north, but it's just the fact that we are there to represent the residents who live in Shoreditch and Dot Hill. It's going to affect everybody. As Councillor Uri said, the roads just are not there for all this extra traffic to there. I haven't done all the counts that Councillor Uri has done, but I did look that there was a traffic count done in 2019, I think. But I'd like to know what's been done since. I'd like to see what evidence there is for the traffic now, because it was a standstill at 9:15 in the morning. You couldn't have got down the A442 or Whitchurch Drive at all. And all you'll end up getting is rabbit runs throughout other areas, which is really unfair for residents in Admiston. There's been accidents there, as Jen Uri explained, because there's been more development at Ulscott, and there's more traffic through the village. There should have been a bypass years ago, but that didn't happen. And there was an accident there about 3 weeks ago, with someone quite badly injured. So I just don't think that the infrastructure is there, and I'd like to see better evidence of what roads are going to be put in place.
Thank you very much. Catherine Landau.
Hi, I'm Catherine, or Cathy Landau, and I'm a representative from the Shawbirch Medical Practice Patient Group. Again, I would just reiterate, looking at the overview, I may well be the only person who's effectively looking here from a health perspective. I appreciate that it is not within the purview of the local authority to dictate the health element, and that is an incredible challenge. Again, like everybody else, we're not looking to say no, it's how you look at engaging and moving forward consultation to actually look at the practicalities of the implementation on this infrastructure. The wording within the local plan, quite understandably, is incredibly vague about what is constituted within a sustainable and healthy community in relation to health. Already within my additional points that were asked for, it is a challenge with the changing health plan and structure, but there is an incredible ability and opportunity to engage an amazing amount of voluntary sector and local fora. And I think I would ask that that is put in as transparency to actually look at being able to engage on a regular basis or to access the voluntary organisation sector in order to improve your consultation and refinement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Both of you have already made points which we've noted and which the council, one additional one. If the general point has been made, then it doesn't need repeating. If someone else has made that point, then that will be picked up. It's an additional point.
Yeah. There's been no mention at all about the effect of these developments on the Weald Moors, which is one of the few wetlands in the area. It's got quite a lot of biodiversity, and although there's a load of bits in here about how it's a green agenda and everything, it seems a bit ridiculous to be building on green fields to then make some artificial ones which don't have any biodiversity at all. So I think everybody's made the point about the roads and the infrastructure, but there's also the effect upon the Weald Moors, which quite honestly could be destroyed if all these developments go ahead as planned.
I mean, I have heard what you have to say. I want to give the council an opportunity to address the points that you have made. We are still dealing with the overview. We'll come back to look at the individual sites, and we'll come back to look at the cumulative impacts and issues relating to them once we've been through all the sites. So this is just the overview, but I mean, I'll hear what you have to say, but I really then will, you wish to speak again? Oh, sorry. Okay. So I'll hear what you have to say, but then I'd like to just leave that for now, and then we'll go back to the council, and then we'll move on. Your points that you wish to make, if they relate to individual sites, we can make them later. If they relate to the cumulative aspects, rather than the selection of the sites or the consultation processes, then we'll come back to that later. What point? So, Councillor, you had your.
I'll make it really quick, but it's just off the back of what you were saying. But I have it as a point in there with regards to the services. And there is a concern across Telford with issues with Princess Royal Hospital and waiting times for emergency. But I just wanted to note on here that our infrastructure for health services is well below acceptable for our residents currently, and further new residents will cause further issues. And I question why the NHS are not at this hearing to prevent further overburdening of services and enable them to support their own 10-year health plan, which coincides with what you've mentioned. Also off the back of that, without going into too much, but whilst I'm just hitting on the services, is also with policing as well, and questioning why they are not here. And it does actually note in the IIA 2.13, overall crime rates are higher than the national average within the borough in Muxton, Priorslee and St George's, of which Muxton Sue is surrounded with. There's 2 police cars, population of 19,000, 1 PC and 2 PCSOs. It doesn't make sense, and at a previous hearing that I was at with regards to a development actually on the next fields, next to where one of them in Muxton is, the police actually attended on the last day saying that they could not support and did not have the resources to support 150 new houses. So how they're not involved in the local plan, I don't understand. It would be good if there's some feedback there too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pat Hayward, ever so quickly. I should have said the Red Hill site has direct access to the M54 and onward motorway system. That's
Have you finished? Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. Keep them down for now. There's a number of points there which should go back to council. Just a point that I might be able to assist with, or we might be able to assist with before council. Councillor Tomlinson, Councillor Mr. Tomlinson, asked about the planning, the planning inspector process, the inspection of local plan, and how we would independently check. We rely upon the information that is before us, so we rely upon the evidence that is before us, and we are trained and well versed in dealing with evidence from a number of different areas. If we wish to consult on some, I suppose, advisors internally, we can do so, some areas of specialism. But in general cases, we would just look at the evidence before us, and that's why it's important that the evidence before us is clear, comprehensive, but we would rely upon the evidence. And in terms of the time period, in some senses it's in our control, in some senses it isn't, because it depends what happens next. But the consultation period will be a statutory consultation period, a period of 6 weeks on any modifications. So that's believe a statutory period of consultation, which is governed by legislation and regulations, which will enable people who are involved in the process, members of the public, to have an input in that consultation process. Thank you. The rest of the issues, I think, over to the council, and don't know how you want. Hope you've noted all them down, and you might need to bring in various people to answer them, Mr. Humphreys.
Sir, I'll pick them up in essence, no particular order. Just give me 1 second. Apologies to find a further reference for you. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just say, just before Ms. Humphreys answers it, in an examination, it's for us to hear all the points, and so it's important that you have and continue to put those points forward, as indeed professional representatives will do so. It's not to get an agreement, but it's to us to hear what you've got to say, hear what the council has to say, us to ask questions to get all the information out and understand it. So not expecting agreement on everything, but hopefully you will be clearer when the council respond, and we will be too. Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, I'll start, and then I'll ask a colleague from Highways to come in further down the table to deal with some of the points that have been made in that regard. Can I just give you a series of references, first of all? So, comments made about health services. Document SC01A, which are the appendices to the the duty to cooperate statement, you have at page 104, statement of common ground with the ICB, the Integrated Care Board. So just refer you to that. In relation to engagement with the police, that they were notified of the various consultation exercises but didn't make any responses. In terms of the infrastructure delivery plan, that was published at the beginning of the Reg 19 consultation process on the 17th of March 2025. And if you look at the Reg 22 consultation summary, just to give you a couple of references, 5.45 and 5.67, for example, are instances of where people have commented on that document. And then in section 6, you see responses to those comments from the council. And so various parties clearly aware of the existence of that document because they have indeed commented on it and the council responded to that. And just in terms of core document 07 as well, you were asking earlier about the numbers of people who responded. You find the answer to that at 4.10 in relation to the Reg 18 stage, and then 5.1 in relation to the Reg 22 stage. Comments were made about the consideration and potential allocation of sites in and around Colmore and the Horsehay bypass. You have at AS05, which is one of the appendices to the site selection technical paper, the sites that were not taken forward. You have their site selection assessments. And so, for example, I mean, the easiest way to navigate that is just do a word search. So if there's a particular geographical feature area, you can electronic search through that. But at page 776, you have site number 696, which is land south of Colmore Road. So you can see how that was assessed there. At page 439, you have site 413, which is the land at Upper Colmore Road. So you can again see how that's assessed there. In terms of the wider points about the allocation of the sustainable communities, document PD10 is the interim IIA, and what you have at section 7.3 there is the assessment of all 5 of the potential sustainable communities that were proposed, and table 7.2 is your classic red, amber, green summary essay type table, which is at page 84, and so you can see how the different sites compared under the different assessment criteria. And so, for example, you'll see in that table soil and land, which includes agricultural quality, is one of the factors that's assessed, and so you can see how the different sites compare to each other in that regard there. And then what you have then in that document at section 7.4 is the rationale for the preferred approach. So you can see an explanation and justification for why the 3 were the ones that were selected to take forward. Ultimately, that is a matter of planning judgment. Others may have different opinions on whether or not one of the other sites was actually more acceptable, but that's just a matter of planning judgment. Isn't something that goes to soundness in our submissions. We provided a reasonable justification for the approach that we've selected. And what you'll see as well at 7.4.5 is the point that Mr. Ashford has already made, that just simply because you weren't taken forward as a sustainable community, that doesn't mean that all of the parcels that made up the potential sustainable community areas were then at that point eliminated from consideration. They were then considered on a site-by-site basis whether or not they could still be allocated for particular forms of development within the plan overall. And you then obviously have the site selection papers in relation to them in the site selection documents. Can't give you one easy reference because some bits were taken forward, some bits weren't taken forward, and the justification for that is in the site selection documentation. If I could then ask, I'll just ask Gavin briefly to respond specifically to the point made about, is there a particular rationale, or was this part of the rationale, to have the 3 sustainable communities on the northern edge of Telford rather than some other mix of different sites. So if I could just ask Mr Ashford to deal with that quickly.
Yeah, just in terms of the process that we undertook, we very cognizant of the agglomerations of development around the edge. We undertook a process of looking at those 5 sites and looking at options around that. I've explained about Muxton and the access issues to that site, which was one of the principal reasons for discounting it. And also with Dawley, you've got a large portion of that site within the Wrekin strategic landscape, so the evidence suggested that having large levels of development in that area would be very incongruous for the Wrekin area. And also we've taken some of that site forward in terms of employment and housing development. So as a consequence of that process, we ended up with the 3 sites that were to the north of Telford. That we've already had the debate about South Telford and the constraints and the issues around that. Going out to the east, you've got the Shropshire Greenbelt boundary, so we're very constrained in the southeast of Telford. You've got the River Severn to the south, and the Wrekin landscape area, and the constraints we've outlined on the plan to the west, to the southwest.
Thank you. Various comments were made about greenfield, brownfield, biodiversity, net gain. We'll come on to the latter point, obviously, in due course in relation to specific questions that are raised in relation to that, but just to flag that the aspiration in the plan is to deliver more than the statutory minimum. But there is a statutory minimum anyway, and there are legal requirements in relation to that. So that is the way the system works. If you were to look at the allocations and put to one side the sustainable communities, more housing land is actually allocated on brownfield than it is on greenfield land. And so there is a commitment within the plan to the consideration and allocation of sites on brownfield land. So for housing purposes, like I say, putting to one side sustainable communities, more housing allocations of brownfield than greenfield. Thank you. And then if I could just ask, I'm not sure, sorry, the table's so long today, I don't quite know who exactly I'm asking to jump in on points, but if I could ask someone from highways to deal with, just first of all, giving you an overview of what the highways material is that is before this examination, and then just a brief synopsis of what has been done to assess the potential of cumulative impacts from the sustainable communities.
Yeah, thank you. And then we will come back to look at that once we've looked at the overall, the 3 sites individually, but an overview is helpful. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Crowley. I'm the Highways Development Manager here at Telford and Wrekin Council. I mainly just want to pick up on sort of like the general principle really in terms of the background to why having these 3 sustainable urban extensions makes sense in highways terms. And I will then pass on to Heather, who will refer to the specific documentation that has been produced in the evidence base. So from a highway and transport planning perspective, the delivery of growth through comprehensive master planned SUEs provides the most efficient and coordinated and also the sustainable approach to accommodating future housing and employment development in Telford. Promoting development through larger holistic SUs enables the highway network to be planned and managed strategically rather than reactively. This approach ensures that cumulative transport aspects can be assessed comprehensively across the whole growth area, allowing for the identification and delivery of targeted mitigation measures that are proportionate to total growth and aligned with network functionality. In contrast, the piecemeal progression of multiple smaller or speculative sites creating disconnected highway interventions, localised congested pinch points, and inconsistent mitigation delivery. By planning at the scale of the 3 proposed SUs, the Council and its partners are able to develop an integrated access and movement framework that supports all travel modes, ensuring the strategic road hierarchy continues to operate effectively, undertake cumulative transport modelling that holistically assesses effects on key corridors such as the A442 and A5223, enabling mitigation to be prioritised where it achieves the greatest benefit across all development parcels, coordinating the timing and funding of mitigation schemes through Section 106 and Section 278 agreements with a fair and transparent mechanism for proportioning contributions based on overall trip generation and network impact. Incorporate sustainable transport initiatives such as bus priority, walking and cycle links, and travel planning on an area-wide scale, which smaller, fragmented developments would struggle to deliver effectively. Failure to adopt the plan with the 3 grouped SUs introduces significant risk in highways and transport terms. Without an overarching framework, developers could submit random speculative applications across the north of the town and outside of the coordinated SU sites. Such an unplanned pattern of growth would make it substantially more difficult to quantify the cumulative impacts, design appropriate mitigation in the correct locations, and ensure that infrastructure costs are equitably shared between the developments. This in turn could result in delayed or underfunded transport infrastructure, piecemeal mitigation measures, and a high likelihood of network performance degradation on key corridors. Furthermore, speculative development patterns limit the ability of the authority to control the phasing of the transport improvements, meaning that critical upgrades may not come forward in line with the demand. This creates uncertainty both for existing residents and for the developers seeking clarity on the infrastructure requirements. In summary, delivery of growth through well-planned sustainable urban extensions ensures that the transport network can be managed as a coordinated system. It allows cumulative impacts to be properly mitigated. It ensures fairness and proportionality in developer contributions, supports sustainable travel objectives, and provides certainty for both infrastructure providers and the development industry. The adoption of the local plan with its defined SU structure is therefore essential to secure a sound, effective and deliverable transport strategy for Northern Telford.
Yes, I'm not sure. I've lost that. But if somebody could just give us an overview of what the suite of documents are that we've produced for this examination in relation to the Highways Evidence Base.
Yeah. Hello everyone, I'm Heather Bolton. I'm Strategic Transport Team Leader for the Council. So my responsibility is transport strategy, policy and the strategic transport model. So for the... Oh, is that not... Okay, sorry. Do you want me to repeat what I just said? Oh, okay. So for the local plan, we've done a transport model. The report is available, IS04. So the strategic transport model is validated and calibrated and therefore compliant with the Department of Transport Analysis Guidance. So that gives us a robust tool to forecast the impact of land changes on the highway network. So the full report is there. It gives you the methodology and it will tell you the mitigation schemes that we believe will deal with the impact of the traffic growth. To support that, there's a number of other reports. So we've done a growth strategy refresh, a transport analysis, and then we have 2 other documents, the local cycling walking infrastructure plan for the whole borough and the bus service improvement plan. Again, that covers the whole borough as well. They're all listed in the evidence on the website for you to read.
Thank you. So I think that's... Well, we've endeavoured to deal with the main points that were raised there. Apologies, it wasn't in any particular order. But were there any additional questions that you had arising out of the comments that were made that we've not responded to?
I've just got a question in relation to transport. And Ms Carpenter's got a question. And then we'll just make sure that those other points that we've highlighted, we've picked up. Just in relation to transport as an overview, and deciding that there should be the sustainable communities in the way that they are, and the 3 together in the north of Telford. So as an urban extension, so when an urban settlement is pushed outwards in this way, what particular transport challenges does that pose? How have you taken them into account? And how have you And what good practice have you looked at?
It's all taken into account through the modelling, because that gives us the best idea of what would happen to the network when you change the land use.
In a broader transport sense, obviously you've got development further away from town centre. So what particular challenges that an outward expansion of the town has presented to you? How have you taken that into account in assessing the transport aspects and requirements of the development? I'm looking at things as an overview, not as individual sites. And we will come back to look at the cumulative impact, but just as an overview in terms of planning for the sites, what challenges has that given where they are as an outward expansion of the town?
So you can't build these new SUs always necessarily next to the train station that's in the centre of the town, necessarily next to where the main bus stations are. But what you can do, and again I'll refer back to what I said before about looking at concentrated development to these SU areas, is you can then start to look about how you build bus routes through there. You can create loop roads through these type of developments, which is often more difficult with smaller developments. You can start to build up costing frameworks in terms of how you can pay for the bus routes as well. Also in Telford, we've got very good cycle and walking infrastructure corridors that do lead to the town centre, that lead up to all of these different SU sites. And it's all about integrating these into that existing infrastructure as well, and also making sure that because these sites sit near some of the employment areas too, that those routes are also maximised as well. And that's where, again, for these SUs and concentrating development in 3 areas, it gives you that opportunity to be able to master plan sustainable transport choices. And I think that's I've got really anything else to say other than that, really.
Okay, thank you. We will, when we come to look at the cumulative aspects, when we bring things together, we'll come back to that point. But okay, thank you. As an overview, Mr.
I was just going to make another point about the having the kind of having it as a SU. It's a geographical point in terms of if you're providing services and facilities on the sites as well, you're potentially reducing the need to travel as far for certain things. So if you have that kind of piecemeal development, if that's predominantly how you're doing things, it's very difficult then to provide those extra services that mean people are a short walk from the shop, a short walk from the kind of recreation ground or a bike ride away, say. So in terms of their geography and their makeup, you're providing some of that actually on the site.
Okay, thanks. I have some further questions on transport, but I'll come back to those at a later point. Thank you. Ms. Carpenter.
Thank you. Yeah, just to probe a bit further on some of the points that were raised at the back. So heard some answers on some of them, but points were raised. So I suppose we're interested in hearing a bit more about the judgments that were made and how you went about making them around, for example, the landscape point. So a question was raised about, you know, one option being ruled out in part on landscape grounds, but there being landscape considerations with some of the sustainable communities as well. So if you could just explain a bit more about the process and the evidence that informed that, and link to that the point about the wheeled moors as well. And the other point that wasn't sort of perhaps picked up in the responses there was around community integration. A question was asked about how are the sustainable communities going to work in terms of integrating with existing communities.
just in terms of the landscape point that was raised around the Dawley area, that's actually within the Wrekin local, Wrekin strategic landscape area. So a significant amount of that development would be within that protected landscape area itself. The landscape evidence documents, I think Harry will be able to provide the appropriate reference points. It was very clear that that would be a very harmful kind of thing to do. So that was really a kind of clear steer for us in terms of what the evidence was telling us about that. And I think if you've been to see the sites, when you look that side of the Dawley Road, you're going that in terms of the Wrekin, so you're going up towards the kind of Wrekin area. In terms of the Weald Moors, we ran all the sites through our ecology team, so we looked at all of this. We've obviously done the strategic flood risk assessment evidence as well, so we have looked at the area and the kind of impact to the area, and part of the kind of mitigation that I think Alistair from JBA will talk about later on, within the back of the strategic flood risk assessment, there's actions that need to be undertaken as part of the development management process, the application process, that will help protect those areas as well. And then in terms of community integration, by creating these communities, they will integrate, you know, they'll be integrated areas themselves, but by providing the kind of transport and the communications networks, they will be able to kind of integrate into, say, the Wellington area, the Muxton and Donington area in general, and into Telford. So it's providing those links, I think, to enable people to get to and from places, access work, access opportunities like the town centre. So yeah, so we're confident of that.
And just to give you a bit of detail in terms of elements of the assessment of this, you've got NC02 is the, let me just get its full technical name, the Telford and Wrekin Borough Landscape Capacity Assessment. And so just in light of the particular comments that are made, if you look at page 25 and the section there, that has the relevant landscape considerations in relation to the Muxton Sustainable Community Extension. And if you look at then page 89, you'll see the similar section in relation to a parcel of land. They don't overlap perfectly because it's a landscape capacity study, but that's of relevance to the Wappenshaw sustainable community, and has, for example, development guidelines in relation to the Weald Moor strategic landscape and the appropriateness of buffering.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to take a break shortly, but if we can wrap this up and then take a break, there's some points that some cards have gone up. So I'll take a further point from you, and then I'll invite the council to respond, and then we'll take a break. Councillor Dugmore.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the local connective pinch points already exist. Ketley Roundabout, Trench Lock Interchange, Shawbirch Roundabout, Clock Tower, Horton Wood Roundabouts. So the thing is that, you know, these are what these pinch points have all been created due to planning decisions taken earlier on, and these problems haven't actually been addressed yet. Now, with the new developments proposed, you know, sort of, I put in my submission that you're going to have a northern relief road to actually connect all these, to actually mitigate all the problems of all the extra traffic that there's going to be, because there's serious problems at the moment, and they're just going to be made worse. And the connectivity between the existing between the proposed communities is through very, very narrow roads, one of which has a 90-degree turn as it goes around the Queen's at Horton. There's no room to have any footpaths, cycleways, anything like that at all. And basically, you're going to just create gridlock unless there is some proper mitigation on the major routes. at the very least, the 442 and the 518 from Newport should be dual carriageway. They originally were designed to be dual carriageways. You can tell that by the bridges, etc. And therefore, these things need to be addressed before we have any major new developments, which are all concentrated in one area of the borough.
Thank you. Councillor Uray.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with Councillor Dugmore on that as well, with regards to the pinch point. I also very quickly had a look at the, that's the right report, excuse me one sec, at the Telford local plan modelling. Sorry, I can't remember what Heather quoted, but I've got it in front of me and I can't find it now. With regards to looking at the overall picture and the cumulative developments coming together, and I've got near the end of the document, and the only information I can find is to extend the flare of the eastern arm on the westbound area of the clock tower. Now, that's all surrounded with residential. We've got the power station. So I understand you're saying you're looking at this and the strategic methodology or whatever you're doing on it. An expansion of the end of the road by 200 metres at a pinch point where there's already congestion bumper to bumper from Lilleshall to that area in the mornings, peak, because I sit in it every morning. I don't know how that's even going to start looking at the issues now, never alone when there's housing put there. As I say, that's all I can find looking at a solution for that area. There was another note that I put, sorry. Mr. Ashford mentioned about service on site in a SU if it's an extended area, and I'm sure you go on to the employment section and that part later. Are you doing that within the Muxton City?
We'll come to look
Fine,
at the individual sites and their requirements and impacts, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Mrs. Tomlinson, remember these are points that you've already raised. Councillors come back to answer them, and I'm just letting you have another point in relation to those points the council's made before we go back to the council.
Yeah, my points are the answers that we've had. When the barrister said that when my husband pointed out that the infrastructure was a separate piece of paper, it wasn't actually within the local plan, he mentioned that a few people had made comments. What I'd like to point out is that my husband and I do newsletters in both wards, so 2,500 households, actually, about that many, actually had all the information and all the details for them to either do it online, to do it by letter, because some people can't do it online. So they were all made aware because we made them aware. We had so many people say to us, we can't find it. So the justification to say, oh, we've had a few comments, to me, it's not really a good answer, because I don't think there was very much consultation on the actual infrastructure. Also, when they're saying about small sites can't have access to shops, etc., are they saying there's going to be an Aldi's, or is there going to be Lidl's built on these sites? Because people are going to drive to them because they want choice. They want to go to Tesco's, or want to go to Sainsbury's or whatever. So when you're saying that, I don't really quite agree with the fact that if you say, oh, small areas, you can't contain them because, you know, they're going to have to travel. They're going to travel anyway. When I keep going on about cycling and walking, how many people realistically will walk to places and will cycle to places? Not nowadays. So the fact that they've brought that up, I don't think it's a very good actual answer. I was really glad about the question that you said about integrating. Wellington has got 7 wards that wrap around the town. the fact that this is all going to be pushed further out, I don't feel that it's going to be integrated into Wellington. And when they go on about transport, the train station car park is always full. What I'd like to know is if they want people to go to the train, how many people are going to get a bus to Wellington so they can get the train to go to work? Most people will drive. We actually get people driving out of the area from Shrewsbury because they don't have to pay to park at Wellington. So I cannot see how saying, oh, well, people can go by train, how are they going to get there? Because I don't think that many people are going to say, oh, yes, that bus is going to be good for my connection. I will get the bus to Wellington and then I will get the train. It just isn't going to be realistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Landau.
Yes, Kathy Landau, Shawbirch Medical Practice. Apologies that I was out of the room when there was a response about the ICB with SCO1. In our additional question, we actually asked about the detail of that. Most people may not be as aware that our ICB has now radically changed. We are integrated with Stoke. It is a massive site. And in terms of really engaging and getting feedback and progress, it would be our primary care networks. So I think the more detail and transparency about how one could actually implement engagement that is going to focus on Telford and Wrekin, not the whole region, is actually very important at this point now. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a feeling this will be a lost cause of a question, but could we have a few details on what the mitigations in the infrastructure plan are? I mean, it's been incredibly frustrating. All the members from Telford Council, all they've done is quoted paragraph numbers or read out standard things. So, Heather, I think you said that the plan conformed with government guidelines, etc., but there would be mitigations. What is actually going to be done to increase the capacity of the 442 and whatever it is, 5223, is it? And the 518. What is doing? And the second part of that, I understood from one of your answers that although it makes it easier to get funded if you've got large developers, rather than having to get a little bit from each, are these mitigations totally dependent on developers dipping into their pocket? And have you learnt your lesson from the fiasco at Crudgington, where once the development was finished, the developer just said, oh, sorry, we didn't make any profit, we can't afford to do that, you'll have to do it. So, fairly long-winded, but I would appreciate at least a couple of pieces of detail on the mitigations that are proposed.
Thank you. Finally, I mean, I can't keep taking points because there will be opportunities later when we go through individual sites and then come back to look at individual sites.
Sorry then, Mr. Wood. In which case, as Chair, when the Council are responding to our points, could you encourage them to provide some detail in their answers rather than just reading out sub-paragraph 10?
Thank you. Mr. Gould.
Good morning all. So yes, William Gould. I'm representing a number of residents and homes that live on Humber Lane. It's a lane that was alluded to in Councillor Nigel Dugmore's statement and queries a moment ago regarding the 90-degree bend. Really what I'm looking to do in this statement is signpost you toward the reference document which Mark and Heather referred to for the traffic modelling, which is a computational modelling report. And it does have some further information or assessments carried out by whoever the third party is that conducted it. But in that, there are a number of modelled scenarios which the report alludes to as possible mitigations for the complete development of all three SUEs. None of those three scenarios look good. They all paint quite a bleak picture, but they also allude to quite significant developments of the highway infrastructure that would be necessary to support all three scenarios. So I just suggest that we provide a good amount of scrutiny on what the modelling is stating, and actually even the suggested improvements and what the outcome is of those, because it still paints quite a bleak picture. And the statements we've heard from Mark and Heather currently don't refer to the significant development that will be needed of the highways, such as dual carriageways and such. So far, they've just been somewhat ignored. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gould, just turn your nameplate down. Councillor Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Inspector. We've been educated as councillors that in the infrastructure developments that are taking place, Section 106 is generally covered in the immediate area where a development takes place. The developers are not normally expected to help with the arterial routes that lead into those areas or lead from them. And very often now, through various government bodies, we have to bid and try and hopefully get the funding for those. On that point then, because we're not guaranteed necessarily or can be exactly sure of the timing of when that funding comes through from government, the council officers have advised us that they can try and phase the planning applications that come in to take account of those infrastructure developments, whether they have or haven't taken place. But residents, I feel sure, would love to see that. I'm being told you can't put, in inverted commas, phasing formally within the local plan, but it would then give people the comfort to know that, for argument's sake, if a particular important development along, I don't know, say the A442 or the A5223 hasn't taken place, then a development or a part of that development that is being proposed can't take place because that development of that highways hasn't occurred. What people wouldn't want is a really comprehensive wish list of developments we want to make along those major roads, which say, yes, that really would help. And yes, those developments can now therefore take place because you've got your wish list, you've got your requirements that you want in there in place. But if they don't come forward and those developments take place, it's not going hand in hand. We've heard of examples in Oxfordshire where a plan was developed and the infrastructure development was going to be coming, money should have come in from the government, didn't, but those developments took place and it was a disaster. So how can we give residents the comfort to know that we can write in somewhere these conditions, and can the inspector do that and say these developments can only take place once these various aspects have taken place? It's so important to residents that an external body can give us, like the inspector can, and say, look, this can't happen until this has occurred. And I think residents would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, when we're here dealing with a plan, we're not dealing with any subsequent plan application or the detail of any Section 106 that might flow from that. We're just here dealing with the policy before us, the principle of the allocation. Ms Humphreys, I want to take a break. Do you wish to respond to those now, or would you prefer a break and come back?
I'll be led by you, sir. I'm cognizant of a lot of the comments made there relate to the highway side of things, the nature of the assessments that have been carried out and what infrastructure is required, which is obviously a topic that I think you'd anticipated dealing with in detail in relation to section, well, the next part of the agenda, basically. And so, given that the request in particular has been for detail, I'm conscious that without diving into the detail, I can't necessarily give a short, quick response to that now. So unless, I'm content that we've heard the points that have been raised, aware that they need to be addressed, but suggest we therefore do that in the detail as we go forward.
And then pick up the cumulative impacts following a look at the three sites.
Yes. Otherwise, I think we'd just be diving now into the detail of the highways evidence.
I understand. Okay, it is past. We'll take we've got quite a few people in the room, so we'll take a 20-minute break if we come back at 10 to 12. Thank you very much. Can we take a seat, please? Thank you. I hope you've all managed to get a cup of tea, a coffee, or something stronger, maybe. Thank you for going back on time. We're now going to move on to look at, it's still on the first part of the agenda, but we're going to look at policy HO2, which is the policy that we're looking at today, which is the policy that allocates and sets down the principles for the deliveries of the 3 sites. So before I invite Mr. Humphries to just take us through the suggested modifications that we've already referred to, I just would like to ask a question, if you could answer, as to what is policy HO2? What's the objective of policy HO2? And why have you structured it in the particular way that you've done in having 3 separate sites, but with vision and delivery? So just a general point about what is it that the policy is trying to do, what's the objective, and then we could pick up the changes that you're suggesting now in the paper that's before us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What the policy is seeking to do is, first of all, allocate those 3 sustainable communities and then set a vision for them which makes it clear what is expected and what is anticipated to be provided on and through those sites. What it then seeks to do is detail how the planning applications for the delivery of those allocations will come forward. And given the size of the sites, what it does is recognises that there is a need for joined up thinking, and given the different land interests across all of the sites, to ensure that there is proper master planning of the development of the site, so that what you end up with at the end is a sustainable community. And so the mechanism it does that is through a design brief, is the language that's been chosen, although I don't think you necessarily need to read too much into that. It's what is then defined within the policy as being part of that, which governs what is expected to come through as that. And what that requires, and we can come to in a moment the precise timing of when that's required, but what that requires is a design brief and master plan to be in place prior to the grant of any planning permission on any particular phase, so that those strategic matters across the site have in principle agreement in relation to them, and then different phases can come forward which don't prejudice the delivery of later phases or the totality of the allocation. The reason why it's broken into 3 sections, i.e. site by site, is because the vision for each site is slightly different in terms of, well, it is different because each site is providing different things, different quantums of development, and has their own features, so you need to reflect that in the policy. And whilst then the requirements in relation to a design brief are broadly the same, they're also tailored to reflect particular requirements of the particular sites, so that what you end up with in relation to any given site is a design brief and master plan that reflects the circumstances of that site. So broadly speaking, that is what that policy is doing or intending to do. The revisions we've made in relation to the policy aren't intended to change any of those principles that we've just outlined, but it's just adding clarity for any users of the plan, so be it the council when determining an application, those with an interest in the site when submitting an application, or those with an interest because they live locally or have a particular interest in a particular element of a development, can understand what it is that's being required in order to get a planning permission for the site. And so I think if you were to look at the publication version of the policy, on reflection and having listened to the reps that had been made and read the representation that had been made in response to the MIQs from a whole range of stakeholders, there was that lack of clarity about what it is that is required in the design brief and how it is that any individual application for development on those sites will be assessed. And so through the proposed revisions we've made, we hope to have made it clearer exactly how the process will work. And so in essence, the changes aren't really ones of principle, it's about precision in terms of what is it that actually required. I think the one point to flag, if I come back to the point about timing, you'll have seen there's been a range of different opinions on what is the point in time when the design brief needs to be done. And so what we've done is the way the policy was originally drafted was to specify, and you had to look at the policy and the definition of design brief simultaneously. What we've sought to do is consolidate it into the policy itself to make it easier to understand. And the change we proposed in terms of timing is that rather than specifying the point in time at which you submit the design brief, we've come at it from the other end and said that you won't be able to get a planning permission until there is an approved design brief. That introduces flexibility to allow the developers of the site to submit that application, to submit the proposed design brief and engage in that process at the point in time that works for their particular sites. They can do it at pre-app, they could do it during the currency or as part and parcel of the first planning application, but what the policy makes it clear is you can't get a consent until you've got that in place and approved. And that's obviously what's important, because any planning application needs to come forward in accordance with the detail of that in the master plan.
Thank you. Just a question in relation to the reference to development brief is now gone. In the development brief now is the design brief and master plan. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. At some point in time during the drafting of the policy, I think there was, for some reason, it had ended up with both terms being used, and obviously that was creating confusion. There wasn't ever an intention for there to be two separate things. They were intending to be one and the same thing. We've opted for the word design brief, but like I say, you don't necessarily need to read too much into that language. It's what's then specified as being required as part of that matters.
So the policy now says, for example, if I look at, I'm using the word as suggested, because this is suggestion. The policy as it stands before us is a publication version with as proposed, as suggested that it be changed. So if we look at the version that you're suggesting to us now, and I look at SC1 Bratton, and I look at delivery, it says the development of this site will be in accordance with a design brief and master plan. Is that a design brief and a master plan, or is it a design brief and master plan? Is that one document?
Yeah, I think the intention is that the reference master plan is literally a plan, and the design brief is the document that accompanies that, but you would inevitably get them as one document with the design brief and the master plan physically attached to it. The master plan is intended to be a plan, and then the design brief is the sort of explanation, I guess, of what is in that and why it looks like that.
So, but then it says the design brief will represent a significant material consideration.
I'm with you, sir. Yeah, it's the totality of what those two things are. That's what matters, and that's what needs to be had regard to. So if there's some refinement to the language that's required to make that clear or provide some more composite definition, we can look at that.
Two further questions on that. Is the design brief and master plan, or whatever that's called, is that subject to consultation
if we look at the, and I think this is all, I'm just going to check the, if you look at both the version we've proposed and the publication version, it's always been part of it that it's informed by a consultation exercise. We haven't specified what that consultation exercise is, and we leave that to those bringing forward the design brief. But yes, it should be subject to an exercise of consultation.
Thank you. And there's a clear requirement for, it says no planning application for any development on the site shall be determined prior to the approval of the design brief and master plan by the council. Now, these sites are large sites that will evolve over time. So is it the intention that the first planning application, which I presume in most cases will be an outline planning application, shall not be determined? Or is it that that design brief and master plan will evolve during the lifetime of those developments, and that subsequent phases of those developments will not be determined until those iterations of the design brief and master plan are approved by the council?
Yeah, in terms of the first part of your question, sir, so the first determination of an application, yes, there's multiple different site owners for each of the allocations, and so don't anticipate there being a massive application, even in outline form, that covers the whole of the site. It's likely to be a phased approach, and so the intention there is to prevent the development of the sites coming forward in a piecemeal fashion in the absence of the design brief and / master plan. So yes, that, because say you had an outline application which only covered, you know, a third of the site or whatever it was, you would need the design brief and master plan to be in place before that, because you wouldn't want that to then prevent the appropriate delivery of the later or other phases of the site. In terms of then scope for revisions to the design brief and master plan, that's not expressly set out in the publication policy or this version, but there's nothing that prohibits it either. And so, as you say, given the scale and size of the sites and the likely timescales for delivery, if it became necessary to revise those, that is something that could be accommodated within the process. There's nothing, like I said, it's not expressly addressed, so it's not prohibited, but it's not, how that would happen is not addressed either.
Is the policy as suggested to be revised clear in terms of what's meant by approval of the design brief and master plan by the council? So what does the council have in mind in terms of what that approval will comprise? And is that clear?
In terms of the approval side of things, what we'd be anticipating is that it will come to the local planning authority. There'll be delegated authority to either the appropriate planning manager or director to approve the documentation.
So an officer level delegated?
Officer level delegation, yeah.
Just off the back of that, I think we've tidied this up in the version that we provided to you, but I think in the publication version of the plan, the words council and local planning authority were both used, and there wasn't any intention for there to be a distinction there. So we've and there wasn't intended to be a particular connotation of either word. They mean the same thing in this context. So that's one of the things we've tidied up in the version that the updated version that we provided.
In choosing local planning authority. Yep.
Well, that's what I was just checking. But yeah.
So it says if you look at the section above delivery, it refers to local planning authority.
Right, we essentially not carried that. We attempted to go through and ensure it was the same word because there's not supposed to be a distinction. So that might be one of these things that falls into our sweeping category of changes that might be necessary in due course. There's not supposed to be a distinction. They're supposed to be one and the same thing, and therefore you should use the same word to avoid any potential confusion.
And might ask you to come back to some of the changes. Well, we will pick up specific site issues and changes as we go through the sites, but is the intention that there will also be changes to the supporting text as a result of the suggested changes that you're putting to us in the policy, or does, in your view, the supporting text not need changes? Have you not looked at that yet?
No, in the document we've provided you, we've got right at the beginning of it a proposed addition to the supporting text. I don't think we've specified a paragraph number where exactly that would go in. But what that proposal is in essence to provide that outline of the structure of the policy, which I've outlined today, and then just to encourage early submission of design briefs. Whether or not there are subsequent further tweaks to the to the supporting text that need to be made as a result of the changes, again, we will need to do in due course a final sweeping exercise again just to check for consistency. We haven't immediately identified anything else that needs to be changed, but it might be that there is, once we've gone through the detail and we've heard what people have got to say, and you've got to say in due course.
And you're looking at HO1, aren't you, as well? We agreed last week that you'd look at HO1 and the wording of HO1.
Yes, there was various specific points that we were asked to consider in relation to HO1, and that I think is to be actioned by the end of next week, if my memory of the action list is correct.
Did we agree that HO1 does or doesn't apply to sustainable communities?
I think that was one of the things we were asked to look at wording to reflect, to make it clear that the sustainable communities are governed by HO2 rather than HO1 in the first instance, but subject then to obviously the application of relevant development management policies to HO2. But I think that's, yes.
In terms of allocations, HO2 stands alone from HO1?
Yes. Okay. And this was where, again, one of the points you'd asked us to look at in relation to HO1 was, because again the word design brief is potentially relevant to what's in HO1 as well, and so we haven't provided that wording at this point in time. That's what we were going to look at in relation to HO1, so that we can then get the distinction and the clarity between HO1 and HO2 and what's required in relation to each of them.
Thank you. Just going back to the way in which the policy is written with SC1, SC2, SC3, is there any reason why they are in that order?
No, they've just had to be in order, and that's what we've. I think it goes left to right, does it? So maybe.
No, that's a confusing. East to west. No, it goes east. It goes left, middle, right.
I'm told size. Yeah, I think it's the size of the respective sites, but there's no there just had to be an order. There's not an intention there, and it doesn't signify anything. They just, somebody has to be number 1, somebody has to be number 2, somebody has to be number 3.
Yeah, just note that in the proposed revised version, in the delivery section of each one, so there's the bit that sets out what the design brief must detail, and there's a reference there to the infrastructure that's required, when it will be required, and the apportionment of contributions for the required infrastructure. Just referring back to the council's matters statement, so your response to the MIQs in relation to the sustainable communities. There was reference there to, as we had understood it, various pieces of work that are ongoing around sort of quantification, potential contributions that might be required, and indeed apportionment. I think there were references to sort of several different documents underway. Could the council just explain a bit more about what's happening with that process, where it's got to, and then how that interrelates with what's described in the proposed revision to the policy? So actually, sorry, just my thing's still on, but just as an example, there are a few references to, well, there's obviously framework agreement referred to, an equalisation approach for contributions, a mechanism for coordinated delivery, an agreement approach for securing key infrastructure. There were just sort of potentially several different things going on, or maybe they are actually one and the same. So it's just a bit more clarity around that, really. Contribution strategy was the other one.
So each of the sustainable communities, and I'm sure they'll update you themselves directly in due course, are at different stages in the planning process, as it were, and have taken different views in relation to the timing of submission of the design brief, etc. So, for example, Bratton, that site has already submitted a draft design brief, and that discussion process is already ongoing with the council to refining and agreeing that document. And what's become apparent is, in terms of securing and apportioning the contributions to the necessary infrastructure, there is no one-size-fits-all right way of doing it. So discussions have reflected potential use of a roof tax type system, or a Section 106 framework agreement, which then the subsequent site planning applications come forward and reflect. And so what we sought to do in the policy is to give the flexibility to allow the developers to agree amongst themselves that apportionment process, and we can then have sign-off on that through the design brief process, because we can't fix at this point in time exactly who will be required to pay what, because that will depend on the precise split of the different planning applications that come forward for any given site. And so what we've sought to do through the policy is provide a mechanism to allow for that to happen, because obviously it doesn't need to be known now, X developer will pay this much, why, because there'll be a slight nuance in that. So what's more important is fixing a process and framework which allows that to happen. And that's what we've sought to make clearer with the revised text of the policy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll pick up, as we go through the sites, we'll pick up the various components within the policy as we go through. So I don't have any more questions on the wording at the moment in terms of an overview. Mr. Pollard, and then Catherine. Oh, Mr. Moulton. So I don't know who was first, but I'll go to Mr. Pollard first. Thank you. Remember, we'll go through the individual sites, but we're just on the overview in terms of the construction of the policy, the principles. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, on the overview, just looking at the latest version of HO2, which we've just seen today, I think I'm struggling with some of the drafting and the language here, some of the points you've just alluded to. It's not clear to me whether there is a design brief and a master plan, or if they are two separate documents. Is the master plan just literally a plan, or is it going to contain some more substantive information? And also the timing of this approval is slightly problematic, because their new language says that no planning application for any development on the site shall be determined prior to the approval. Now, it strikes me that it's highly problematic for any planning application to be lodged before the design brief and/or master plan has been determined, because it's otherwise potentially going to clash with the requirements of the design brief and master plan, which may be subject to adjustment and amendment, because the council has also provided for the consultation exercise on this design brief / master plan, which I think is very important, because as we've heard from various contributors today, it's difficult for members of the public to access the sheer detail of these sort of planning matters, and the consultation with the public on the contents of design brief / master plan, I think, is important, if not essential, to be carried out in a comprehensive manner. So if the consultation is going to be meaningful, it needs to take place in order to agree the contents of any such design brief and master plan before developers start submitting actual applications to the council. Otherwise, we just end up with putting cart before horse. So I think I would like to see a lot more clarity and maybe direction on how that whole process should happen. And also, there was a passing comment from the council there about the nature of this consultation, which suggested that its design and an application would be up to individual developers, which is slightly disturbing, because some developers might be willing to carry out, a proper, meaningful, in-depth consultation, and some may not. So you may end up with different SCs, or even different parts of different SCs being subject to different public consultation processes, which I think would be suboptimal. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the answer for the first part of the question is that the council can't control when someone submits an application, but they can control when that application is determined. So the policy has to be effective. So the policy has to have wording that can be implemented. I presume the answer is you can control the approval process, but you can't control who puts what application at what time. Well, even if you wanted to do that way.
Yeah, so we could, the way the policy was originally drafted was that the focus of the council had been on you would do this during the pre-app process and have it agreed by during that process, and then your applications would come forward in accordance with that. But even if we did do that, like you said, that wouldn't actually stop anybody from putting in an application. And what's ultimately what matters for the purpose of soundness is that there is something that is determined and accepted prior to a grant of planning permission, which therefore means that the site as a whole can come forward in a comprehensive and master planned manner. That's what matters. And so because if we look at the responses that were made, they were, from the developers themselves, the comments were about, well, this could be done with the application rather than with the pre-app. And there was a mix of responses in that regard, it's fair to say. But I don't think there's any disagreement from anybody that what matters is the end point. It's that it's in place at a point in time, which therefore means planning applications come forward in accordance with it. And so that's just, we've in essence reverse engineered it from there rather than the other way round. And that allows for a degree of flexibility, and people can bring forward in different ways that they want.
The second point Mr. Pollard made was about the consultation. So how would Mr. Pollard where would Mr. Pollard go to find out how he would be consulted during the process of preparing that design brief master plan?
So in terms of the statutory requirements in relation to consultation on certain types of planning applications, this process, but there is nothing in there which deals with this type of exercise. So there is no statutory provisions or statutory requirement for consultation. There would be statutory provisions, the usual statutory requirements in relation to publicity and consultation on any application would apply to any application. And there's nothing in the Council's statement of community involvement which deals with this situation either. And as I've said, we haven't put anything in the policy which sets out a process. And there is nothing we can piggyback off for those reasons, because it doesn't exist elsewhere. So we've taken the approach to leave it to the developers to decide for their site what would be an appropriate process for consultation. So we haven't set out in the policy any particular requirements.
And what does the council statement of community involvement say? Would it refer to it? Is it intended to update that to refer to any consultation pre-app on a development design brief?
Apologies, I wasn't clear, but the statement of community involvement doesn't deal with this situation. There is nothing in there as it's currently drafted that deals with this, and we haven't proposed any form of wording in that regard.
You're not proposing to update that?
We haven't currently.
So in terms of Mr. Pollard's point about consistency of approach across the sustainable communities and indeed potentially across different parcels of land within one sustainable community, what's the council's position on that in terms of consultation?
Well, in terms of consultation across different parcels, well, there would be consistency there, because any application would be subject to the usual statutory and requirements of the council from its statement of community involvement for a planning application. So that's where you get that consistency. In relation to the design brief process, though, and whether there'd be consistency between SC1, SC2 and SC3 in that regard, at the moment the policy is silent in that regard. There isn't anything in there which would say everybody does it this way.
Should there be, for it to be effective?
Well, I think that's the point we'd be led by you on, to be honest, Inspector. We've not proposed it at this point in time, and as alluded to, the part of the reason for the revision to the policy to give the deadline by which the design brief and master plan need to be agreed by, rather than doing it the other way round, is to give an element of flexibility. But if it's a point that you would like us to go away and look at, we can obviously do so. I don't know whether I see sort of various people on the developer side of the table have got their Toblerones up, so I don't know whether there's comments on that side of the table in relation to any such consultation exercise.
Just clarify one point on this. I appreciate that legally you can't stop somebody submitting an application whenever they want, but hopefully the council and developers would appreciate that submitting a planning application before the design brief and master plan is nailed down might be somewhat counterproductive and unnecessary, but I just making an observation.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. Just to pick up a point about consultation, does any? I was going to go to Mr. Moulton, but just does anybody wish to help us here on this consultation?
I was just going to make a brief point. My initial, I mean, I hear what Mr. Humphrey says. He's happy to be led by you, and I don't think a huge amount turns on it. But I would simply say that I don't think it's necessary, because it's the policy is now drafted. It says it has to be prepared following consultation with the public and liaison with the local planning authority, and then the next sentence is that it has to be approved by the council. Now, one basis upon which the council could decide not to approve something is that they could say, well, we've seen the consultation you've carried out, we just don't think it's adequate, it's just not good enough. So if you take an extreme case, if for example, we decided to consult for 2 days, I think it'd be perfectly reasonable for the council to say, well, we're not going to approve this because the consultation hasn't been adequate. I think the council can be trusted to decide what is and is not an adequate period of consultation.
I suppose that the question from other interested parties' perspective could be, well, that's all well and good, okay, so the council decides not to approve it because they deemed it was inadequate. But against what will that be judged? So on what basis would the council, when it's making its delegated decision whether or not to approve the design brief and master plan, with respect to the extent, the time, but also the quality of consultation, on what basis will that be judged, and where would the transparency be for the people who would be interested in that consultation?
Really, it would be the developers who would be carrying out the consultation. Obviously, I mean, developers carry out consultation in all sorts of circumstances. They carry out consultation on their planning applications. And so this is a process which is used all the time in terms of, so for example, if there's an inquiry going on, let's say the Section 78 inquiry, and a developer wants to amend their plans, they will sometimes carry out public consultation on that. And the inspector at the Section 78 inquiry will decide whether the level of consultation carried out was adequate or not adequate. So there's a limit to how far one can go down and tie this down, because in response to your question, Mark, even if we were to decide now what is an adequate form of consultation, somebody's still going to make that decision. What is an adequate level of consultation? And ultimately, it just comes down to whether consulted in a meaningful way for a sufficiently lengthy period of time to allow people to respond. I think it'd be fairly obvious to the council as to whether the consultation has been meaningful or not. One just has to, there's a limit to how far you can go in these policies to tying everything down. So if we were to say now, for example, the consultation must be 3 weeks long, well, why 3 weeks? Why not 6 weeks? Why not 6 months? So there just comes a point where people have to make decisions. The council is used to making decisions, and he'll make a decision about whether the consultation was effective, whether it was reasonable or not reasonable.
In principle, obviously we've heard that it's not in there at the moment and there's not currently a suggestion to do that, but in principle, the statement of community involvement as a document, as a statutory requirement, could in principle, should the council be so minded, talk about consultation in circumstances other than a planning application or a development plan document, for example?
I've not seen such a statement of community involvement in the ones that I've looked at, but in principle there's no reason why. It could be draft. You could say this statement of community involvement, when he talks about consultation, here is a list of the things that that must be consulted upon where the requirements of this document apply, and development briefs could be one of them.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rose.
Sorry, Mark Rose from Blawholme, so we're in the Bratton and the SCs. I mean, in a practical sense, if the design guide master plan is to be approved at a point prior to the determinant planning application, then that master plan and design guide brief, are going to be submitted with the planning application, and it would make eminent sense for the consultation in relation to those documents to take part. To become part of the consultation in relation to the planning application, and that's the way that you would control it, because there's a bit of confusion about what we're talking about, but the master plan is essentially a plan that sets out how the site is going to be developed, so the disposition of the uses, how it's going to be accessed, where the green spaces are going to be, where the landscape strategy is going to be. That information will underpin any planning application, so the design brief needs to be aligned with the planning application submission. And the whole purpose of why we've endorsed the approach that the council has taken is to try and streamline and remove the friction out of the planning process and simplify things and take out those sticking points that come at a later date, given the need to deliver in the trajectory. So it makes perfect sense for the master plan and then the articulation of the master plan in the design brief to be consulted on at the same time as the developer, as we have done, undertakes its pre-application consultation both with the council, stakeholders and wider public consultation. So, and then it would be controlled by the SCI in that respect. Sorry, that's the concluding point to that.
How much, realistically, how much scope is there for influence over design once the planning application has been submitted?
Well, yeah, so that's...
I should say design and everything else that the design brief and master plan is deemed to cover.
Yeah, because I think the critical part is actually the infrastructure provision in determining what's going to be provided, where it's going to go and how it's going to be provided. But I think there's an important distinction, and you'd have picked up in our comments that we made, between a design brief guide and a design code, which comes much later on. So the design guide needs to establish strategic design principles that need to be flexible to respond to changes, as the inspector pointed out, as life evolves over, but it establishes that aspiration for the site and that level of quality that it seeks to deliver. But inevitably, one of the important reasons why it should be approved prior to determining the application is that things evolve through the determination of planning applications, and it might be that the brief then needs to change to respond to that. So when those elements are all aligned, that's when the brief can be approved and then the application can be approved in that sequence. But it would not serve any good purpose to seek an approval prior to the planning applications coming in and being determined, because there's a natural evolution. It's a very complex site, so there's bound to be an evolution to the information in there. And of course there is, in terms of the design, I think it's fair to say the design principles, there's already been a lot of consultation on the master plans and the design principles for all of the SCs in the work that the council has done in preparing its local plan, both at, I certainly attended consultation events at the Regulation 18 stage where initial master plans were presented and talked about with members of the public and key stakeholders, and the work that we've done in developing our planning application has moved on from that. We've gone through a design review where there's been input from independent assessors. We've gone through a pre-application consultation with the officers, and they've inputted into the design of the layout of the scheme and the aspirations, and highlighted areas where more focus was required in terms of the detailed approach. And then we've done public consultation as well, where we've genuinely taken into account those the matters that have been raised through that process in terms of what's going to be delivered, how it should, where it should be delivered, how it should look, feel, how it should function, those kind of things. So all of those matters are taken into account. And as Mr. Humphreys rightly pointed out, there would then become the formal consultation when the applications are submitted through the planning application determination process, where both the guide can be considered, the brief, sorry, I keep saying guide, the design brief can be considered alongside the more detailed information in relation to the individual site that's subject to that planning application at that time. Does that make sense? So.
Thank you. Mr. Moulton.
Good afternoon, Doug Moulton, representing Bonningale Developments. I suppose the key thing is currently policy HS2s doesn't have a lot of site-specific detail in it, and obviously the rewording what's been put forward and seen this morning does provide some further evidence on phasing, funding, and how that critical infrastructure will be delivered. And obviously, as referenced, these are complex sites over many years. The design brief and master plan is almost like, because there's no any sort of overview detail in the plan as the policy is drafted, it's sort of pushing all those decisions back to the plan application stage. And obviously the design brief and master plan is key, and it does reference the whole application, whole allocation. So I suppose the question is making sure that the policy is effective and allows that public consultation with the local community so they know what to expect. So the design brief and master plan is you know, evolved ahead of an application, you know, being determined.
Thank you.
Thank you. With regards to the consultation, I went to a number of different consultations which were arranged by Telford and Wrekin Council during stage regulation 18. So I think it's fair to say that these consultations were actually a sales pitch, where you noted about non-site specific. There were very specific residents being told, this is what the house is going to be like, this is what's going to happen. I've made a note a bit further on about being told that a particular road was going to be closed at Station Road, which caused uproar, and they all took one of the developers into a separate room during the consultation. Mr. Ashford, you probably remember that one at St John's. And so my question is that, well, it's the master design brief that you're talking about. We were shown all of these plans, a plethora of them from all the different developers, sale, pitching, this is what we're doing, this is what the design's going to be. And I don't see this as a consultation. This was not listening to the voice of the residents. It literally kicked off at one of them that I was involved in, and I actually rudely put a table for myself there as well, because there were so many concerns from the residents. So whilst you've put all these designs forward, and this is what it's going to look like, and these are the roads, and these are the pretty little ponds that we're going to shove in here, there and everywhere, after this goes on, so the next consultation, is that going to be showing amendments of the designs that you've already sold or pitched to local residents across the local plan? Because certainly in Muxton, on the SCU, that's exactly what happened at the consultation. It was, this is what we're doing, not, let's consult and let's talk about this. Thank you.
So I think people have to be clear about what consultation is. I mean, it's in the nature of the process that we as developers will put forward what it is that we want to do. This is what we would like to do. This is why we think it's a good idea. This is why we think this plan works. People will have their say on it. Now, we will then take that away, and we may agree with some of it, we may agree with all of it, we may not agree with any of it. That's the nature of consultation.
Thank you. And we're just looking at the principles here in terms of the policy wording and the way in which it would operate, not the detail of the consultation, which will take place subsequently. What we're looking at here is the policy, and making sure that the policy is going to be effective and sound. Does the council wish to say anything else? Obviously, the wording, we will go through the wording when we get through the individual sites, and also as inspectors, well, you're going to have a look at the wording again, because some of the wording terminology description of design brief, master plan, etc., need to be looked at. And also the track changes version of the suggested wording would be helpful to us as well at some point. Is there anything you wish to say in response?
I'd just simply be repeating points that we've already made. So we've set out our position and happy to take guidance if it is something that you would like us to consider further.
Okay, so it's now 20 to 1, and we've got an option of taking a break and then coming back in an hour and starting on the sites, starting with Bratton, or starting now, but we would be then breaking at 1ish.
I think we're neutral inspectors. Will do whatever you think's best to facilitate the smooth running of the examination. I mean, there's a logical sense, I guess, in breaking now and then coming back and taking them in one fell. So we take an hour, we come back a bit earlier than we normally do.
Yeah. So if we did do that, if we broke at, presumably people are here for the afternoon. So if we took a break now, it might just also understand the work that you're going to do over lunch. Statements of community, states of common ground. Statements of common ground.
So I was just asking for updates in relation to where we've got to with our ability to publish the statements of common ground. And I think we're in a position where I'll be corrected if, in fact, I'll just ask Harriet to explain where we are.
So I've sent an unsigned version of the Wappenshaw Statement of Common Ground to Kerry with a view to sign that at lunchtime. We're going to print a paper copy and sign that. But I just wanted to make sure that the unsigned version got across so that we got that done. And then Bratton, we're just finalising a couple of things, and then we'll get an unsigned version to you, if not a signed version, by the end of lunch. And same with Muxton.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. So it's now 1:45. We'll take an hour for lunch and we'll come back, go straight into SC1 Bratton. So we'll see you back here at 1:45. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back everyone. Thank you for coming back on time. So we're now going to move and look at each of the sustainable community sites in turn. And we're going to start with SC1, which is Bratton. In the agenda, I've set out a list of things that we particularly want to focus on for each of them. We'll also keep having a look at our questions from our matters, issues and questions, but we're going to move around a little bit in relation to them. And once we've done one, I think that some matters will become a little bit clearer for the next one and the next one. And also, we've looked at some of the overarching things already, so some things are we might not be asking, and some things we're leaving, like the cumulative impact, we're going to leave until item 3 on our agenda. Can I just start by asking, so round the table, who is here who wishes to speak on Bratton? That's the Bratton end of the table. Okay. Right. So, so everyone else, and representing the consortium, it's Blore. Obviously other people are free to talk, but we're going to focus on Bratton. So your input should really be related to your Regulation 19 representation and your hearing statement if you've submitted one, okay? Because they're before us. So, if I can just start, what we'll do on each of these is start with the council, and we'll just briefly introduce Bratton. And I wonder whether because we're going to focus on the policy in the revised, in your suggested revision, aren't we, rather than the publication version. So what we want to understand is well, just take us through the vision and the policy requirements for Bratton. I don't want to go back and open the design brief debate because that's common to them all. But I wonder whether you could just start that, open us up on Bratton, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. In terms of Bratton then, the vision for the site is for a community of 2,100 dwellings to the north of the existing residential area of Bratton and Shorebirch. It would provide employment of around 2 hectares on the site as well, so it's a mixed community. It'd be looking at delivering play, recreation and sports facilities on the site, public open space, accessible public open space on the site as well, and extend into the, connect to the Silkin Way. So it's a cycle route that goes down towards Wellington and connects, it's a north-south Telford cycle route, and my transport colleagues can elaborate on that. And it also provide a 3-form entry primary school on the site to meet the education needs, a local centre, as well as kind of other local facilities there. So really it's about that kind of cohesive community, the infrastructure needed for that site delivered at Bratton, and that's what we kind of set out in the vision. Just in terms of some of the more the other parts of the strategy and the delivery side of things, mentioned play, recreation and open space. Very conscious of the fact that these sites would help us extend the council's green network area as well. So once the applications are in and we're clear about where the green network will go, that will help us to extend that kind of designation across those areas and meet that kind of forest community approach of rolling that character of Telford out, if you like. And as part of that process, as part of bringing the site forward, we will look for a comprehensive green infrastructure strategy that would enable us to kind of set out how that kind of works for the development site.
Thank you. Asha, did you say a school on site?
Yeah, there'll be a primary school, 3-form entry primary school on the Bratton site.
And is that's in this revised policy, but is that a change to the, no, it was in there, was it? In the publication?
Yeah, it was in the original publication version. Clear about that.
And what are the constraints, what are the key constraints on the site?
In a minute, I think the Bratton Consortium can help with this one as well. But in terms of the site itself, It's a relatively flat site to the north of Telford. There's relatively little in terms of constraints actually physically on the site. It's bounded by Shawbirch and Bratton to the south of the site. You've got the B5062, I think one of the B roads, sorry, B63, and the A442 that go adjacent to the site, either side of the main Blaw's parcel of land. And then on the David Wilson side of the site, again, relatively unconstrained, quite flat farmland, and there's the connection to the Silkin Way there as well. And there's a Grade 2 listed farmhouse that's within the proximity of the site.
So you refer to some piece of infrastructure like the school and cycleway, but what are the key elements of infrastructure that would need to be provided on this site?
In addition to the school and the cycle route, the key elements of infrastructure would be your green network infrastructure, play and recreation facilities on the site, local centres, and parks and open space that would accompany that, and a mobility hub.
And if we can look at the transport aspects, so what are the key transport issues around the site? So what I'm looking at is highways issues, but also wider transport issues relating to the development of the site.
So the network in the vicinity of the site, which predominantly the A442 and the A5223 corridor, are constrained parts of the network. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. That, you know, they are areas that do experience some queuing, some delays. At times it can be worse than others, but we're fully aware of that, and that is picked up in the modelling. So off the back of the modelling, it's identified network improvements along those two corridors at Heybridge Roundabout, Apley Roundabout, Shawbirch, the A442 corridor, which involves dualling part of it, roundabout upgrades, junction upgrades. And all the modelling that we've had done indicates that those works should mitigate the impact, the cumulative impact of which this site forms part of that. So if we're talking about just the car, then that is what all the modelling work that has been done, the infrastructure that was required is come out of that exercise. There is also indicative costings to that as well, and we have looked at how that can be portioned out between the development. So I think in terms of the soundness of the highways argument for that, we have done the required work to demonstrate what is required and how we're going to deliver it. In terms of sustainable connections, is that I'll go back to what I was saying before, in terms of having these larger communities, means that things like bus services can be focused in and can actually deliver a purposeful service. So if you have sites that are fractured around, it can be quite difficult in order to jigsaw the service together, make sure it's got viability in the long term due to the patronage. But with this type of site, you've got a large number of houses, potentially a large number of passengers, and you can create a decent loop road network through there that then either can work on a dedicated route service, it can either link into the SU next door, or it could also link into other routes as well that are established in the area. There is a bus infrastructure plan that is continuing to be developed at the moment, which should pick those things up. In terms of walking and cycling, you heard from Gavin earlier talking about the Silken Way. That is actually one of the primary walking and cycling routes that's actually through Telford. It links through to Telford Centre and through actually goes all the way down to Ironbridge. And this site, this sustainable community, sits right on top of that. And I think it's been put into the policy that we will be looked to exploit every and any opportunity to enhance that route for that connectivity. But also, as well as that, you do have corridors down the 5223 and the A442, which are very, very good high-quality footway cycleway routes that connect through to many other areas of the town. So with the development of this site, it would just be a case of just extending those through to this sustainable community. It also sits off the back as well of established housing areas as well, so there's already lots of established footpath routes and connections already through there too.
Those measures you've just outlined there, are they reflected in, or which documents are they listed in? And in particular, are they listed in the current version of the infrastructure delivery plan?
The highway infrastructure works might have to refer to Heather now in terms of the other things, but the works the Silken Way are specifically identified within the policy. I'll just double check that with Gavin. They are, aren't they? Yes, they are. And we've talked before about the difference between looking at these sites from local plan perspective and also looking from detailed planning application perspective. So as you know, under the PPF, there's certain transport things that we have to meet in terms of delivering the sustainable agenda. We have looked at these sites and know that it can tap into the existing network, and there will be obligations on these developers, these developments, through the planning process to connect up to those things, like we would do with any other site if it was to come forward. But by having them all grouped together, it gives us the benefit of being able to deliver good quality, well thought out connections onto these things. So I think in terms of the IDP, we don't necessarily specify these specific connections in there, do we?
No, the IDP in Annex A lists 18 highway schemes. 12 of those were listed in the local transport modelling report. The additional 6 are ones that we're already working on and going to deliver. So it's at strategic level that we've listed those. Like Mark said, with the connections, it'd be more the detailed design and applications come forward and then allow us to precisely say what those connections should be in.
And in terms of, I mean, certainly the ones that are listed in the IDP and indeed in other evidence documents, so in particular, I think it is the modelling report. I don't have the reference immediately to hand, but this is the Atkins-Realis report, is that right? Modelling report, March 2025. Is that the right list that we should be looking at?
Yeah, it's table 6.5.
Yeah, so that's listing the various mitigations.
Yeah, so that's the mitigations that the modelling has found for us, but we already had other schemes in the pipeline, which is why the Annex A list is longer.
Right, and sorry, just so we can understand, that you have sort of explained it, but just to probe a bit further, the interrelationship between the list of mitigations in table 6.5 of the modelling report, that list that relates to the 3 sustainable communities, obviously Bratton being one of them, and the list in the IDP, they're not all in there. You're saying just the strategic level ones are, is that right?
Yeah. I think screen's gone.
And what's the differentiation between strategic and not strategic?
I think there's one scheme in the local transport modelling that talks about dualling Apley Avenue, and that's the one we're uncertain about.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And sorry, I mean, obviously keeping this focused on Bratton, but the same question will apply to the others as well. So we may not need to sort of ask it again if once asked it now. But obviously the this table 6.5 and indeed the IDP, where there's sort of read across, gives some indicative timescales for delivery of those various projects in sort of 5-yearly.
Yes, so we've given a 0 to 5 year scale and then a 6 to 15.
Yes.
Because the modelling takes you up to 2040.
And what do those intervals relate, how do those intervals relate to the plan period?
So
when it says 0 to 5 or 1 to 5, what's
of the local
one?
plan?
Yeah.
So when the local plan's adopted, it's those years.
So from anticipated adoption date?
Yes.
Okay. And in the topic paper, so I guess this is probably directed at more than yourselves, but in the topic paper for this one, there's a sort of fairly high-level Gantt chart, so for Bratton, giving indicative delivery timescales for housing delivery and delivery of other aspects. And in this case, we're talking about sort of two developers, two broad land parcels, effectively. To what extent does that high-level Gantt chart, or what is the relationship between that Gantt chart and delivery of the key bits of infrastructure? And are there sort of key interdependencies or trigger points, if you like?
Yeah, I think in terms of the Gantt chart, the interdependencies are best highlighted by the provision of education infrastructure. So where you've got schools, it's a well-known kind of process that you go through to assess how many you need. I think it's about 800 units for delivery of a primary school. So that's a really good kind of benchmark as to say, well, that's when the infrastructure will be required. So working back from that, you can then see when you need to build the infrastructure. You see what I mean? Highways is probably a little bit more complicated in terms of how that comes forward. But what we've got in the IDP is at this stage, a very broad kind of indication of when we'd expect them to come within the periods of the plan. And then obviously how that works through would be part of the planning application process and more of a DM issue.
Are there key sort of tipping points where, you know, the quantum of housing and potentially employment land that's been delivered and the level of traffic they would generate, anticipated to generate, are there sort of key tipping points at which, you know, congestion becomes that much worse? You know, are there critical points by which it's necessary to deliver some of these mitigations in order for it not to?
Yes, and that's why on the list of schemes, some are identified as 0 to 5.
Right.
Some are identified as 5 to 15, because the modelling has obviously been done in different stages in terms of how the build-out rates of the houses are expected to progress, and therefore we do have these trigger points. However, what we can't do is we can't say 2 years build this, 4 years build this, 7 years build that, because there's too many variables. But in terms of this being signed for the plan, we can identify what needs to be as a priority in the 0 to 5, and then what comes online as more houses get built out in the future on the 5 to the 15. And that's the process that we've been through.
Okay, and thank you. And in terms of the wording of the policy as currently proposed, so the latest version that we've got in front of us, can you explain, I mean, obviously, I'm guessing that's where the design brief and the detail of that comes in, and there's that first point about infrastructure, but what's the mechanism there to help ensure that the necessary infrastructure is delivered in a timely way in terms of the phasing of delivery of the sustainable community as a whole?
Yeah, the design brief and the master plan will allow us to identify those elements and set out in the policy, in the revised policy, sorry. What we need to do is set out what infrastructure would be required and when it would be required. Yeah. So as part of assessing that kind of overall detail, all that application comes in, we'll be looking at that alongside it within the design brief document. So that work would have to be done at that point in time.
Yeah. Is absent any specific reference there to the modelling that's been done, the mitigations have been identified, the timescales, etc. Will that be fully effective, do you think? I mean, it doesn't say, for example, having regard to the infrastructure delivery plan or the modelling or whatever. So when it comes to the council making its decision about the content of the design brief, where's the safeguard to ensure that the relevant evidence will have been taken into account?
Yeah, we can look at some wording to reference the IDP, so it's in regard of the IDP, if that would help.
Potentially. I think that is something that it will be useful to consider. And I think, just for clarity again, I think you've said in various places that the IDP is a sort of live document, isn't it? In the sense that obviously it's not part of the development plan, it is a separate thing. It's part of the supporting evidence, but am I right that the council updates that periodically?
Yeah, we would keep it as a live document and periodically, update the document.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just looking at the policy that is now before us, the suggested modifications to the policy. On the items of delivery, one of the items says that landscape 5 says landscaping strategy, where appropriate landscape buffers should be included to protect existing communities. And then 8 refers to proposed structural landscaping. What's the difference between, why is there a different strategy to landscaping compared to a green infrastructure strategy which includes structural landscaping? What's the relevance of that?
I think we probably recognise there's a bit of overlap within those 2 points you've raised, and we can go and have a look at the wording for that, if that would help, just to clarify the matter.
So, I mean, just thinking aloud, things often serve more than one purpose. So you could have something that is a landscape buffer which serves a landscape and visual purpose to protect, for example, existing communities. But at the same time, because of the nature how you create that via planting, etc., it becomes part of the green infrastructure as well. So I don't see that it's innately problematic to have that referred to in 2 separate parts, because something can serve more than one purpose, and it's useful to have recognition of that, in that there's sort of cohesion in terms of what is proposed there, and that landscaping can also fulfil green infrastructure purposes.
What would it mean by protecting? What's meant by protecting existing communities? What is it? Is it just a visual buffer?
I think it's recognition that in terms of that kind of forest community approach, other existing communities providing that kind of visual buffer between new development and existing development. So there's development to the north, the shore birch, and just recognising that there might be the need to kind of have appropriate buffering around those existing communities as part of that kind of design brief and master plan work.
But this is suggesting new wording, isn't it? Was protecting existing communities in the? You talk about screening, minimise the impacts. we can leave it with you to look at. I just wondered why that was introduced and set out in that way. I mean, it's not,
I think, so I'm just trying to follow the chronology of it. It's in the, I don't think it's in the publication version, but it's in the submission version. So it's not new today, but it's new from the original publication version.
but we're looking at the publication. We're looking at why the wording, in your view, in the publication version is not sound without that change. So I'm trying to understand what's the soundness reason for referencing the protection of existing communities. I mean, it strikes me that on all of these sites that extending the urban area outwards means that there is a need for significant amounts of landscaping, particularly when, as we discussed last week, Telford being a forest community is part number one in terms of your vision, and so that structural planting, that setting the site within a forest would apply to the boundaries with existing development, not as I would have thought, not as a protection necessarily, but as a way of, as a buffer which will be travelled through because of those connections in quite a lot of cases, but also as a way of setting the northern edge of Telford built development within a strong landscape buffer. So when you come down those roads, like this road, the roads coming into Telford, you'd see the development set in a landscaped structure. So I'm not sure that is necessarily articulated in that way there, and it may be something that you might want to look at in terms of the clarity of expectation for this policy to be effective.
Yeah, so we can take that away. I think you're right. Putting it in the language of soundness within the framework, it's an effectiveness point. It does the delivery section of the policy sufficiently ensure the delivery of the vision section of the policy. That's what the redraft is trying to ensure, is that the two marry up and you get what you're wanting. And we can re-look at that to see whether or not it does that. With this type of issue, there's always, on the one hand, you could just say, well, when you submit a planning application, anything that's a material consideration will be a material consideration. You'll obviously have to address it because it's material. And so it's a question of getting the balance right between stating the obvious and clarifying actual points of particular importance in relation to an individual site. I mean, I would have thought it was trite that any design brief, master plan, for the reasons you've just outlined, sir, would have to cover landscaping because of what it needs to achieve. So we'll re-look at the language there to ensure that it sufficiently ensures the delivery of the vision within the policy.
Thank you. Picking up the points on which is part of this green infrastructure strategy section in delivery, and picking up my colleague's point about delivery of off-site infrastructure. Mr. Ashford mentioned about the importance of linking into Wellington, and is there an expectation that there will be off-site cycleway improvement, for example, to connect into, it says including connection to the Silken Way, so is that assuming there'll be off-site cycleway connections to improve access to knit this development into Wellington in a sustainable way? Forgive me if that's already listed in the list of mitigations that you referred to.
It's not specifically on the list. I think your colleague was looking at there, and it was not specifically in that one. No, it's not. But it is identified in the policy as the key connection route that does feeds into pretty much the rest of Telford. It sits right within the heart of this sustainable community. And from the very, very start, when looking at the site, when there were discussions about where things were going to go, the best thing always is to look at what existing infrastructure you've got. How can that link in to what we're proposing to do? And therefore, what upgrades can we do to that? It's already actually a very good, high-quality route, but there's no reason why it can't be made even better, made even more attractive. And that is, we'll be looking at that as part of the applications with the developers.
Could you just tell us about the issue on this site relating to viability and funding provision? Is there anything that you want to... the site is viable?
So viability, in essence, if you read all of the representations that are made on behalf of the site promoters, boils down to two key issues, which is the affordable housing and the 20% biodiversity net gain. So I think that is the common point that is raised across. So I'm happy to deal with it now, but we would be dealing with it in...
I just want to know...
I think that our response to it is in essence the same for the three sites.
I understand. So we'll pick that up on 3. Okay. And we'll come back at the end if there's no specific viability issues related to this site particularly. Okay. Can we... You've got a question? Go on.
Yeah, so I've actually got one more infrastructure question. I've also got some questions about the employment land aspects as well. Just on infrastructure, going back to the point about the school. So again, looking at your proposed latest version of the wording. So there's that paragraph just before the heading called delivery, which talks about provision of one primary school comprising 3 forms of entry and nursery provision, comma, unless otherwise agreed with the local planning authority. And I think I understand that unless otherwise agreed has been added in, I think, well, you can explain why, but also could you clarify, is it the provision of the school unless otherwise agreed, or is it the fact that the school would comprise 3 forms of entry and nursery unless otherwise agreed? Because I think that isn't entirely clear.
Well, thank you, Madam. Just worth clarifying that the precise position. The published evidence now is that the school would be required and that a 3-form entry school would be required. The representation that was made, or part of the representation that was made on behalf of the site promoters, was that if the birth rate were to slow, as is forecast, then the scale of need for the school might reduce. Our understanding is not that there would then be no need for a school, but it would be about the scale of the school. So the original version of the plan, the publication plan, didn't have any caveat in this regard. That came in the submission version, and so that's the background to how it's arisen. In relation to your question about clarity as to what part of it does it relate to, it's not the principle of a school, it would be to the scale of the school.
And I suppose my question is that sufficiently clear in the way that that's expressed? Could that be read as provision of a primary school unless otherwise agreed? So it's really a clarity point, unless there's another way of dealing with that. I mean, I know, so, well, I'll leave that as a question with yourselves. Is there another way of dealing with that that might include a reference to the IDP as an alternative, for example, if that were to be updated? But
yes, we'll take it away and look at it, and again, cognizant of the fact that I think this is a classic point that, well, what you're actually examining is the soundness of the plan as submitted and whether changes to that are necessary for soundness. So you'd have to be satisfied in the first instance that some flexibility was required in the policy, but on the basis that some flexibility is sensible, we can look at it's a precision point about it.
yeah, exactly. I think it's exactly that. Yes, because I note, I think, sticking with schools for a minute, so obviously there's this point, I believe, about a secondary school being delivered within SC3, but SC1 and SC2 contributing to it. So hence there's a reference to that here. And then there was a question, I think, wasn't there, about flexibility around the size of that as well, which appears to have been addressed. So there's definitely a point about flexibility, but it's then, yes, is the suggested remedy fully effective? So that's for yourselves to consider. Yeah, thanks. And I will also move on to the employment land bit. Yep. So sticking with SC1. So in this case, the policy in front of, so the publication version says the same thing as this version here. So that's, there's a slight change in terms of, it says delivered over the plan period rather than phased through the plan period. But anyway, sticking with the principle of the quantum and the type of employment land. So in both instances, it's talking about 2 hectares exactly. It doesn't say a minimum of or approximately, it says 2 hectares. So that's one question, is that the intention that it will be exactly 2 hectares? Obviously, if it is, that's helpful, but it's just for clarity for myself. Is that what's meant? And then it talks about employment land brackets E use class, and then gross, obviously. The E use class is helpful in clarifying, presumably, as in not B2 or B8 in this instance. But it does then raise the question, which we touched on the other day and which we will come back to in the development management policies, around bearing in mind, well, so obviously this sustainable community is also proposed to deliver a local centre. So would that local centre be separate from and additional to the 2 hectares of employment land at a Class E, or would it be part of it? Because I think in one instance it's part of it, or it's suggested it would be. So that's a question as well. So that's 2 questions already. Maybe if you answer those, and then I'll come back with my other question.
So I think just on the first point around the use classes, we can obviously work that into the work that we've already done, our action point list, around looking at the definition of the use class.
Oh, right, yes, okay, so that was, yes, so, because where I was going with that was the point that we touched on the other day, which is about...
We'll capture that.
Within town centres, not in town centres, you know, in this issue about use classes potentially morphing into a shop, for example. Yeah,
no, that's fine. We can capture that in the sweep up of that work. In terms of it being a minimum or an exact figure, I think we'd say probably a minimum, because that's what we want to secure in terms of that employment use on the site. And then the third question was?
Yes, so in this particular instance, is the local centre...
Yes, it's separate from the employment site.
And is the policy clear in that respect? So is it clear enough that the local centre would be additional to, bearing in mind the employment land in this case is Class E,
yep.
Is the policy clear enough? I'll just put it back to you as something to consider, basically.
Yeah, if we could take that away and discuss, yeah, understand the point. Thank you, Madam.
All of that said, I'm mindful there may be views from the other you want me to go to the other side?
On employment?
Yeah, just whether there are any comments on this side on those questions on employment.
Thank you, Madam. Yeah, I was wondering whether the right time to jump in, because we've got some points on some of the earlier discussions as well. But just on, I'll just focus on the employment to keep the thread of that going. So the 2 hectares is a product of the master planning exercise that we went through with the council in terms of through the evolution of the development of the policy and the discussions that we'd had at the various stages with them, and taking account of the wider sort of vision and aspirations for the development of sustainable communities. So the 2 hectares is part of that overarching equation. So I would not advocate a minimum, because there's a number of elements in terms of the GI, the sport and recreation, the minimum number of dwellings, the local centre and the employment that we need to accommodate on the site. So there isn't, frankly, scope to accommodate 5 hectares or anything like that. And there was also, the question of how that's then integrated with the residential development areas, which is why we're happy with the reference to E-class as part of that. But you'll be aware from our comments that we've made through the representations and in our hearing statements that there is a need for flexibility in relation to the delivery of that, accepting it is for employment uses. There are a number of employment generating uses, but for smaller areas of that sort of scale to effectively be deliverable and then sustainable, viable in the longer term, there is a need for some flexibility around that within the E-class use to ensure that they maintain in that position. I mean, and it is, we've always interpreted it, rightly or wrongly, rightly, I think, as being entirely separate from the local centre that sits. So if you had an opportunity to see the draft design brief with the master, well, you'll see from the master plan in the topic paper,
yep.
The employment area does sit adjacent to the A road. It's a point of accessibility and access for it. The local centre is positioned centrally within the main part of the site to ensure accessibility by active travel and the bus routes that will come through the site. So there's a sort of different role and function to all of those. The local centre being more of a community focused space and area and more of a mix of uses that are going to go in there, just as the policy articulates, really. So we're quite clear on what the policy is saying, and we're generally very supportive of the approach that or the revised wording that the council has put forward in HO2. I think that satisfies a lot of our concerns that we'd raised earlier. And that said, we have got some comments, but we'll come back to those at the appropriate juncture if you want to.
So just sticking with the employment point, thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah.
So just this point about the 2 hectares and fully flexible Class E. What's your perspective on? So the issue that we started talking about the other day and that is relevant to the sustainable communities and will also come back to in the development management policies, but it's this point about, that there are defined town centre boundaries. Obviously, there will be a new local centre which will have its boundary. The employment land, as I understand it, is envisaged to be outside of those boundaries. Obviously, Class E in its completely unconstrained form allows for, an office to become a supermarket, to become a leisure use, because it's not development, it just can happen. But there are mechanisms available for that to be controlled, which would enable, or could enable, the effective implementation of a town centre first policy approach. What's Blaw's?
If the concern is, the development of a retail unit or something like that, I understand that, and we'd be open to sort of looking at tightening that. Because that's certainly not what we're intending.
Right, that's helpful. Yeah. So the flexibility is more within the sort of EG sort of.
Yeah, the EG sort of segment.
Yeah.
Of the
Old B1 sort of idea.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's it on employment. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to clarify on the farmhouse, when the farmhouse is off the site, isn't it? So the reason for referring to it be adjacent is because it is adjacent, not on the site, whereas the publication plan refers to it being within the site.
Can I assist you with that one as well?
Please, anyone who can help me out, that's fine. I'll take anyone who can answer.
I must have turned it off, sorry. So, yes, so the listed building that the policy refers to effectively sits within the area of the allocation, but so it is wrapped by the allocation, but outside of the allocation site boundaries and would sit outside of our planning application boundary. So it's clearly something that we need to address through the planning application, but it doesn't actually sit within the allocation site.
And that's expected to remain the position through the life of this development?
Yeah, so the listed building and the ancillary buildings to it are all, there's one building that is ancillary that does sit within the land ownership, and we're accommodating that within the development. It's an old sort of small derelict barn building that's strictly related to it, but we're retaining that within the scheme.
Okay, thank you. Can we look at the delivery, sorry, Thomason.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
There's 2 cottages there as well as Bratton Farm. I presume they're staying as well. I mean, obviously they're not listed.
No, they're staying.
But there's also, so there's an old barn that had a metal roof. I presume that's going to go. And then there's another one just next door to it that's a huge one that's hasn't been used for years. I'm not quite sure what you're doing with that. I'm just putting it out there that sorry.
I think you'd need to point to them on a plan for me to be absolutely, but we're not proposing to demolish or remove any buildings in that around the listed building at this point in time. So the one that I was referring to that sits within the planning application boundary, that's going to be retained, and that's the sort of westernmost one. It's where the lane crosses over the stream if you've been to the site, sir.
Can we look at the delivery trajectory? And I don't know whether I'm looking at the council or Mr. Rose to help us out here. I'm looking at both. Who wants to answer? I suppose the question I'm asking is that I'm looking at the indicative trajectory appendix to the topic paper. Is that the most? I've not opened the statements of common ground, so I don't know whether there is an updated trajectory within that, or whether I'm to look at the topic paper.
It's the same, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. So in respect to the topic paper, then there's this site's been taken forward by David Wilson and by Bloor, and delivery is expected to be, completions will start in 28-29. And do you just want to just briefly outline to us what that delivery rate is and why you've set it? I mean, there's I think 3 outlets for David Wilson, 1 for Bloor.
Sorry. As I mentioned last week, our planning application is, and I'll let colleagues talk to the David Wilson application, but our planning application is very well progressed. We've been through an independent design review, through a pre-application consultation with the council and other stakeholders, through public consultation. We've prepared the environmental impact assessment. We've prepared and submitted the design brief, and we're just talking about that to finalise that prior to submission, and we're very close to having the application submitted to really to support the aspiration that we've set out in the trajectory for the delivery at the earliest opportunity. And that's why, you know, we've been very focused on ensuring that, you know, the clarity is within the policy to allow to smooth that process and avoid those hitches. But effectively where we're hoping to get to is the application gets submitted in the next few weeks following the hearing sessions, and with all of the work that we've put in, and then with the engagement that we've undertaken, that we can move that through to, you know, expedient sort of determination. It's very difficult to say exactly when that will be determined, because it's necessarily going to be a complex application. It's an outline application. It's for the Blore site, it's for the 1,500 homes, and for the employment area, the local centre, the school as well, and the sports facilities. So it is the sort of larger part of the allocation site, but we're hoping to move that swiftly through the determination process that will then lead us to the enabling works and actually get onto the site and start delivering. And the delivery rates that we've shown in there for our application, as being Blore, that is, reflects the affordable housing provision as well as the market housing provision on a basis that it's spread throughout the development of the site. And we're anticipating effectively 2 outlets, and maybe 3 on our site. And the annual delivery rates, it starts slightly slower, then builds to a fairly sort of consistent level over throughout the plan period, because there's only so much you can control. So we think that's a fair and reasonable basis for what we would expect to deliver as an average over that period, and that reflects other sites that we've delivered or are delivering in the borough, and the construction and sales rates that we've experienced with those over the last few years.
So this then is in a 5-year supply.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what they've. It is where we've said it is. Yes, whether the council have included it in this, but yeah.
So what is it that you need to do? What are the key steps to be delivering 105 units in 27, 28, or 28, 29?
Yeah. So, well, I'll talk for Blore, and then
You've talked about obviously submitting the plan application. That being determined.
Yeah.
Don't know when that will be, but it'll be determined.
Yeah.
You talk about enabling works.
Yeah. So in terms of enabling works, so is that what you're interested?
Well, it's just so to get to those houses being delivered, you're working on a planning application, and that is that. And that, yeah, and now so you're working on the planning application. That's a plan application for the whole site, which covers everything.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to get that determined. You then will be dealing with reserve matters. You'll be doing some enabling works, access points, groundworks.
Yeah.
So are those the key steps that you've got to go through?
Yes, so
to be delivering 105 houses in 28, 29?
So the steps we need to go through are the same for any sort of greenfield site. Whilst this is a large site, it's not, as Mr. Ashford said earlier, it's not particularly constrained, and actually the nature of it with the 2 roads that align with the boundaries of my client's site at least mean that we can get 2 points of access out of the 5 that are currently proposed early on, and they don't actually require a significant amount of initial infrastructure to facilitate that. So it's a site that's readily accessible, and that means that we can undertake those enabling works, which would be relatively straightforward. It's not a contaminated site, there's no remediation. All we would need to do is put the initial access works, which have been designed and will form part of the outline application in any case. So it's an outline but with access included, and create the first phases of the sustainable urban drainage system. And then it's a fairly simple. It's not like I say, it's not a site that requires remediation or land modelling. So there's nothing unusual about delivering the site, and whilst there are a number of steps to go through in terms of the outline being determined and reserve matters and condition discharges and any technical consents, they're not consecutive tasks. The approach that we take for strat sites like this is to try and compress that by progressing some of those elements at risk effectively. So with the client, once the outline application is in, and I know that they've already been working on this, we'll be looking at the detailed design for the initial phases of the development based on the master plan work that we've done. And as I say, progressing the sort of technical approval work as well. But I'll hand over to Mr. Hawley, who can tell you about the other part of the site.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yes, so Simon Hawley from Harris Lamb, representing Barrett David Wilson Homes, and our section of the site is effectively the western section of the site. We've been working productively with the council now for a considerable period of time. We've entered into pre-application discussions with them, which are ongoing. We've completed ES screening, and it's our intention to submit a planning application during the course of the next few months as well. Our application will be a full planning application, so there will be no reserve matters, and it will be our intention to work with the council, as we always do through the application process, to try to minimise the use of pre-commencement conditions if at all possible. No doubt on a scheme of this size and scale there will be some, but it will be our intention to try and minimise those. In terms of delivery rates of 120 dwellings per annum you refer to, sir, they're split equally between the two sites, so we envisage delivering 60 dwellings per annum in the first year of completion, so 28-29 from our site, and that rate working up. I think that's entirely deliverable. This will be a triple branded site, so it'll be Barrett David Wilson and Redrow on it. So we'll expect to have 3 outlets, hence the delivery rate. So we're confident, based upon experience locally and elsewhere, that those figures are deliverable from our sites.
So the Bloor Homes part will have an outline with access. The David Wilson Homes part will be a full plan application. And Mr. Rose said that the application is due to be submitted within the next few weeks. What's the situation in terms of the David Wilson application?
Probably close to months, but definitely this side of the summer.
Sorry, I think...
probably close to months, but this side of the summer, so 2 to 3 months.
This side of the summer. I thought you said this side of December, sorry.
No, they're quicker than that, sir.
This side of the summer, okay. And when is it that these applications are likely to be determined? If you can't answer that, I understand. But on other applications, you've said that once the inspector's report, or once the I can't remember, we said once the inspector's report had been delivered.
Yeah, I think just to clarify, when we get the applications in, they would run their course in terms of the timescales. So as soon as that's come in, I think it would be the timescales for application, James. 13-week timescale.
And we've heard about the design brief process happening in parallel, and the design brief / master plan being approved under the delegated authority prior to any planning application being determined. So when does the council anticipate they would be making a decision on the design brief / master plan?
Bloor Homes have submitted a design brief into the council, so that's under kind of consideration at the minute. So we'll be looking at that alongside, and that will probably twin track alongside the application process, so we can then get to the point of having the approval and determination when it's required.
That was submitted in October, is that correct?
And again, just to clarify, so the consultation on the design brief / master plan, how and when will that take place?
Sure, sure Mr. Rose can help in terms of clarifying this point. But as part of that kind of development of the design brief, there has been consultation on the site. that's kind of fed into that process. But I'll leave Mr. Rose to support that.
Thank you, Gavin. So I think the key point about the design brief is that it's based around the master plan. So the master plan underpins everything, and the design brief fleshes out the strategic design principles and vision and the likeness. So there has been a lot of consultation already on the master plan, but certainly what we would anticipate is that it effectively forms part of the planning application submission. So the consultation is undertaken at the same time as the consultation in relation to the planning application. So there seems no logic or reason for doing multiple consultations in that respect, so everybody can see all of the information at once. They can understand how the bigger picture is set out and how that creates the framework for all of the applications that will follow. And then the application obviously relates specifically to the application side, but they can see how the two marry up together.
And the design brief / master plan or design brief that the Blore have submitted, is that just in relation to the Blore parcel? It's for the whole thing?
No, yeah, so good, thank you for asking that, because I forgot to say, yes, that has been prepared with colleagues from David Wilson Homes Barrett, so it does apply to the whole of the allocation site as required by the allocation policy.
So the consultation on the design brief, which will happen as part and parcel of the consultation on the Blore planning application, that consultation will also relate to the David Wilson Homes land, even though that application won't yet be in?
Well, I think this is the point of the brief is going to effectively come with the first application, and the first application establish it. So if it was the other way around, it would go. And if needed to, if there was a need to, the point that the Inspector raised earlier about a change, a revised version could come, or the same version could come with subsequent applications. So there's absolute clarity to everybody, excuse me, who are consulted on that application, how it all fits together, because that's the key role of it really in terms of the brief, I think, is to clarify how the pieces of the jigsaw all fit together.
Thank you.
And so the design brief has been submitted in October. So does the design brief address all the points that are now put to us to be in the policy that says what the design brief will incorporate?
We submitted it in October because we were conscious that we didn't want to submit the application too early, and there were still elements of the assessment work that were ongoing at that time. The brief is necessarily high level and establishes the strategic principles and strategic sort of design aspirations for the site. It deals with all of the elements of the policy in terms of what was previously drafted, because we had the benefit of the Reg 19 and the previously proposed changes to the Reg 19 HO2 draft wording. So it addresses all of those points. There's not anything, I think, that comes from the revised wording that we've seen today that directly affects the brief, but we are in discussions with the council in terms of what they would like to see and what we think is appropriate for the precise content of the brief, because we're effectively the front runner, not forerunner, setting the precedent for the others that will follow, really. So it's a bit of refinement needed, but we're doing that as part of. So there's a slightly revised draft that will come with the planning application, and then, as I say, that will be consulted on as part of that. But it doesn't change any of the fundamental principles that's in the previous draft wording or this wording that's been put to you today.
Thank you. Mr. Moulton.
Thank you. I suppose one question I've got is, does the design brief, what's been submitted as the pre-app, which is not in the public domain, and the master plan, does that sort of set out about the delivery, when the infrastructure is required, when it will be required, those apportionment of costs? And then I suppose it's just about the timelines into the delivery. We've obviously understand the need to rapidly increase delivery of housing and working proactively, which obviously I agree with. But it's like 105 units by 28, 29. I assume from listening to what was said about highways earlier in the IDP, there's going to be some level of highway works required, and the associated technical approval be required alongside planning. And then again, it's just trying to understand where the design brief and master plan fits in, and perhaps sort of a bit of a master plan. Some of this master planning work would have been good as part of the submission plan publication, so we had a bit better idea.
Are you able to help us, Mr. Rose?
Yeah, I think so. So I think this goes back to the scope of the brief and what the brief can actually achieve at that point in time. It has to be a high-level document. It's one of the comments I wanted to mention earlier in terms of how it deals with the infrastructure provision in particular. It's really important that it does set out what's required, where it's located, and when it will be delivered. But there is only so much it can do until the application effectively is determined, particularly in relation to the highways works and mitigation that might be required, because there's been a huge amount of work that's been done by the council in terms of assessing the potential implications of these developments. But each application is going to be subject to a detailed transport assessment that's going to have more detailed modelling that will pick up on the specifics of the mitigation that's required and when. And it's really, that's the role of the transport assessment at that stage. I see that as being distinct from the community infrastructure and how that's delivered within the site, and that being dealt with through the brief. I think we need to be clear that the brief can't deal with everything. There is other documentation that has to come with planning applications that will also deal with those and properly deal with those matters. And that's why I think that the council's approach now of approving the brief and the planning application at the same time, why it works and why it syncs together and achieves that objective of removing friction out of the planning application process, but at the same time giving the surety to everybody, whichever side of the table they sit, that the infrastructure that's required will be delivered when it's required.
Thank you. Just going back to those timescales, so plan application, if it's to be approved, won't be approved until later this year, the end of this year. You've then got to do, in Law's case, got to submit reserve matters. Yeah. Is the delivery of 105 in 28 to 29, is that optimistic and given lead-in times? I hear what you say about first for the unconstrained site, but is that optimistic? Realistic?
It's achievable, sir, which is what we're seeking to do. Much will depend ultimately on how the applications are received and determined. But we've had a good working relationship with the council to date in relation to the local plan, and we very much hope that will continue through the development management process to achieve those trajectories. I mean, what that trajectory does do, sir, is finish. The council are now proposing an extra year on the end that's not taken into account in there. So even if there was slippage of a year, it would still mean that the entirety of Bratton would be delivered within the plan period.
Mr. Hawley.
Thank you. So just in terms of the Barrett David Wilson site, obviously because we're full, we are confident that we can have first completions within a 2-year period subject to prompt determination of a planning application. And on the point regarding highways infrastructure and infrastructure generally, whilst they are 2 separate applications, the consultancy teams have been working closely with one another to make sure all the technical reports match in terms of the timing and nature of the delivery of infrastructure such as highways, so we don't envisage that being particularly problematic.
Forgive me, I've not read the statement of common ground, but is there a PPA in place?
Not in place because we haven't put a planning application in, but we've been actively discussing a PPA with the council.
Councillor Tomlinson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With regards to SC1, the residents' real major concern with it is as outlined by the highways officers, are the two main highways, the A442, which over a period of time we can see will be dualled over a length of time from the Shorebirch Island to Trench Lock. But Trench Lock itself is already really congested, and we're not sure if that's not going to be improved. The traffic will simply be moved to Trench Lock Island and pile up there. The other one that the council's quite rightly mentioned is the A5223, Whitchurch Drive, which leads from the Shorebirch Island to Junction 6 of the M54. Now, with this particular development and the one we're going to talk about later, the big traffic movements are people either commuting, which they'll inevitably, most of them are trying to head for the M54, shopping. There's local centres in most of the developments being suggested, but in terms of the big shop, pardon the expression, I know people often have it delivered these days, but if you're like me, you still like going there and doing it a bit yourself. So there's Morrison's in Wellington, there's the Asda, there's Tesco's down the road at Junction 6, and Aldi's. Now, if there's no new shops being put into these ones other than local centres, you might have a convenience store and a chemist, which is fine, and that's great. That's what we've got in Shorebirch already, which, you know, serves 1,500 dwellings, which is great. But people will tend to drive to all these places. So my major concern is that we're not convinced that even the 3 island or roundabout improvements and a tiny little bit of dualling on the A5223, all the dualling eventually, I use that word, of the A442 will be sufficient. That's our real big concerns. We've mentioned before, and it's interesting the conversations that have been had. We've had the developers saying that they'll obviously abide by whatever rules that the council give to them in the planning applications, and the council may very well decide to phase some of the developments that they make so we can keep pace with the infrastructure developments that are local to their site, but typically, and that's why the council have suggested this on the highways, these developments cumulatively with the traffic that's already there are going to impact on the arterial roads, the A522 mentioned and the A442. Now, the mechanism I can't see, it is not clear to me, is that funding for that typically comes from government bodies. We're not 100% sure we're going to be getting that money. So how can we make sure that the developments that are being proposed could be phased so that those major developments along those arterial routes will be in place to allow those people who are commuting, who are going to try and get to Telford town centre, typically the A442 route, up that way, and also get to the M54. So our concerns are that already now, 2 other roads are being used for commuting, which are in the vicinity of this development. That's the B4394, which leads from the Shorebirch Island through Admaston. People can tend to, and people coming to and fro Shrewsbury use that route already, and people from Shorebirch will be using that route, to go into Admaston and then go to Morrison's, because it's the quick. People do the quickest route, so they'll be going into Admaston and straight down into Wellington that way, rather than going down the A5223. So the B4394 has not been mentioned for any improvements whatsoever. And similarly, the road which bisects this development, the B5063, which runs from the B4394, sorry for all these awful names and numbers, it's a pain in the neck, and I'm probably getting half of them wrong anyway, which is the Shorebirch Road, thank you, Lord. From the Shorebirch Road, which heads towards Longdon on Turn, and then possibly people then might go through Iarkle and into Shrewsbury that way. Because everyone knows it's so congested already to get to the M54, to then join the A5 to get into Shrewsbury. People are already taking back routes. So the development being proposed by Bloor and the other consortium, and we already saw an outline of the Bloor Homes one, and in its own right, there's some really nice points about it. They did the pre-consultation with us, I think it was spring of last year, and they came to Admaston House and put it over and listened. Now, whether they took it on board, I don't know, but they listened. it's okay in some respects, but it's the cumulative effect on the traffic we're really worried about. And those two roads haven't been mentioned at all. And I'm sure the council, which, to be fair to them, they're always strapped for cash. And if the development don't provide the improvements that's necessary to those roads, and they haven't been mentioned at all, apart from accesses to the developments, then we're really concerned that congestion's really going to build up. One other aspect I'd like to mention is I know it sounds good these days to have mixed sites, and you've got employment on there, which it makes it sustainable. And I know that word's used a lot. Where you look at the vicinity of where the development is taking place, there's a huge industrial estate down the road called Horton Wood, which has been expanding. It's got planning permission for additional units. There are huge industrial sites around Hadley and in Montgomery. What has often happened, and I think it's really good in Telford, is that for the sake of homeowners, residents, just say residents, not homeowners, residents, is the beauty that you can go home to your house of a night time and think, this is a housing estate, there might be a local school nearby, I'm away from work. People don't want mixed use. Now, we've been told by the council, and you're given these really fancy classifications, not fancy, these classifications, where it may only be a screw fix, or it may only be this, or it may only be that. And we understand that. You can understand you'd want a local pub, or you'd want this, that and the other. People don't want their house right next to an employment site if it can be avoided. And I would suggest that there's huge amounts of employment sites available already, and there's huge ones being developed at Newport, and I mentioned Horton Wood. So it's not necessary, and people looking at that site would prefer it not. A school, a local centre where you've got a convenience store, maybe a chemist, big thumbs up. It's what we've got in Shorebirch. It's what people who live around there, in Adneston as well, Shorebirch, and most areas of Wellington, it's exactly the same. There is very, very little employment in the residential areas. So we would prefer, if we have a choice, that the employment one was taken out. But I come back, I really do come back to highways. But I know we're going to mention it as a joint thing, and that will affect it with the Wheatless O's one, which is 3,000 dwellings. But it's the highways issue, and it's how your development, and you'll be satisfying your Section 106 agreements. I'm sure you'll be doing that eventually, no, I'm only joking. You'll be satisfying those within your own development. But it's how that then mixes with what the council's got to try and do by getting funding from the government for these arterial routes. In an ideal world, and it may not be in planning world, because I know planning world is different from my world, but it could be that we would love to see your developments work hand in hand with the developments that highways are hoping to do for those arterial routes. And that's what we'd like to see, not just the Section 106 conditions that you have for those individual sites.
Thank you. Councillor Mr Tomlinson. Councillor Mrs Tomlinson, I don't want to hear... no.
No, but there's points that my husband hasn't mentioned. So the B5063, Bratton Road actually leads onto that, but it's gated. And the reason why it's gated is because the council said it was too dangerous for the cars to go onto the B5063. So now we're going to have two sites either side of the road going onto that road. So that's a concern that we have. When we went to the consultation with Blaw's Home, we suggested that the Wilson Homes, and obviously now I found out there's Barrett's and Redrow, get together and have an island, and both sites meet together on that island to make it safer, because that is a really bad road. Woodford Green, they have real problems getting in and out of their road. Glover's Way tend to go through the housing estate so they don't have to come out onto that road. We've had to have the police come out several times to do speed checks because they come far too fast down that road. So we feel it's really dangerous, and we think this could be a good improvement, that they get together and have an island to access both sites, and it would slow the traffic down. The other option, the other thing is the 6th Street. It's a T-junction at the end, and
can I just? I don't want to.
But its infrastructure isn't there, and.
But we're not looking at the individual off-site improvements that will be necessary. What we're looking at is whether this is a sound allocation, and whether the policies that apply to it that set out the requirements are soundly based. Some of the detail is not for us to determine. So that will be for the planning application to work through.
Okay, but we don't feel it's sound. So there's a lot of emphasis being put on. It's something I said earlier. There's not that it isn't totally safe because you've got the cycle route that, so it's not all enclosed on the Silkway. Not many people are really going to use that to go to work. So you're going to have more cars on the road. So basically, they're not going to dual Whitchurch Drive, and I feel that the whole of that needs to be dualled because that goes to the motorway, and most people are going to use that route. Otherwise, they're going to go through other estates to get onto the motorway. So we don't feel it's sound in that respect because we also feel that the infrastructure should be in place. Now, the council said that on the sustainable topic paper, they said they have significant experience to develop sites, so they did Lawley, Prisley and Lightmoor, but what you'll find is the actual infrastructure was in place, whereas we haven't got that in place now for these new developments. So infrastructure that obviously, I'm not repeating everything that my husband said, but the infrastructure was in place for those developments. And if you look at it, that's what happened, whereas we're not going to have the infrastructure in place. And it's already roadblocks now without any being built.
Thank you.
Cathy Landau again for Shropshire Medical Practice Patient Group. Again, just an overarching reiteration that one of the basic solutions, we've talked about transport and trying to then work with the highways. The same goes for the health services. And I would just urge that there's more in the sentences within the strategic approach of liaising with the primary care networks. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Just a question for the council, following on from some of those comments. A note in, so looking again at Annex A of the infrastructure delivery plan, which is the one that sets out the various projects that effectively delivery are dependent upon. It does say, so thinking about the highway and transport projects, there is reference there, including in relation to Bratton, but actually this would be true of some of the others probably as well. It does, in every case, say that the funding sources to deliver those projects are both developer contributions and external bids. So, just following on from that point, can the council just elaborate on those external bids? What are they? What stage are they at? What's the likelihood of them being successful? What effect does it have on timescales?
Yes, so the government recently announced local transport funding. So that's the funding that we're looking at. It's up to 2930 over that 4-year period. It's 35 million or 36 million. But we've only got a surety up to then because it fits in with parliamentary cycles. We can't give you any clarification beyond that.
So sorry, that's 35 million to Telford and...
To Telford and Wrekin.
And that's secured?
Secured, yeah, that's published on Gov UK.
So that is the external funding that would be drawn on to deliver those projects in that initial 1 to 5?
Yeah, that's our funding part for transport infrastructure and maintenance.
I'm sorry, but that's not what the infrastructure delivery plan says. It says you've got a 50 million shortfall. I did write the section number down, but I've lost it. It's at the bottom of 6 point whatever, the final two paragraphs. It says that there's a 50 million shortfall. It then goes on to say, however, the council aren't concerned because none of the developments are critical. So the council are saying that none of these infrastructure developments are critical to the building developments that are going on. It's an absolute nonsense. I will find you the section number, given I know the council love to give out section numbers.
Thank you. Have you got the reference, Mr. Hendy?
7.4.6. Nothing is critical.
Okay, thank you.
It's absolute nonsense.
I wonder, Mr. Humphries, whether, as I want to move off Bratton now, but I wonder whether there's a number of points being made again about transport, and we intend to come back to that because they're relevant to the cumulative impact, I think, of the 3 sustainable communities rather than just one. There are specific points in relation to Bratton, but some of the wider points relate to cumulative impact, and I wonder whether it would be appropriate to leave those and come back to the cumulative impact once we've looked at the other 2.
However, it's easiest for yourselves to.
If you're happy to answer those now, I don't want. I just. It needs answering, but I don't want it answering now and then the same thing again, the same thing again.
The short answer, sir, is, and I'll ask one of the council's highways colleagues to jump in and take you through the detail. But in terms of what has been assessed through the Atkins highways work that we touched on briefly, it's the totality of what is being proposed through the plan. So it is therefore the cumulative impact plus various sensitivity tests on that, which includes, for example, fluctuations in build-out rates. And so what we see at Annex A of the IDP is in part the outcome of that work. And so I think what we've looked at so far is we've looked at Annex A, which is in essence the end of the process. We've looked at the policy wording in terms of how it secures contributions to infrastructure, but we haven't looked at that middle bit in essence, which is what is the transport work that's been done. But for the avoidance of doubt, we have modelled, because that's what we're required to do for the purposes of this, in essence, the totality of what is proposed through the plan with regards to strategic implications. So if I could just ask, I think it would be useful to deal with this now rather than come back to it. So if I could just ask Highways to, in essence, take us through the Highways work, just to give that reassurance as what is it that's been tested, and therefore confirmation that it's the cumulative impact, and what's the sensitivity work that's been done in relation to that.
Yep, okay, so in IS04, the local plan transport modelling report, section 1.3.
I wonder if you could just speak up.
Okay, sorry, he's shouting across the room. So in the local plan transport modelling report IS04, section 1.3 from page 12 gives you the details of the scenarios that we've tested. There is a baseline scenario, which the first one, which is everything that we know is going to happen, so it's either near certain or classed as more than likely or reasonable foreseeable, is in the transport model, but it doesn't include any of the proposed local plan growth. So that's your baseline. The next one is do something one, as we call it. So that is the baseline, and then we've put in local plan employment, housing and development sites, but excluded the 3 sustainable communities, which in this document were referred to as sustainable urban extensions. Do something 2 is then the baseline, the do something 1, and the 3 sustainable communities all into the model. Computer went off. Then the next 2 is then we carried out some sensitivity tests. The first one is using do some scenario 2, so the full package with build out rates for the different SUs, and we also altered the speed limit on a number of roads such as Humber Lane, Hadley Park Road, Colmore Road, Drummery Lane, Station Road, because when in the model, when you change the speed limit, that reduces the capacity of the road. So the traffic is always looking for the quickest route, so it'll avoid those routes and reroute elsewhere. So it can represent if we were to go in and do some traffic calming along those routes. And then we did a second sensitivity test again with the different build-outs and with the different speed limits. All the information from those scenarios were then put into identifying the junctions and the links between the junctions that were coming under pressure, that were reaching capacity or going over capacity. So that then led into the list of the junctions and the link roads that needed some kind of capacity improvement, and that's table 6.5 on page 73. That's how we've identified it. So we've identified the total cumulative effect of the proposed local plan sites on top of the existing sites that are still coming forward. And the transport model would also include background traffic growth, population growth. All those elements are also included to get to that stage.
Just to jump.
Just I want to hear from Mr. Humphries, please.
Yeah, just to put that in the context of what we're examining here and what you're required to look at, you're looking at the plan as a whole, and so that nature of assessment that you've been outlined there, which looks at, in essence, what is proposed through the plan, is obviously therefore the appropriate one, because you're looking at the soundness of the plan. But just to give, I think, we've got another highway colleague who's just going to jump in relation to additional verification work that was done in relation to the highways modelling.
And can someone address the point that Mr. Henley made about the infrastructure funding gap in section 7 and the reference in 7.46?
Yes, just one point quickly on that, come back to it properly, but just the comments that were made before about that led to that response, the figure of the available funding, that was in relation to the next 5 years. So that comment wasn't in relation to the totality of the plan period. That's what's been secured now for the next 5 years. But yeah, move on to verification.
Yep, so if I introduce myself, I'm Russell Gray from National Highways. I'm a spatial planner. Just for those in the room who aren't familiar with National Highways, we're responsible for maintaining and operating the M54 and the A5 through Telford. So in terms of the transport planning that was put forward, National Highways, quite selfishly, looks at the motorway junction and the main line operation. Mainly that's our concern. So we've reviewed the modelling that was put forward, that was supplied by Atkins Freelis, and that's been through our consultants, ACOM. So working with them, we've reviewed that transport modelling. We found it to be sound and accurate in terms of the kind of strategic level modelling that we require as a statutory consultee.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for Mr. Humphries to... Pardon? I think he's talking about, are you being served? Is that right? Before your time, Mr. Humphries.
Yeah, way over my head. So what you have in the IDP, and I'll ask the council and relevant individual to jump in a moment, is it's broken down into, you have sections where this is the funding that is secured now, and then you have detail of funding that we've secured historically and sources of funding that are therefore likely to be available to us going forward, but you can't secure those until the relevant point in time. So if I could just ask for Gavin to jump in, or whether Jane.
James Dunn, I'm the Director for Prosperity Investment at the Council, with responsibility for planning. I think first just picking up on Heather's point in terms of the transport grant, so obviously we've received that up to 29/30. That amounts to 36 million, just and £500,000. But in addition to that, obviously we then have also education funding as well. So if you look to 25/26 as an example, then we've had basic need grant of £10 million. If you look back over the period 2020 to 2026 for basic need grant, incorporating the 10 I've just mentioned, then we had £27 million for education, which amounted to, on average, £4.5 million a year. In addition to that, I should also say that we also have existing Section 106 funding from previous schemes given consent else within the wider area through our Strategic Highways Contributions programmes. That amounts to £4 million, and that's currently being used to work up some of the design elements for the schemes that are in the IDP that we're looking to bring forward, so that we're not at a standing start in terms of those designs. And we also have existing Section 106 for education relating to this of 9.4 million. Obviously won't all be used in terms of the Bratton site or the others, but that's also there in terms of existing receipts also.
So just to clarify, that 54.5 million funding gap that I think Mr. Hendy was referring to, is it correct that that's characterised as aggregated estimated infrastructure funding gap for important projects, but that's across all types of infrastructure, isn't it?
Yes.
And across the plan as a whole, rather than a gap specific to highways projects?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just building on that, I think para 2.3, table 3, in the infrastructure delivery plan sets out the prioritisation of the projects. Just to confirm, there's no projects that were categorised as critical.
And what critical means is defined in that section, so you can see what category any particular type of infrastructure falls into.
I mean, given what we've heard about the need for some of these transport mitigations, why aren't they categorised as critical?
We also provide a further definition of important infrastructure, so that's infrastructure that will be required as the development progresses, but the development could start on site.
I see. So it's the distinction between you need it first before you can do anything versus it has to happen during the course of.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Mr. Hendy.
Filling the gap where Heather finished with a good explanation of all the modelling that had been done. But then, how do we get from the modelling to the mitigations? So I presume that the Do It All 2 showed that there were some severe pinch points, and therefore mitigations were essential. So what are those essential mitigations? Are they the ones that are listed out in the infrastructure delivery plan? So that's my first question. Then the second one would be to follow on from your point. So if the 50 million isn't just transport, what is the shortfall in the transport infrastructure budget to deliver the mitigations that are potentially very important rather than critical? Yeah, but it's still the same thing. My understanding from what you've said, and had a good look at the numerical analysis, showed that the 442, 5223 are going to become log-jammed unless there is a significant transport investment. And I'm just keen to know, is that funded? If it's not critical, who decides the definitions?
Are you able to help us with that, Mr. Humphreys?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not sure the way it's broken down in the IDP is in essence as per your previous question about looking at the totality of the funding available for the totality of infrastructure is required, so that how the information is presented is not presented in the fashion that the question has just been asked there. It's presented in the fashion that you asked about previously within the IDP. But if we just stick with the notion of highways, as has been indicated, there's nothing that's identified as critical, but there's various things that are identified as important. And what the policy seeks to do by having as part of the design brief the identification of what is required, when it is required, and how the apportionment of funding will work. The purpose of that is, well, manifold purpose, but part of that is to prevent something from tipping into the critical realm, because it allows you to manage through then the development management process, the securing of appropriate contributions to highways works that are of importance to the particular site, but then also the detail of the management of that then comes through. I think it's already been outlined on the other side of the table on an application by application basis when you've got the detailed transport work in relation to that site and what's then required. So I appreciate that's probably not a direct question to what was been asked, but just in terms of how the evidence, the information is presented, that is how it's presented.
Sorry, yeah, I think it was answering a different question. So, let me try and be specific. Of the mitigations that were identified after your numerical analysis, yeah, that are listed in the infrastructure plan, can't remember, section 6 point something, are all those seen as being important to be progressed? Putting the question the other way round, is the housing build development viable if all of those do not progress?
Just add a supplemental question to Mr. Hendy's point before you address it.
Well, there's a number of people who wish to speak, and I understand the point that's been made. We're going over and over some of the same things, and I don't know what the people who's got their cards up.
It'll take a second.
We're on to the cumulative impacts now, so we won't be coming back to that. So very briefly, I don't want any repetition of what has already been said.
Can we have that on the council side as well?
So what I propose to do is just hear from the people and then give the council an opportunity to help us with those points, and then we'll take a break. So we'll just go down from Mr. Pollard and then down. But very briefly, please, because
just addressing a question to the transport professionals. Is it not the case that the transport modelling report identified the fact that a number of these roads we're talking about and the critical roundabouts, Shorebirch Hospital, Leigh-Gomrie, etc., are already at or exceed capacity at times of the day, obviously the AM and PM times? And if that is the case, is not the upgrading of those elements of the highway infrastructure very important and needs to happen in order to facilitate any development on any of these three SCs?
Well, thank you. We'll pick up that. Councillor Ray?
Yeah, very, very quickly. I've read the whole of the ISO 4. You keep going on that the information's in there. Yeah, I've seen your analysis, I've seen your data, but the only thing that you've mentioned about the North SUE area is the fact that you are going to widen a bit of a road, which will delay just over a minute. That's all that is in the whole of that document. That's the only thing you've got in there. Makes no sense. Thank you.
Pat Hayward, local resident. Please bear with me, I'm going to get to allocations.
These hearings are happening up and down the country. We are all discussing the same issues. Best and most versatile land is being developed without any thought to food security, climate issues affecting crops, flood, drought and wars, thus making importing of food impossible. In fact, the protection of best land came about after World War II, when the need to secure domestic food production during and after the war was considered vital to feed the nation, leading to the first systematic surveys. The balance between housing and food production has tipped too far. Whilst I do not agree with the developments on best and most versatile land at all, I shall look at the housing allocation.
I'm sorry, Pat Hayward.
I'm going to start.
Are you reading from a statement?
I can abbreviate.
Is it your statement that?
Yes.
But is it your statement that you've submitted to us?
No. That's something else. This is it. No. I hope to demonstrate during the proceedings today that there's no need demonstrated for a SC1 at Bratton. As I already detailed to you in my first submission, there was a planning application on the Bratton land in the 90s, and this was called in by the inspectors then, and it was turned down by the then Environment Minister, stating there was no justification for the project on good quality land. Without the SC1 at Bratton, we would be preventing senior school pupils having to cross the borough in mum and dad's taxi to schools in Wellington if space is available, or beyond to perhaps the Holy Trinity Academy 7 miles away in Priorslee, before the new senior school is built in Wappenshaw. 11 years after families will be moving into Bratton if it was built.
Sorry for stopping you, but isn't this your Regulation 19 consultation response?
No, this is new.
So when we went through originally, why didn't you tell us about these points before we moved on to transport?
I've only just got them together.
How much longer have you?
Very quick. These children have to travel along the busy A442 in a southerly direction and the A5223 at the Princess Royal Hospital roundabout, which is not fit for purpose at peak journey times, which we've spoken about, creating air pollution from queuing traffic for homes, the hospital and hospice neighbouring this road, something we haven't had to address in the borough before. And then I refer to policy CC6 managing air quality. I won't repeat all that. Telford and Wrekin is already second from bottom, females, and third from bottom, males, in the healthy life expectancy table in the urban part of the West Midlands. The best and most versatile land cannot be replaced. I'm finished.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that you didn't want me to go into detail, but the officer did, so I want to address something that Heather said. They were talking about road restrictions on speed and whatever, but she mentioned Station Road, but there is no traffic calming on Station Road, and the council were going to do something with the parish, and they haven't, and there's always accidents there. The other thing is I want to talk to Russell. He's obviously the National Highways. I don't know whether you've ever gone along the M54 about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, going off at junction 7, you are queuing on the hard shoulder, and a lot of cars can't be bothered to queue on the hard shoulder, which obviously isn't really legal. So then they come alongside you on the inside lane with their indicator out, waiting for an accident to happen. I don't know whether this has been addressed, but I think it is important because there's going to be a lot of cars with this extra building going on that are going to come off that way and come through Rockwoodine to get to this new development.
Thank you. Catherine Landau.
Cathy Landau, Shawbush Medical Practice Patient Group. 2 questions. One for Heather. I just wondered, within the modelling, are there sensitivities for key structures like a hospital or any sort of emergency facility? That's the first question. Second question, you mentioned the funding gap of 54.5 million. does it actually include any calculations from the health service about their funding gap or any issues? Thank you.
Do you want to, Mr. Humphries, do you want to see whether you can help us with any of those points, and then we'll have a break?
Sir, the answer, I think, in relation to a lot of the highways points is difficult to sort of be concise, because obviously the highways assessment is a massive piece of work. But just if I could just ask one of our sort of highways colleagues to just give you an overview of, in essence, how you navigate section 6 of that document and what it shows you, because that's the section in essence that deals with the outputs of the modelling work that has been done, having regard to what is planned for in the local plan, and you'll see within there table, apologies, just bear with me a second. Section 6.6, table 6.3, and then table 6.5. 6.5 probably more useful in light of the comments that have been made. What the different mitigation schemes that have been proposed do, and the time scale over which they're anticipated, as well as costing. And if you then look at that, and then you look back at the IDP, which is where we have that's how you can see the relationship between the two. I'd say, I guess the question for you is, how much detail do you want from us now? Or, you know, do you want somebody to take you through the highway work, or I can signpost you to what's in there? But I know the comments have been made about me pointing to documents, but that is the exercise we're engaged in, is sort of point you within the evidence base where the answers to these type of questions lie.
That's helpful to us.
I think it would be useful to just answer the questions. So which I've not had, my answer to the questions were, did the analysis show that in the Do It To solution there were many significant pinch points? Did the mitigations in the table relieve all those? And then finally, are those mitigations funded? If not, is there a shortfall? There are three simple questions. It would be good to get simple answers rather than obfuscating to various paragraph references. But I'll leave it to you.
You're pointing me to the answer.
That's what I'm trying to do, because I appreciate that the question is asked with a view to getting a simple answer. The answer is not a yes, no, because different things have different impacts in different locations, and in terms of do they mitigate it, that's a matter of judgment, and you have to look at, and we've quantified, for example, in relation to certain junctions, what the changes in time and queue lengths are. So you have all of that information, and you can form a judgment on that, and I'm sure different people in this room would have a different opinion on whether or not that amounts to mitigation or not. But all of that work, the questions that have been asked, all of that work is in the transport work that we've done. And just on the funding, I can ask Gavin to just jump in quickly in relation to that.
I think James has outlined our kind of track record in bringing funding forward. I think part of looking at the local plan process is it's a long process we go through. It's a 15-year plan. So where there is a shortfall at present, it's reasonable for us to look at funding streams that we can expect to be brought into the process. As part of that, Heather's outlined the kind of current kind of 4-year capital funding settlement for highways. Now, if you extrapolate that forward, we're looking at well over £100 million worth of infrastructure funding that we'd be expecting. It would be reasonable for us to expect from government in future years. Similar with education. So when you look at our kind of track record of securing schools grants, that's been around £50 million. You extrapolate that forward, that's a similar kind of figure moving forward. So it's not unreasonable for us to expect funding shortfalls to be met through capital grants from government, and when there's opportunities to bid for pots of funding to meet some of those issues, we can do that as well. So I think Freddie outlined the issues around the kind of important infrastructure and how we can manage that moving forward.
Sorry to keep interjecting, but sorry, that it clearly is unreasonable to expect funding shortfalls to come from the government. It's just not happening. So if that's part of your plan, we won't worry because the government will stump the money. It just shows the plan's not viable.
Thank you. We will take a break, but just before we do, I understand the frustrations. We have taken copious notes of what you said. We've got all your representations. We've been referred to certain documents and taken to things that we need to go away and look at. And the purpose of this session is to help us. It's not, there's not going to be, I said it this morning, there's not going to be a solution. You're not going to get the answers you want. Indeed, the purpose of this session is not for you to get the answers, it's for you to tell us your concerns and for us to take them away and decide on the soundness of the plan. And I'm grateful for the way in which you have helped us in that. We'll take a break now. We'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. So it's 5 to 4 we'll resume. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for coming back on time. We're now going to move on to SC2, which is land northeast of Muxton. We spent quite a lot of time looking through the policy for Bratton, so a lot of the way in which the policy is structured and its requirements are very much similar to that, and the council are going to look at wording of the policies. So I don't intend to go through points that we've already raised on Muxton. Is there anything particular in terms of its policy requirements that the council wishes to draw our attention to in respect of its changes that it sets out or seeks to set out?
So in terms of the mechanism is exactly the same for all three sites in terms of what we proposed in our, so I don't think we need to go through that. And in terms of the site specifics, they reflect what was in the previous drafts of the policy. So there's no new freestanding site specific point in relation to it beyond anything that was already there. I could ask Ms. Broster just to give us an overview of the site and its particular features and policy requirements, if that helps. But in terms of your question, there is no specific change beyond the structural changes that are consistent across all three.
Thank you. A brief overview to set the scene would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. Land northeast of Muxton, as the name suggests, is to the immediate northeast of the built-up area of Telford, with Muxton and the Humbers, which border the site to the south and the west of the boundary. The site is 182 hectares and is allocated for a minimum of 2,700 dwellings and 5.6 hectares of employment land over the planned period. The number of homes delivered over the planned period, I believe, is 2,600, just over 2,600. I think it's slightly changed, so that'll need to be updated in the redraft of the policy. The site will deliver 2 primary schools, so two form-entry primary schools, 2 local centres, and open and outdoor recreation space.
And what are the key constraints in relation to this site?
Again, the site is relatively unconstrained. In terms of flood risk, 90% of the site is in flood zone 1, but there are some small pockets in flood zone 2 and 3 as well. there is a brownfield element to the site as well. So the Parsons and Venning Barracks, which are owned by the DIO, have that brownfield element. But otherwise, the site's relatively unconstrained.
Thank you. I'm just going to come in with a few questions on the employment aspect. I think I'll actually direct them initially to this side of the table and then come back to you. So I'm obviously looking here at the Muxton Consortium and also the Defence Infrastructure Organisation as well. If I just start with the DIO, if I can call you that. Venning Barracks was just mentioned. And I understand, well, you can help me here, but I think initially your position was that from the DIO's point of view, that site wasn't considered appropriate for employment, but that position has since changed. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So Joseph Cramporn Savills on behalf of Defence Infrastructure Organisation, DIO. Yes, so in the Regulation 19 representations, that position was put forward, but subsequently there has been conversations between the Council, Telford and Wrekin Council, and the DIO regarding the status of Venning Barracks and its location within the strategic employment area. And the position is that it's to be considered as part of contribution towards the employment of the sustainable communities as part of the strategic employment area. So, but the wider the other part of Venning Barracks and the Parsons element, which is the northern aspect of Parsons and Venning, is part of the wider sustainable community and residential. So it's the area that's hatched on the policies map that's employment. Yeah.
Thank you. If I could just go straight back to the council on that. Again, for clarity, because I couldn't quite work it out, is it the intention that the strategic employment area boundary would there be an overlap between the boundary of the strategic employment area and that part of Venning Barracks in the ultimate plan? Is that?
Yeah, the intention is that there would be an overlap to cover that part of the SEA area.
And does that have implications in terms of the effectiveness of the plan, in terms of clarity around which policy would apply? So how would that work with the relevant development management policy that applies to SEAs? Would there be any tension between that and the requirements of the sustainable community policy?
Yeah, it's a point we can have a look at in terms of wording, I think, and checking there's consistency between the two. But I think, yeah, we can consider that. Yeah, that's fine.
So it's the council's intention that EC1, I think it is, would apply to that part of the.
Yes, if it's covered by the SEA.
Okay. All right. And then, I guess, coming to the consortium as a whole, I took from your representations, and am I right, Bloor Homes are part of this consortium also? Yes. I took from your, well, the representation, I think, on behalf of Muxton as a whole, was talking about that 5.6 hectares. So it said 4.6 hectares would be delivered as 2 parcels of employment land, of which 2.1 hectares on the Bloor Homes site, if I've understood correctly. And then it says the remaining 1 hectare delivered as flexible Class E space in the new local centres. So is that a correct interpretation of the consortium's position? And then I'll ask the council.
Good afternoon. Thank you. John Bradburn from Montague Evans, representing the 7 different landowners in the consortium. Yes, so that's the intention, is so as part of the local centre approach to have some flexible Class E employment space to allow for smaller businesses alongside the larger employment distribution aspects that can be delivered on Venning and other sites.
Okay, thanks. So to clarify, in this case, unlike in the case of SC1, the local centres would be part and parcel of the total employment.
That's the understanding, yes.
Can I just check that point with the council? Is that the council's understanding?
I think our intention is you've got the local centres, but then you would have the employment in addition to that. So I think the Venning Barrack site covers a good portion of that employment land provision. So you would then have the local centres which would perform their function as local centres.
Okay, so there's potentially a difference of opinion there to the tune of about a hectare of employment land. Is that right?
I think we can go away and have a think about that, because if it's a residual hectare of employment land, it's obviously in terms of what that use could be and where that will be located. So that's a point we could pick up, I think.
And I suppose really the wider point is for the policy to be as clear as possible around that expectation. So looking at that in the same way as you were going to look at SC1, so maybe some more clarity around the expectations for delivery of local centres, and alongside or not, whether or not that requires a discussion, but it's really the clarity around that, I think, which is not quite there. And then my other points were really sort of mirroring some of the points we talked about with SC1, so we don't need to necessarily dwell on that at great length. But I think, again, this one is talking about, well, it's not. This one is saying employment land without specifying Class E in this case. So, again, if you could consider, does there need to be anything further to make clear what would be supported? You know, is that the full spectrum of possible employment land uses as defined earlier in the plan, or is it narrower than that?
Yes, we can do that. That's fine.
Thanks. I'll just quickly check my notes. Yes, and then, as before, won't dwell on it, but the same points around Class E and so on. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was all my questions on employment land, unless there's anything else on the side that you wanted to come back on. No. Are those points to do with employment land specifically? Only employment land at this stage, in which case I'll bring them in. Yeah, go ahead. Councillor Uri, please.
Thank you. I was just going to also ask about clarification on that. The two areas of industrial is a very large section at the back of residentials, and the new proposed residentials are very closely knit within there, and they do seem very, very big industrial areas. Something that was raised earlier by Bill here is the fact that we've got a lot of industrial area, Hawkwood, Hellsfield, Stafford Park, which just seems more sense to expand, especially when there's empty premises there. But my concern is also on, and I'm going to note the HIA and also IIA 2.4.1, for our vulnerable elderly residents, we actually have a residential home behind that section there, just off Wellington Road, and also 2.13.1 in the IIA for health and wellbeing. Yet nobody wants to go home to go to work and see that out their window. So it's something that I wanted to bring up on there. I'm not sure with the addition that Joseph just mentioned about the MOD area. Would that be in addition of those two parcels, or is it an alternative to having industrial within the residential area, if that makes sense? I think that was it I'd put on there. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's all on that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And can I just ask, Councillor Dugmore, is your question about employment on this sustainable community? Okay, so just on the employment point, go ahead.
Yeah. Just to reiterate, I don't see the point of having employment land right adjacent to residential areas, and I'm also interested to know. I mean, obviously, sort of currently the international situation has escalated even more. It seems very strange to have parts of the MOD site included in the development. Surely it should be a secure area because, sort of the secret work that goes on there.
Okay, so can I ask the council to respond in terms of those points on employment. So that's the point around the proximity of potentially heavy industrial uses, unless otherwise clarified, and residential. And the point about, you know, where in the SC it would be, basically.
Yeah, as we touched on at the beginning in terms of the conversation with the DIO, so effectively the master plan has altered following discussions with the DIO and ourselves, and so the Vennings Barracks effectively forms the large proportion of the employment allocation as part of these sites. I suppose just give some more background detail into why that is. So we, as an authority, as we touched on last week in terms of our support for the defence sectors, have been working through a range of proposals incorporating a defence growth zone effectively to support the growth of MOD Donington in terms of not only its growth but its sort of reinvestment to modernise it and bring it and introduce more modern facilities to support the operations at MOD Donington. Linked to that would be the Vennings Barracks alongside other land on the wider area of the barracks. So the boundary wouldn't necessarily change in terms of the barracks, but obviously the use would become a mixture of larger employment within the wider barracks, and then sort of smaller employment B1 uses, B uses on the Vennings Barracks to support the sort of SME element of the supply chain for defence.
Thank you. One moment.
Sorry, could it just have a bit of clarity? Could it just have a bit of clarity on the MOD bit? Because in the plan I've got, it includes like the officers' mess and that type of thing, and it seems there's like the main entrance is not covered, but as you go onto the site, it is covered. So it just doesn't make sense, because obviously there's security fencing around there, etc. And it just seems a bit odd.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Cramphorn.
Okay, just to clarify, in terms of if you've got a copy of the policies or the proposed policies map in front of you, it's the red hatched area. So the strategic, I mean, you can't see it from here, but there's just the red hatched area that covers the Donington site, and then it's got the Venning Barracks there. So it's just that red hatched area that's being considered for employment. So, yeah, there will have to be, well, there potentially need to be operational changes, but the coming back to your previous point is the point around it being, is it surplus to requirements, and what's the rationale behind that? The report published in 2016 and subsequently been updated with more up-to-date information is that sets out clearly that Venning and Parsons are suitable for disposal. So that date is set as 2030 in terms of when they will become vacant. Obviously, the retention of the employment land is separate but related to that in terms of how that would actually work out on the ground and how that would work out in a detailed sense. So coming back to, I think the point that Councillor Uri made in terms of how is that a proportion of the wider employment. So that is considered to be part of the number in the policy 5.3, is it 5.3, something like that, hectares. I had to clarify that. So it would be part of that wider component. Now, that's because, and coming back to the point that we've had previously, that's because it forms part of the wider sustainable community. So it's not a point that's fixed in complete stone. It's part of the contribution to that number that makes up the policy. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. That's everything on employment.
Thank you.
Are those nameplates now finished with? Thank you. Councillor. Well, if you turn it down now, and then if you want to come in, then do so. But we'll put your nameplate up. And then, can I just turn to the issue about where the site is up to now in terms of its bringing the site forward, the expectations and the plans in place. I think the topic, I'm not sure, who am I directing this to, sorry? Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradbourne. The topic paper says that a planning application is expected in mid-March 26, I think.
So the topic papers, I think it was spring, but things have pushed back more towards the summer for the first application to come in.
So if you're able to tell us then where you are in terms of bringing the site forward, where you're up in terms of pre-application, when you expected the plan application to be submitted, what's the nature of that application, and then we'll look at the trajectory and what needs to be done to get onto site. Thank you.
No problems. The two major landowners who are involved in the site, so Blore and Gladman, are in detailed pre-application discussions with the council. They have already received feedback and are working through the updates to that, preparing the relevant environmental surveys, reports, etc., in support of the applications, which I just mentioned, are due to be submitted towards the start, towards the summer of this year, if not slightly before. So that's the two major landowners. Between those, there's approximately about 2,000 units as part of those discussions. So matters progressing particularly well on that side of things. In terms of the other landowners involved, there's a mix of freehold and option agreements there. Matters are slightly, or not as far progressed with regard to the other landowners, but they are progressing with the relative work, looking to get the design brief and master plan prepared as part of the overall consortium approach. To bring those sites, those slightly smaller sites online as per the trajectory that's being shown. Obviously from the DIO side of things, there's a need for those sites to be sold and to become formally vacant. That is timetabled for 2030, and that is a position that has remained constant since its publication date. And I understand that matters are progressing well in that side of things, and generally there's very strong market interest for this as a location for housing delivery.
So the planning application that Gladman and Blore are looking at, what is that for? Is it an outline application?
Yes, they're both, they're two separate applications, but they're both in outline form.
And how many units would those be for?
Across the two landowner interests, there's the ability to bring forward around 2,000 homes.
So an outline application for Gladman and an outline application for Blore. And are those being worked on in parallel?
That's correct, yes, they're both running in parallel, yes.
So the intention is that both be submitted at the same time?
Around the same time, yes. Probably within a few months of each other, I would have thought.
So you think that, so Gladman and Blore will take around about 2,000 homes out of a total of 2,700 on site?
That's correct, sir. Yes, they have the majority land ownings across that. In terms of the Gladman portion of the site, once outline permission has been obtained, that would then be taken to the market to sold to probably 2 different parties to be delivered. Yes, across the delivery, they expect to be a minimum of probably 4 different outlets at any particular one point in time.
So can we look at the have you been working on a design brief for the site? You mentioned design brief, but what's the situation on that? Like, we heard about Bratton, but what's the situation here?
So in terms of the overall design brief, obviously with Blore involved, there's been some lessons learned from the Bratton side of things, and looking obviously for the council's feedback on that document. The consortium are coming together to start to prepare that document. A lot of work went into the vision document that was submitted as part of obviously in support of the local plan, and the intention is to build upon the key points within that, and then to develop and respond to the points that we've now seen in the updated HO2 policy as well. So that is work that is due to start imminently for submission alongside the applications.
So this will be a design brief for the whole site?
The design brief and master plan in line with policy HO2 for the whole site, yes.
So for the whole site, so it will be one of those situations where the design brief, the master plan, will cover areas of the site that are not the subject of that planning application?
That's correct, sir, yes.
So how have you ensured the support and buy-in of those other landowners that are not going to be part of that planning application? How have you secured their support for the design brief?
So the discussions that we're having at the moment, we're looking to appoint a single design consultancy to prepare that document, which is to be done by all of the landowners, much in the same way as we've been working together to date on delivering the site. And then obviously, as has been discussed earlier, that document would then be a material consideration for future applications, which obviously would give the buy-in and support of everyone involved.
Sorry, if we go and look at the trajectory, let's put it up. Am I to look at the topic paper trajectory?
Yes, sir, that's the best one to look at the moment, yes.
Just a presentational point, the trajectories are done quite differently between the different topic papers. Braxton we had a Gantt chart, and here we've got a different chart as a table. So this this site is like the Bratton site is expected to be started within the 5 years. So just want to take us through. So but this, unlike Bratton, this site does extend beyond the plan period, doesn't it? So just take us through your assumptions and your the tasks that you need to do to get to delivering 150 homes by 29-30.
Yes, so the key task, as with everyone else, is to secure the planning permission, so secure outline planning permission initially for the two major parcels, with the smaller ones coming forward in due course. Subsequent to that, there will be the need, depending on the ownership positions, to either sell the sites to developers with the benefit of planning permission and or secure reserve matters consent for the first detailed phases of the sites that need to come forward. Delivering new access points into the site will also be required. A lot of that is like to come off Trench Road or Humber Drive, and then we can start to deliver those houses and across that period. The majority, as has been explained, the majority of the site is outside of flood zone issues. There aren't really any constraints on the site, so the trajectory in starting to deliver a modest number of homes across the different outlets in 29-30 is a reasonable assumption.
So, in terms of the outline applications for Gladman and Blore, are those, do those also cover, because on the Appendix 2 trajectory, Gladman are listed, Blore listed, but then in the early years, so are Davison's developments, Telford and Wrekin Council, Mr Ward, and Shropshire Homes. Are those the subject of the later planning application, or those within the planning application that Gladman and Blore will submit before the summer?
So they're outside of those major applications for Gladman and Blore, so they'll be subject to their own applications in due course, but obviously in line with the overarching master plan. So there's a bit of more work to be done for those applications, I understand. I'm not personally involved in those ones. But given the size of those land parcels, it'll be, it's not expected that there would be any delay with receiving consent.
Are they still part of the consortium?
Yes, sir.
So the Blore and Gladman application will come in before the summer, you said? And when do you expect to get planning permission? And this is outline planning permission. When do you expect to get that?
Outline planning permission for EIA development, obviously the statutory target would be 16 weeks. Hopefully things can happen in that time or there or thereabouts, subject to obviously the detailed consideration.
But presumably this would be not before the inspector's report.
Yeah, I think we would, when the applications come in, I think we'd anticipate having the inspector's report by the time we'd be looking at determination. So we can validate it and go through the kind of checks and process of considering the application and also the design brief documents.
Within 16 weeks of submission?
Yes, yeah.
And you did say, Mr Boardman, forgive me, I'm not sure if I did note it down, but the timetable for the other elements, the other parts that are not Gladman and Blore, do you know the timetable for those submissions?
I don't know the timetables for those, I'm afraid.
And given that, is it reasonable to assume that they should be within the 5-year supply and that they would be contributing units within 29-30? Is that reasonable or is it optimistic?
I believe it is reasonable to include them in there. A lot of work clearly has been done on the scheme, is being done on the scheme. We'll have had 2 major outline applications in place, as well as the overall master plan and design brief. I expect that those applications will be able to move along swiftly, you know, once things get going in relation to the SUE, particularly with an allocation in place. So I think it is reasonable. You know, they are modest numbers of houses which are being delivered in those early or early parts of that scheme delivery, but later in that 5-year period. I think it is a reasonable approach. This is a trajectory that's been tested and discussed, as you can imagine, at length between the consortium members, which includes obviously national and regional house builders, promoters, you know, and associated teams of professionals. You know, this is something that is seen as a realistic delivery.
And do you know whether those applications from the non-Lord Gladman part, will they be full or outline?
I don't know the details, sir. I suspect that there'll be a mix of both.
Mr. Dunn.
It was just in respect of the council land and Mr. Ward's land. Obviously, that would effectively be accessed off the same first roundabout off the A518 that the gentleman over there has spoken about. The council's intention, working with Mr. Ward, is to bring forward an application in the early autumn as an outline application, and then look to a reserve matters application next year.
Thank you. Councillor Dugmore.
Yeah, thank you, Inspector. It almost seems like it's a bit of a done deal, this, you know, sort of, you know, surely your report should come out first before anything goes ahead, but there's already seems to be dates set, which is a bit unnerving. And obviously we've heard this afternoon so far that Bratton and Muxton are well advanced and are ready to be delivered virtually at the same time, which is going to have, you know, we've already spoken about the effects on the infrastructure, and obviously it's going to be a double whammy on the infrastructure. It might even be a triple whammy when we get to Wappenshaw. So, you know, sort of, I do have concerns that sort of we are sort of getting ahead of ourselves and not following the you know, the logical progress, really, because what's the point of having an inspector's report if the things are going ahead anyway? I mean, the thing is, personally, you know, sort of, it's all about evolution, not revolution. I do have some concerns that the SC2 redraft doesn't mention anything about connectivity with neighbouring communities, particularly the new neighbouring communities. I also have concerns over the schools. We have mentioned about education. We've got 5 primary schools which will have 11 form entry. But we've only got 1 secondary school. Doesn't say how many entries, but I don't think it's going to be 11 years in the 11 form entries. And there's no 6th form provision at all. Now then, there's only 1 non-selective 6th form provision in Telford and Wrekin. So where are all these people going to go? And so, you know, that really is a bit of a concern, because obviously it's building problems for the future. We've already mentioned about Humber Lane and the difficulties with that, and I do hope that that you'll go on a little journey and have a look at that, because it is, you know, sort of, it definitely needs a look at, and I think my colleague along the way can probably vouch for that. And there does seem to be this continued focus on walking and cycling and sustainable travel, Well, the thing is, though, that with petrol and diesel being phased out and people moving to electric vehicles, well, then walking and cycling becomes little less, people don't see it more as being environmentally friendly. They're quite happy to take the electric vehicle if it's going to be raining, and walking and cycling does seem to be more of a sort of a pastime for without going to work or actually or going shopping. We did mention earlier about the highways funding as well, and could we have clarity? Is that highways funding that's been mentioned, is that for all of Telford and Wrekin, or is it just for these developments? I suspect it's probably for all of Telford and Wrekin.
I'm not going to go back into highways. If you want to take, you want to ask the council outside of this hearing session about that, that's up to you. But I'm not going to hear any more as to sort of into highways.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, the thing is that we mentioned about industrial, and certainly there are concerns because some of the new development will come off the A518 mentioned about the roundabouts going in, but obviously the developments further in at the Humbers and Venning Barracks, they don't have direct access to the 518, and Station Road and Humber Lane over the bridge towards Lillyshaw is very, very narrow, and I do have some concerns over that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dugmore. Councillor Ure.
Sorry. The trajectory bit, and it's sort of, I'm not going to go into the highway stuff too much, but I just want to mention, which I've recognised, I've got the Appendix 2 in front of me, and when you look at the different developments, obviously with, not obviously, but within SC2, there are patches of developments. So there's behind Wellington Road, and then you've got the A518, and then you've got another road, and then you've got Richards Road at the back. So there's lots of roads crossing over. Now, all these developments, when you're giving the details of 2930, they're not all in one section. They're literally dotted all over the different sections, which is going to affect all the different routes wherever you go. So you can't divert people off the A518 whilst you're putting roundabouts in for that part of the development. Whilst you're talking about coming off Richards Road around the Humbers development, you're going to have to close Richards Road for construction. So then you've got different diversions. So my concern there is whilst we're talking about trying to avoid highways again, the trajectory, then it's a concern around there for the amount of work that's going to be done in different sections, in different pockets all around and the area. And I just want to go back, and again, I don't want to go over too much of the highways, but Mark Rowley noted larger sites are more efficient to plan rather than smaller sites. Yet this is going to be phased out over 13 years, approximately 200 houses per patch. So we've got 13 years of little patches and pockets without a complete highways infrastructure in place or seen, and those pinch pockets not really considered at all. And I'm worried about, we're not just going to have congestion, we're going to have gridlock. When there's been accidents on that road, it is absolute gridlock because, as Councillor Dugmore said, those roads to Bratton and Wappenshaw, which come back onto that pinch point, the ones that go down Richards Road towards Lillyshaw, they are little single country tracks. They're not main routes. And that is an issue that I've picked up there. Can I go on to a couple more bits and just get my stuff out of the way? Is that okay? Because it's kind of all relative. Oh yeah, 100%. I'm only interested in this one, to be fair. Something else that it was mentioned as well. At the consultation last year, one of the developers, and I can't remember who it was, mentioned that Station Road, I'm going to say Station Road, Muxton, because there's another one at Abneston, Station Road was going to be closed the residents were told this is going to be closed for the development. However, that would affect the commercial businesses, including Greenfields and Dobbies on that main route, and also the Premier shop at the Humbers, which is along Station Road, just off the clock tower. So all I wanted to ask at that point is if Telford and Wrekin could possibly review this, because I think that will cause an absolute nightmare for the residents accessing and the businesses, because they would have to reroute all up Station Road, along Richards Road, all the way round, back further down A518 to only come back again on the clock tower. It makes no sense, but we were told as residents that would be closed. And it was actually on one of the plans, maybe the MOD section.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Pat Hayward.
Oh, I've got more. I'm finished yet.
Oh, have you finished?
No.
So Councillor, you've not finished?
No, I haven't, no. I've got a few points I just want to get out of the way, because I don't know if they're going to be covered, and I think I need to, because I'm speaking for the residents.
Can you make them very briefly then, please?
Yeah, of course I will. So the other bits as well, primary schools. Okay, so on the primary, the schools, you've got difference of information on there. Let me just get to the primary school section on two different documents. On, excuse me a sec, as I just scroll up, it states, yeah, the primary school's at full capacity, new extended primary school, absolutely welcome, but it wouldn't be in walking distance, so again, it's not cohesive with the current Muxton. It does say, in the updated HO2 document, HDO3, sorry, it doesn't mention a secondary in SC2. However, the Sustainable Community topic paper does state that there's a secondary school. And I don't think there is. I think there's a problem with your documentation there. The actual school that's proposed is in Wappenshaw, which is 10 miles away, which is supposed to cover the residents of Muxton. However, again, it's down a winding road, down Humbers, all the back roads. But yeah, if you just have a look at that, the HDO3, it says, no mention secondary, but the community topic paper does. That just wouldn't be feasible for Muxton residents to take their children to that school. I don't even think you could get a bus and a car next to each other down there. Sorry, let me cross that lot out because I've said that. Another thing I wanted to mention as well is about the cohesive side of it. Sorry, Gavin, I'm throwing that across because you mentioned it. I noticed about the links between Donington and Telford. My comment on non-cohesion is due to separate parishes, which means separate community events and everything that brings the community together. It just wouldn't be possible. And also the section of Wellington Road is limited access to Main Muxton. And the section by Dobbies at the back means crossing over in A518. So there is no cohesion with Muxton as a settlement. The proposed primary school is not in walking distance, so neither do I see that cohesive. And interestingly, in 2016, I won't go too much into this, the Chief Housing Chief, I've put twice, of Telford and Wrekin, following an appeal, said, "We are delighted that the planning inspector has agreed with our decision that this application for Wellington Road should be refused. He also found that the site was suitable for bus access. The lack of pedestrian links to adjacent housing means poor connectivity. Schools and shops are too far from the site, which would encourage car usage." Now, where Shropshire Homes is planned just off Wellington Road, that was a field just next to it, so it was using the same kind of area. So I thought that was quite important on there, where Telford and Wrekin actually stated themselves that there was poor cohesion between the areas. Go as quick as I can. No SEM provision at all in the plan that I can find for Muxton. So, I've quoted loads of the IIA stuff, but I'll move forward on that with regards to landscape, grade 2 land and things like that. Something that it's... one of the sections is the environmental objective, and it says to protect our natural built and historic environment, improving biodiversity, minimising waste and pollution, moving to a low-carbon economy. This is what I don't get when we're building on fields, when the best way to absorb carbon is by having nature around us. So 1 hectare of land absorbed up to 5 tonnes of CO2. 2-bedroom house built creates 80 tonnes. 35 2-bed houses built on a hectare of land, 2,800 tonnes of carbon. There is nothing better than actually having the land absorbing. And this is supposed to be low emissions. It's supposed to be by biodiversity. And based on that, I don't think it's sound for that reason, because of the land that it's actually being built on. I'll go quick as I can. Already done economy and infrastructure. I've got loads of information on that, but we've done loads. So a few things that I find that it is unsound is the highway infrastructure that we've gone into, sustainability, the lack of information for the environmental impact, can't find much of them on there at all. More sustainable and less destructive alternatives not proposed, in my opinion. Inadequate consultation. I think there was something, you were going to go back onto the consultation, but there were concerns that the demographics, firstly, the AMR was publicly released late, and I had to chase it in to get it online. The Parish Council draft plan was received on the 17th of March, which was late. Limited engagement with local businesses.
I'm not sure these points now are helping me. What I'm looking at is the soundness of the allocation and the soundness of the policy.
I don't find it sound because of the communication that was had with the community. That's what I'm referring to on there. Is I don't feel it's sound because of the consultation and the information and the lack of information.
But I'm here now listening to you, so something has worked because you're here before us making your points.
Yeah, because I've got a big mouth. And I got very, very involved in this right from the start. I go online. A lot of demographics around Muxton area, the Humbers, all around, are an age demographic. And what we had to do is form a group, which was the Wellington Road Action Group, which we worked with Gavin on certain things. We had to go out, we did our own newsletters, we sent the information out, it didn't come from council, we had to go out.
Okay, I've heard that, but
Okay.
the key point is that you're here now. I have your representations, and I've heard your points. So I've got that.
I think that's pretty much it. A lot has been covered. I mean, the overall thing is that, I'm just going to finish and say this, is that there's lots of reasons why I don't find it sound, and I think there's a lot of information that Telford and Wrekin have still got to get to help support this. And I've put the Muxton Zoo specifically has no benefit to our current residents, which is what the borough and the local plan is supposed to be about, is our borough. And we'd like to see the house numbers dramatically reduced based on other proposed developments all around the area in the local plan. And once this is covered in concrete, there's no turning back. That's it. I want to shut now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Inouye. Pat Hayward.
Thank you again. Pat Hayward, local resident. Using Telford and Wrekin Council Density and Net Site Area Study, Local Plan 2011 to 31.
Sorry, Pat Hayward, is this your Regulation 19 consultation that you're reading out, that we've already got?
I'm not sure.
Is it?
I haven't submitted it, no. This is new.
Can you, instead of reading it out, can you just tell me very briefly what your point is?
Well, I'm just going to say there's a density range of 30 to 40 dph and a gross to net ratio on dwellings of 50 to 75%. I've worked that out on the Muxton land, which is 182 hectares. I've taken away employment land, schools, mixed-use centre. There's already a hub for the community at St John's Church at Muxton. Anyway, that comes to £169.9 hectares. I've times that by 55% gross to net ratio, and I can see that at 38 dwellings, that brings out 3,550 dwellings on that area of land. That's it. That's all I want to say.
Well, the figure is 2,700. Well, that's the council to comment on that, but the figure in the policy is 2,700. Catherine Landau. Oh, Doug Moulton, sorry.
Thank you. Just going back to the trajectory for SC2, obviously showing delivery in 29-30. Lichfield start to finish report states 2,000 plus dwellings as an average of 6.6 years from consent to getting on site. Appreciate that there's information come forward saying that that can be accelerated, but it just seems very, very optimistic. And then also a couple of times been references to its EIA development. It'll be determined in 16 weeks. So I'm just interested in, does the council have that track record of determining these large-scale strategic applications within the 16-week statutory timescale, notwithstanding the fact that Section 106s have got to be signed. There's issues around funding across landowners, multiple landowners, and obviously funding the school on SC3, which I'm sure we'll go on to. So I think that's my key points.
Thank you. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to provide a bit of an update on the Bloor Homes application. I appreciate Mr. Bradburn might not be quite so up to speed on that. It is not as well progressed as the Bratton application, so it won't be submitted until towards the end of the year, Q4, which is the current sort of programme. A complex application. There's a lot of work to do in terms of the EIA and to deal with some of the issues that have been raised robustly and comprehensively. So yeah, Q4 is when we anticipate submission of that. And I think actually that is reflected in the topic paper. It does say that. Just on trajectory delivery, I hear what's just being commented, but I think it's fair to say that the Muxton Sustainable Community isn't a standard site, so it's not directly comparable to those sites that are set out in or formed part of the Lichfield's research, and it's clear from the information in the topic paper there's going to be a number of applications coming forward at various stages, and that will actually, in the fullness of time, help delivery and speed delivery, because there'll be numerous outlets within there delivering those numbers that are set out. But as I say, the Bloor application is a little behind the Bratton application, which accounts for why the start date is a year behind the comparable start date in the Bratton trajectory. Just mention the Station Road closure point. So that was something that came out of some early traffic modelling assessment work that Bloor Homes had done as part of the master planning exercise during the preparation of the local plan policy. It was one solution that was presented at that time to deal with a particular junction in the local highway network. It's not something that's a firm proposal. We understand that it's not particularly popular, but there was alternative arrangements for accessing through the development to those existing businesses, so those businesses wouldn't be prejudiced. I think this is a perfect example of something that has to come out of the detailed modelling that would be undertaken as part of any planning application around that vicinity of that site, to really understand what is required and how it would be delivered and when it would be delivered. In terms of the primary schools, in terms of the location, again, it's a large site geographically. It's spread over quite a significant area. It's difficult to locate the primary schools that would be accessible to everybody. What we sought to do in the master plan that's set out in the topic paper is clearly these primary schools are predominantly to serve the new development, so we've sought to locate them as centrally as possible, but in accessible locations, taking account of when they would need to be delivered within the overall sort of progression of the sustainable community. But again, it's something that would be refined and agreed through the master plan development brief process that's now being embedded into HO2. In terms of the secondary school, certainly speaking for my client Bloor Homes, they are fully expecting to make appropriate contributions to its provision. So if it has been missed from the policy, that's not an issue as far as we're concerned. And then just in terms of density, and we've done a lot of work on behalf of the consortium, we being Define, the company I work for, to progress the initial master plan for which formed the basis of the vision document, and then the input into the local plan process, and in the fullness of time, when it's evolved through, will form the basis of the design brief that we've talked about. As you can expect with a lot of landowners within that area, there has been a focus on where the development goes and how much can be accommodated in different parcels. So the work that's given the capacity of those individual parcels, which I think again is set out in the topic paper, is robust, and it reflects a comfortable density of development within the net development areas that are defined within the master plan. So, you know, in terms of the numbers that it would deliver, then they are those that are reflected within the policy as now set out in HO2, albeit there may still be some movement around those with certain areas, because I think the Gladman application might be for a little bit more than the last draft of the master plan. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Sorry, Mr. Gould.
William Gould, so I'm representing a number of residents, including myself, who live on Humber Lane. If you can appreciate the SC2 site map and Humber Lane's position within that, and also its relationship to the two other developments, you can see that it's quite, it's an arterial route that runs between all three sites. Before I go much further, I would certainly encourage the inspectors, if you haven't done so already, to visit and spend some time on Humber Lane, particularly during peak hour traffic. Consider the environment that Humber Lane sits on, its character, with its high hedgerows, its rural setting, and its uneven and blind surfaces and blind corners. That will help frame some of the statements I wish to make in this. I've attempted to address a number of MIQs that you've put forward to cover today, so I'll briefly run through them. I will avoid dwelling on anything regarding highways and infrastructure, as you've requested we don't linger on any further. In my original Regulation 19 representation, I raised excuse me, a number of concerns about the site's allocation, how it's currently framed, and if the accumulative effects on existing residential properties are fully understood, noting issues regarding traffic levels, road safety, noise and disturbance to its residents, and just general residential amenity. If I refer to topic paper for the site for SE2, TW07, it confirms in out that the site is expected to be delivered through multiple landowners. We understand that from what's been discussed today. A design brief will follow for the future development infrastructure and the mitigations they seek to implement in accordance with the framework. However, that submission plan that we've seen in the topic paper does not include site-specific the submission plan in the policy, Telford and Wrekin local plan, does not include any site-specific policy requirements on Humber Lane itself, considering its critical interface. For example, adjustments have been made for, get this right, Wellington Road and its access to the sites. So they've been considered, so I know that it's feasible to make adjustments to the local plan given the nature of certain roads. I won't linger on the roads too much. So what I'm looking to changes that I'm seeking through my representation, through my statements, is further protection for existing residential amenities, particularly noting Humber Lane here, and the other road networks surrounding site SC2, including Kinnersley Drive, and I forget the name of the road, runs up to the current MOD police barracks, I think it's Parsons. And it's your MIQ 49 regarding relationship to other policies. In my Regulation 19 representation, I identified the reliance on the general development management policies, or its reliance on management policies such as DDE1. In my opinion, that's not a sufficient document to cover a strategic allocation of this scale, particularly where it relates to the existing homes and their sensitivity to the scale of the development, road network, touched on already, and the impacts for unforeseeable and location-specific sites. Just so you understand my position, because I think it will help understanding why I've got concerns of this. If you were to look at Humber Lane, in the western aspect of the site map, along Humber Lane, you will see there's a number of properties which broach into the field classes northwest of Muxton, which is owned by the Ward family, I believe, part of the Muxton Consortium. There's 5 properties along there which broach into that site. I live on one of those properties, so I've got a buffer of about 4 metres from me to the site boundary from the brickwork of my property, so there's no rear garden. That should help frame why I've got concerns and the policies I'm seeking. So changes I seek, again, further to ones I mentioned already, is some mandatory residential buffers or consideration of. You can already see from some of the concept drawings on the SC2 site plan, there are a number of these, many of which are around the external perimeter of the site, which is creating a buffer to what is already a buffer to fields existing or fields that will be retained for farming purposes. There's very little buffers between existing properties and the development we're considering. I'll move on because that's me talking about traffic implications. Okay, so some effectiveness of policy requirements, which is your MIQ 50. In my Regulation 19 representation, I noted that for site SC2, there's no key mitigation measures specified at all. And again, alluding, there's no clear policy requirements for protection of Humber Lane or sensitive locations. And that any safeguards appear to be deferred to future agreements and future documents which don't exist, therefore not providing the mitigation at this stage of the local plan. Again, the changes I'm seeking is requirements for landscape buffers or separation where SC2 would join or adjoin Humber Lane properties and others which are sensitive to this development. A clear requirement for traffic management measures on Humber Lane and a requirement for early delivery of that mitigation, not just post-permission controls that will come as a result of the design documents and future traffic impacts assessments. And then I'll just summarise briefly what I've covered there. So precise amendments that I'm seeking. So in the case of site SC2, the land north-east of Muxton, I think a landscape buffer is necessary of an appropriate width and design provided along the southern and eastern boundaries of the allocation, where it adjoins residential properties on Humber Lane and Donington Drive and Richards Road, in order to protect that residential amenity, of which is not currently factored into any of the concepts or plans we've seen to date. The layout, scale and orientation of development adjacent to Humber Lane avoids unacceptable impacts arising from noise, overlooking loss of privacy and increased traffic activity. Access arrangements and traffic management measures are designed to minimise the impact of additional traffic on Humber Lane as a residential lane. And for SC2, development proposals must be supported by those traffic assessments that specifically consider the suitability of Humber Lane as both an access route as well as used for construction traffic during the development phase. And one final one. Any mitigation measures required to address impacts on Humber Lane shall be delivered in a timely manner, proportionate to the scale and phasing of the development to be agreed, and not deferred beyond the point at which these impacts have occurred and are felt by the residents.
Thank you.
That's all for me for now.
Mr. Bradburn.
Thank you, sir. Just coming back on the point about the residential buffers and the points of certainty.
I presume those were matters that those detailed matters will be picked up in the design brief.
Yes, I was going to say the design brief, but also development management policy, DD1 is probably a place to do that, and I understand that the scheme has included those buffers and at the application stage, but in terms of principles, yeah, they can be covered elsewhere in the brief, yes.
Thank you. Does Councillor want back on Any of those points have been helpfully input from the consortium?
So broadly content that we've in essence preemptively covered them in comments we've already made and the documents we've submitted. I think as alluded to there on behalf of the consortium, a number of the points that have been made around the table are preemptively dealt with by the requirements of the design brief and what needs to be covered in there. I think potentially it's worth flagging as well, a reminder once again that we're in the plan making stage, and things, for example, timing and rerouting, for example, those are the sort of things that would have to be discharged as part of any given planning application. Discharge of conditions, matters like that can get picked up there. And so in terms of the soundness of the plan and the principles of the allocation, we're content that we've provided you with the necessary information to make a judgment on soundness, and to avoid repetition, I'll leave things there.
Thank you. We are behind where I expected us to be a little bit. So we've got to go to Wappensall, and then we've got to pick up those overarching matters. And I'm just wondering how we best do that. Whether we plough on and see how far we get till 6, I think we've got to be out of here, or whether we...
Sorry, Inspector. We've just had an update to say that the Chief Exec can be flexible with this evening closing past 6 o'clock, but maybe easier if we go with a suggested alternative time. So I don't know if you've got an idea of how much longer we might need.
I think we can accommodate, we think, sitting later to get this done. Yeah. That would be our preference. But if we can give an indication to those who are in charge of the building as to when that's likely to be, so they can arrange that, that would be useful.
Looking at people who are here for Wappensall and for the overarching issues, are you happy to stay and see if we get it done tonight? You okay with that? Well, we're not going to repeat stuff that we've already done. I really thought an hour.
Well, if we say to them 6:30, we'll be out of here, then that gives us a bit of a buffer. Might have to curtail our usual admin session, but in terms of that, to be honest, it's the redrafts of the policy.
Excuse me, can you just be quiet? We're still in session. Thank you.
So in terms of managing that, there's not freestanding tasks as I see it, other than reconsideration of the policy. So I'm content we don't really need that session today. We can revert to it, perhaps tomorrow when we've got more time then. But there's nothing immediate arising out of today that needs to be actioned for tomorrow, and so we can catch up with that. So we'll say 6:30 to whoever we need to say that to, but hopefully we can be out of here a bit before then.
Okay. Do you need a break before we move on?
I'm not sure any of our frontline team need an immediate break, but it might be sensible if people,
If we just take a 5-minute break.
We
just take a 5-minute break, and if you're not staying for the next part, then thank you very much for your contributions. Obviously, you're welcome to stay for the next part. We'll just take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We're now going to go to the final site, and again, I'm just going to run through a similar structure to the way in which we've dealt with the other two. So I'm going to ask the council just to start off, just to give us some background on the site SC3. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I'll ask Miss Broster to introduce this site in the same way that she did SC2.
Sorry, I'm just getting up the notes. So, land north of the A442 Wheatley, so is also known as Wappenshaw, is land immediately north to the built-up area of Telford, and it sits adjacent to predominantly commercial developments to the east and residential development to the south and west of the Queensway, the A442. The site is approximately 274.1 hectares, and is proposed to deliver 3,100 homes overall, delivering a minimum of 2,190 over the plan period. In addition, the site will also deliver approximately 68 hectares of employment land, which includes a previous allocation in the current adopted local plan, which is reference E28 at Shorebirch. Appreciate that there's obviously discussions ongoing with how we deal with that. As per the same as Muxton, really, it will deliver two form-entry primary schools, local centres, new areas of open space and recreational facilities, and also it will be the site that houses a secondary school for the 3 sustainable communities. Yeah, I think that gives a broad summary of the site.
Thank you. And what are the key constraints on the site?
Again, the site is relatively unconstrained. The site does house to the north the Northern Interceptor Channel, which poses some flood risk in association with that, which will need to be considered. And there are a number of listed buildings, including Iton Hall, which will need to be considered, especially in the development brief and obviously planning application subsequently. But again, yeah, it's relatively unconstrained. Oh, in addition, there is, to the north of the site, there is the strategic landscape of the Wealdmoors.
I'm just going to come in on a few questions on the employment aspect. I'll start with the council. I'm mindful that Mr. Pollard, I think, has got some points in relation to employment, although you'll put your thing up if you want to make them. So, could I firstly just, I mean, obviously, yeah, this is quite substantial, it's quite substantially more employment land on this one than the others. We've obviously already rehearsed the overall need and so on, so don't want to go back there. But could I just ask the council just to say a bit more about why 68 hectares on this one, and in particular, so the justification, because I know that's a point that's been raised by others. And also, if you could talk about the sort of potential distribution. Appreciate the detail of that will flow from the design brief and master planning process, but in particular, the indicative master plan that I think we've seen is showing it principally, I think, at the western end, so not particularly near existing strategic employment areas. So if the council could just explain the rationale for that, if we just start with that and sort of the sort of realism and deliverability around that aspect.
Yeah, just in terms of the quantum of employment land, that's the existing employment allocation that's in the current adopted local plan that we propose to carry forward into the new local plan. That's then included with Homes England have got land ownership within that area. So those two figures, if you like, meet the provide the kind of full quantum of land that we're proposing will be employment land. In terms of its location, broadly speaking, so the existing employment land provision is to the west of the site. So it makes sense in terms of bringing forward a comprehensive employment offer within a singular location, rather than breaking that up and spreading that around, because it can then provide for a greater flexibility of employment needs around things like B2, B8 within the development site.
Thank you. The Homes England land, is that, so obviously there's Homes England, there's the site allocation MU9, isn't there, which is owned by Homes England. Is that right? Is there also Homes England land within the boundary of SC3, or is it, yeah?
Yes, there is, yes. But they were willing to put their land forward for the figure of their land, if you like, forward for employment uses. So it might not be on the actual ownership that they own now, but it might be that there's obviously, when you design the site and pull the elements of the site together, we're looking at a comprehensive employment offer.
I see, okay. And briefly, what's the rationale for the Homes England land at MU9 not being included within the sustainable community? What's the thinking behind having that, keeping that separate as a separate mixed-use allocation?
That site's in the existing urban area, in the existing local plan. Sorry, in the existing urban area. So it was just deemed to be more appropriate, I think, at the time to keep that as a separate parcel of land.
Okay, that makes sense. And there is a reference it's in the document TW03, so it's the updated employment topic paper. I've noted here at paragraph 616, subsection 2, it says the final boundaries of the strategic employment area designation in SC3 will be set at the planning application stage. And so I understand that to be around the interface of the Shorebirch SEA and SC3, and that's been requested by Homes England. My question is, how is that going to work in practice, given that the policies map, can only be updated through a plan review process? So how is it possible to keep the SEA boundary flexible to be determined at planning application stage?
The SEA boundary would be where the development takes place. So when that's set through the planning application, that will then become the SEA boundary.
But I suppose my question is, so the SEA boundaries are shown on the policies map. How can they be kept flexible, subject to a planning application? Do they not need to be shown on the policies map, and once the plan's adopted, that is the boundary?
Yeah, so the development boundary for the sustainable community is the kind of whole site, if you like. So where development then takes place within that area, that will then form the SEA for that site.
Yeah.
So in terms of the policies map at the minute, because we haven't obviously got the final master plan and the final detail of what all of that, the components would look like, we haven't set an SEA area that would then fix that employment area, if you see what I mean.
No, I think I understand sort of the council's preferred approach. I still question whether that's I don't know whether Mr. Humphreys can help us out here, whether that actually works in practice, because what I think I'm hearing is that the council wants to keep the SEA boundary flexible. My point is that those boundaries have to be shown on the policies map and can't be kept flexible, because once the policies map is adopted alongside the plan, the only way those boundaries can be changed is through a review of the plan.
Yes, thank you, Inspector. I wonder if the way to sort this out is, in essence, it's a labelling point. So what is currently being referred to as an SEA forms part and parcel of that sustainable community, and what's shown on the plan is that sustainable community. Once a design brief is approved and we've got the sort of master planning of the area, we'll know within that where the employment land is going to be. And so I wonder whether the way to sort of cut through the point you're making is just whilst that has the function of an SEA, if you refer to it as something slightly different, the point you're concerned about goes away, because it just becomes part of the master planning exercise for the site, and its location gets fixed that way. And so whilst it has that function, it's not called that, and so it doesn't cause a problem for the policies map.
I think a solution like that would be helpful if you could look at that. Yeah, yeah. I think it's just, yeah. As I say, I struggle to see how a designation boundary on a policies map can be kept flexible and fixed subject to a planning application. So yes, if there is a solution like that, that would help.
Yeah, I think we can find that.
Okay, thank you. And before I bring in anyone else who wants to come in, yeah, I know that Ms. Broster did sort of allude to this, but there is obviously in the publication version plan, and indeed the proposed update to the policy that we're now looking at or considering, or that's been put to us, there is that reference to a carried forward allocation that's being sort of, it's whether that reference needs to be there at all, basically. Do you even need to have a reference to that once? Yeah, I mean, that's sort of helpful information, but does that need to be in the plan? Potentially confusing, so something to consider as part of this review of this latest version. Yeah, so therefore, were there any other points? I can see that the Wappenshaw Community Consortium would like to come in at this point on employment, and Councillor Tomlinson. Okay, so perhaps if I go to Councillor Tomlinson first, because it might be something that you might be able to assist us with. Yep.
Yes, this land that's owned by Homes England, several years ago, the council wanted to put a toilet roll factory, which was absolutely huge, and would have just engulfed the whole area. And then we were told that this wouldn't be so close to residential area, that it would be moved. So I'm not quite sure whether that's what the officers are alluding to, that when you're asking that question, whether this employment land would be not on the edge there by the A442, but moved somewhere else within that site.
Okay. And I'll just come to Mr. Pollard, I think, and then I'll come back to yourself if that's all right. Mr. Pollard.
Yes, thank you. Well, the employment land area shown on the current map includes the strategic employment area at Shorebirch, which its inclusion in the current plan just raises again discussions which have been had in the recent past about the appropriateness or necessity for maintaining that land as employment land at all. It's the last undeveloped hangover of employment land from Telford Corporation time, and it's now passed into the ownership of Homes England, along with, as you've discovered, a number of other parcels that run along 442. And as you know from our representations, which go into considerable detail, which I'm not going to rehearse again now, we think that the necessity, the employment land requirements being set out in the plan generally are over-generous or overstated, if you like. And we've always maintained that the council maintains an enormous headroom, if you like, of potential employment land, which is now confirmed for us by the council in their recent employment land delivery topic paper, as you've no doubt seen, which tells us that there's an enormous surplus of employment land available over employment land need. And employment land need is still the old 167 hectares, which, as you know from our sort of analysis, already contains huge headroom. So there's a massive oversupply of potential employment land. And for various reasons which were alluded to in relation to the abortive application for planning permission on this site a few years ago, the character and nature of this site is now entirely different to when it was first identified back in the 60s. It's now surrounded by residential property. And I think somewhere I've read, I can't remember which document it is now, but the intention for the 68 hectares of employment land within SE3 is a combination of use class E, B2 and B8, I think. Now, if there has to be employment land in that corner, which is arguable, use class E is potentially preferable to a blanket designation of B2 and B8, because that, and there's references in their council's document saying that this would be comparable to employment areas, for instance, in Hortonwood, but that would be entirely unacceptable to the residents and not appropriate, because that would incorporate any sort of general factory, general business use, which would be highly inappropriate for that particular undeveloped site, which looks across and into the strategic landscape area. And again, you've got extensive arguments about why that is inappropriate. So I think the whole issue of the size and scope of the employment land allocation in SE3 is problematic, and for those reasons we think that SE3 or HO2 policy in that regard is not justifiable and ineffective to protect various other policies which sort of link into this. Now, I could go on, but there are lots of other issues I have with SE3 and HO2 generally, but if we're restricting ourselves just to the narrow contemplation of the employment land, then I will restrict myself to that.
Okay.
But it sort of ties in with the size and scope of the whole sustainable community, which we have strong concerns about and which we want to raise in some more detail. And the necessity for all that employment land feeds into that same discussion, as you will understand.
I think we've understood. We've got those arguments. We heard last week, it was matter 4, can't remember which matter it was. We've already heard a lot of evidence in relation to the overall need for employment land and the sources of supply. So that we've heard about. So really, just want to focus here on the justification for the approach in SC3 specifically. So thank you. I'll come back to the other parties, but just before we do, Mr. Hendy, do you have particular points about employment in SC3? And if you could please keep them brief. Thank you.
Yes. Unfortunately, they slightly relate to highways, but I'll skip away from that. My concern is the proposed access to SC3. My understanding from the master plan is that the primary access is going to be off of the top of Wappenshaw Lane, verging into the lane, bearing off left into the industrial sector, bearing off right into the private housing, Firstly, I think it's an accident waiting to happen. As Mark's quite rightly said, there are no restrictions, so we could have big HGVs turning round a corner at the same time as cars are coming out. There are opportunities to bring access off of the Shore Birch roundabout, to bring access off of the new Cooper's Mill roundabout. I suspect the developers haven't chosen those because there's a height differential, so they'd have to ramp it in some way, whereas it's probably easier and cheaper on Wappenshaw Lane. But to have that mix of potentially heavy industrial traffic merging in a tight ingress with private residential traffic is, well, I think needs some significant consideration.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could turn to Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, ma'am. Gary Stevens on behalf of the Wappenshaw Consortium. I'll just deal with that access point first, if I may, just to say that obviously access isn't before you. There are a number of options in terms of how you access the employment parcel. And what we have shown on the illustrative master plan is an access of the A442. But that'll be a matter for the design brief and applications in due course. You asked a question, ma'am, about why employment at the western end as opposed to the eastern end. Obviously, the master plan isn't before you, but just to explain our logic, Mr. Ashford explained a little bit about the sense in having it as one location for that employment at that scale. The western end has access to the strategic road network, the A442. The western end, the road network isn't the same. That's one of the main drivers. Obviously, it was allocated previously. The point was made about the proximity of residential areas. There are buffers, and there can be buffers, but logically you do look to coexist housing with employment where you can to enable those sustainable trips. But there is ability for buffers, and obviously there is the policy mechanisms as well to ensure that residential amenity is protected in those scenarios. The final point, ma'am, was about reference made to strategic landscapes. Again, obviously there's a policy framework there to protect those, and in any event, the strategic landscape designation is some way north of the allocation in that part of the site. So, you know, a suitable buffer and treatment can be made to ensure there's a policy compliance scheme in that regard.
Thank you. Can I just go back to the council? Is there anything else you want to add? And I suppose if you could just address the points that were made in terms of, I mean, obviously I've heard from Mr. Stevens, but in terms of the range of uses and the interrelationship with residential and how the policy will address that.
In terms of the mix, in essence, our comments would be the same as when we had that discussion last week about what if you were to look at TWO3 and what that projects and then how we control that, the point would be the same. We don't want to, there needs to be a degree of flexibility, but how that would be secured and then protected, I think in essence Mr. Stevens has already answered that. It's through the design brief process, but then once that sort of broad mix and areas of development are settled on an application by application basis, you will have the ability to control whether there's any, for example, noise mitigation measures required or on boundaries. That type of thing can be dealt with at an application stage. So the combination of the allocation policy, HO2, and then the relevant design management policies, and indeed national policy as well, allow for appropriate controls to be put on any given planning permission that is granted.
Thank you. Are these additional?
It is just to clarify, Mr. Stevens, you said that there were additional access points to the industrial sector off of the A442. Did I hear you correctly? That's not the Wappenshaw Lane access off of the A442. Okay. So that's a change since the original master plan.
Okay. Okay, I think I've heard the different sides on that. Thank you. And Ms. Hayward.
Just to finish, thank you very much again. In the same vein as I did the density ratio at Muxton, I've done the same at Wappenshaw. On 274 hectares of gross land, I've taken away 46 hectares of employment land. I didn't do the those off. schools times 2 neighbourhood centre, leaving 211 hectares. And on that, using 55% gross, you could build 4,411 dwellings on that land.
All right. Okay, thanks. I think that's sort of veering off the employment
In
point.
other words, a sustainable community at SC1 Bratton is not required at all, as without it, 7,961 dwellings can be built using 55% ratio, and the 130 hectares of best and most versatile land can be saved for food production at SC1.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question about the council on the point that Pat Hayward just made about numbers? The publication version said approximately in terms of numbers. That's correct, isn't it? Whereas the version that you're now proposing to us says a minimum. What's the justification for changing the wording approximately to minimum?
It was to give certainty in terms of the delivery on the site. So approximately, what we reflected that on that in terms of the Reg 19 consultation responses, and we took a view to suggest a modification to to clarify that with minimum in terms of housing numbers.
But to take the concerns that been raised about higher numbers, if it's a minimum, there's no maximum. And how have those, so there is no maximum, so how have those numbers then been modelled? Are those higher numbers being modelled, or is it being modelled at those numbers?
Yes, I think your question is a fair one, and the issue to consider is, so there's an explanation that's been given there by Mr. Ashford as to why the change has been made. But I think this is a point where you'll need to take a view as to whether or not actually any change is necessary for the purposes of soundness, or does the approximately actually, cover the point? I think the just slight nervousness was, does the use of the word approximately mean that we've sufficiently demonstrated to you that there is sufficient supply of sites, sufficient supply of housing across the totality of the planned period? Because you need to know you're meeting your needs. But if you change the wording, it introduces potentially ambiguity in another way. So it's a classic sort of situation of there's probably lots of different words that would do a similar job. And we're content that you can take a view as to whether or not any change is actually necessary. But the 2,700 is the figure that has been looked at through the work that's been done. There's not a higher figure that has been put forward to be proposed. That is the target figure in essence. There's obviously been various bits of sensitivity testing, and we've looked at the alternative scenarios and the alternative growth scenarios in the essay, but I want to open that back up in terms of the overall plan requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. Yeah, just to say, in the statement of common ground, which you received today at the back, there's the master plan. In the master plan, we show our calculations in terms of the site area for residential and the assumed density, and it is a range of between 3 and 3,200 dwellings, hence why the reference to 3.1.
Could you just speak up a bit?
In the statement of common ground, at the back of the document you received today, there's a master plan which shows the land budgets for the various uses within the allocation as indicated on the master plan. For residential, it sets out the land area identified and the density range, and it shows that you have between 3,000 and 3,200 dwellings potentially being delivered based on that master plan, and that's That's the calculations that have helped to inform the proposed allocation. If through the planning application process, the numbers of units did increase beyond 3100, obviously the TA would need to assess that, the additional impact of that through the planning application process, and the council would consider that.
So if you've done if the master plan lower range is 3,000, then that conflicts with policy that says should be a minimum of 3,100 if that policy that's been suggested by the council is adopted.
No, the master plan shows how you could accommodate 3,100 dwellings within the allocation. The flexibility will be around density, but that will be a matter for the detailed application stage to understand. But what it does show is that a minimum 3,100 can be accommodated with the other land uses within the red line.
The way the policy is described, I would say it says a minimum of 3,100 dwellings with a minimum of 2190 to be delivered in the planned period. So it's a minimum to be delivered. I just wonder, given the work you've done, why there's a need for a minimum reference, and approximately would seem to cover all bases, wouldn't it? What I'm not hearing a soundness justification for changing the Regulation 19 word approximately to minimum. In some examinations, I do hear it. I'm not hearing it here.
I guess it might work for the council, but I guess it's given that certainty that the plan housing requirement will be met within the plan period.
But the council have put to us figures that say it will be met based upon these figures and each figure for the allocations. Anyway, I've heard the points on that, so thank you.
I was just going to say, sir, actually, because I think sort of reflecting on it, you're sticking with the original wording makes more sense in some ways, because actually for SC2 and SC3, there's then a separate specific figure that's given us to the amount that will be delivered during the plan period, and that's really what's the important thing for the purposes of the soundness of this plan, is it doing enough within the plan period, and you get that from the projected trajectory rates for the sites within the plan period.
Thank you. Can we just go to look at the trajectory rates for this site? And again, this is set out in a different way again to the topic paper. In this topic paper, so we've got 3 topic papers with the trajectory set out in 3 different ways. Indeed. So this is not a Gantt chart. It's not the other chart that was in for Muxton. This is a table. So is this the most up-to-date trajectory before us? Table 2 and the topic paper?
Yes.
Right. So just tell us where you are in terms of bringing the site forward, and then we'll look at these numbers.
Yes, thank you, sir. It's worth giving a little bit of context to the trajectory in terms of the consortium and who they comprise. Bellway Homes, you'll be familiar with. They take to the market dual brands, so two different types of product, and so they can operate under sort of 2 outlets on their sites. You have Hallam Land, national land promoter, very experienced in bringing forward mixed-use urban extensions such as this, and being able to efficiently take land to the house builder market once they've secured outline planning permission. And then you have Homes England, and Homes England, obviously, as you know, sir, their objectives are to boost supply and accelerate the delivery of homes. And they do that in a number of ways, but I think particularly for this site, sir, is they can have the ability to vary the product that's offered to the market, both in terms of availability of land for SME house builders, which obviously may not be catered for on the rest of the allocation, but also in terms of the approach to tenure mix on their sites as well. And the contracts that they set out with house builders that are selected on their sites have very fixed deadlines in terms of starting on site and completions in order to deliver on the objective of accelerating delivery. So I think that's helpful context to understand why the rates are high on this site, so in terms of completion rates. And there are many examples, and we've given you an example soon in the evidence around Lawley, where they've achieved 300 dwellings per annum delivery rate within Telford, far higher than the 200 per annum, which is shown in the trajectory. Just also to say, sir, that the parties are in agreement around working collaboratively and sharing costs in terms of taking forward this allocation through the planning process. In terms of those timescales, it isn't a standing start and not prejudging decisions made by yourselves in this process, but the consortium have already undertaken quite a considerable amount of evidence gathering in advance of an application, ecological surveys, drainage modelling, access design, transport scoping, etc. So they are ready to hit the ground running, so in terms of bringing this site forward through the planning process. We'll commence on a design brief and master plan shortly after these sessions to start that process. And there's a lot of evidence that's been gathered.
Tonight? After this session?
Depends when we finish, sir. But yeah, that will commence, because the evidence has been gathered to help start that process of engagement, which will include engagement with local communities as part of that. In terms of the steps, sir, I know you've asked us several times, but the steps to first delivery. This is set out in the Statement of Common Ground that you received today, but just for your note to guide you, outline application to be submitted Q3 2026. Outline decision Q1 2028. So we've been more generous than others in allowing over 12 months for the determination process of the application.
Is that for the whole site, Mr. Stevens?
Quite possibly. The decision's not yet been made as to whether it's one application or multiple applications, but there will need to be consistency and coordination around environmental statement work in that respect. First reserve... Sorry, so I had a question. No. First reserve matters, discharge of conditions, Q3 2028. So we'll have 6 months for that process. And bear in mind, Bellway are part of the consortium. There's no reason for them to delay with that. And approval Q1 2029 for the reserve matters. Site works will commence as soon as approvals of reserve matters, so with the same quarter. And we've assumed 20 completions in Q1 2030. So that's a year to get on site and have first completions, which falls within a 31 monitoring period. That's a conservative estimate.
So 20 dwellings in 2930, which is 12 months after the approval of reserve matters.
Yes.
Is that realistic?
Yes.
And how do those leading times compare to the Lichfield start and finish?
I think Lichfield is, from recollection, around about 4.5 years. It's slightly quicker than that, but I think that's because of the nature of the consortium in this case. And also, I suppose, the nature of the site in that it has a very long frontage across a road system that would allow for multiple outlets to come forward at the same time. And in the back of the Statement of Common Ground, we've shown a phasing plan which shows indicatively where those might be.
Okay, thank you. Did the council want to come back on anything before we move on?
No, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Pollard.
Just ask a quick question. Is the statement of common ground going to be posted on the website tonight, tomorrow? When will it be available?
Gary? All three statements of common ground have come in to us now, haven't they? But they're not signed.
Yeah, the signed versions will be the same, but with signatures, so we'd be content for them to go on. I'm looking at sort of general nods on the other side of the room as well.
They can go onto the website as soon as Kerry can put them onto the website. We've briefly looked at the Wappensall one because it came today. We've not looked at the other two, but I believe they've come in today. But they go on the website. Thank you.
If it assists anybody, they don't. Once you look at them, there'll be nothing in there that is a surprise or appears as if it's new information. It's a way of consolidating information that's available elsewhere and setting out, what parts of that are agreed and what parts are not agreed. But it's not new evidence as such.
Thank you. I've gone back to the council. Do I need to come back to you?
I'm just concerned about water treatment. Can I mention that at all? And flooding, or on SC3? On SC3.
Okay. So it would have been helpful if you'd mentioned it before.
Sorry, I didn't know where.
It's all about employment before, so that's
okay. Very briefly then.
Yes. So.
Is it in your representations?
No. No, it's not. So the SC3 weekly zones will create significant additional water treatment. Is a sufficient capacity at Rushmore, and recently that plant had flooding issues during heavy rainfall, and it's concerning to residents who've brought this up because in the event of a power failure, they had to have generators at the pumping station to keep it going. So I think they're just a bit concerned about what could happen, and that also the fact that these plains are, regularly flooded within these plains, and also the scale of housing will affect Preston on the Weald Moors, which is a triple I site or may be known as an ASSI site, and this contradicts the council's green credentials.
Thank you. Mr. Hendy.
Yeah, so thanks. So is this the final summary? Any points that I've got?
On this site?
On this site?
Yes.
Correct. Fine. Good.
If it very briefly.
I'll be as brief as I can. So the first point, just I think a point of correction in the policy document when it said that the SC3 site was unconstrained. I don't think it is. Hurley Brook is a significant constraint on the site. There were, because it may have changed, no plans to put any roads across Hurley Brook. Instead, to get from one side of the development to the other, the proposal was that traffic would be routed through the hamlet at Wappenshaw on one side or through Wheatley-Sows on the other. So, I mean, I think that is unacceptable, and that the two parts of the development on either side of Hurley Brook need to be connected by interstate roads. I'll just raise again, it's the same point, but single point of access into the site was my understanding from the original master plan, just off the top of Wappenshaw Lane. So that was going to be a very significant logjam with traffic light access to control access onto the 442. The traffic lights up and down the 442 are already a nightmare, causing bunching of traffic. So I think to have 3,000 houses with effectively a single point of access is unacceptable. I'm sure Mr. Stevens may well say that they've rethought that now. also a proposal on Wappenshaw Lane. I believe that beyond the access to the new development, the rest of Wappenshaw Lane will be made resident only. Interesting that the police aren't represented. I don't understand how that resident only is going to be policed, but also in contradiction of that, there's a proposal to develop a playing field at the edge of the site with access only down Wappenshaw Lane, which is supposed to be resident only. It's interesting that that playing field is on the edge of the site, adjacent to the existing Wappenshaw properties, not in the middle of the development, so it could be used by all the new families that are moving in. I believe at the consultations I was told, well, really, it's just a flood mitigation measure. We've got to have a little bit of open land for soakaway, so we'll call it a playing field, the same with the allotments. So got some severe concerns over flood risk. It is flood risk too. I believe the Strines Internal Drainage Board have expressed concerns over Hurley Brook Northern Interceptor and its ability to handle drainage. We are in constant flood at Wappenshaw. Severn Trent have looked at it and said they don't have the money to repair the drainage. So they're starting on very flimsy drainage in the first place. Buffering. I think, Mike, you mentioned earlier about Telford's forest communities, their green networks, etc. And I think you started to challenge the council. If you're forest communities, why aren't these big new developments actually being encased in forests, in buffering? There is no effective buffering. In many places, the new houses but straight onto the back gardens of existing houses. No buffering whatsoever. On Wappenshaw Lane, just opposite Wappenshaw Hamlet, there is a small amount of green space. I bet it's not 20 yards wide. Called buffering, it's not. It's just a little piece of grass. We get a little bit better buffering around the corner from the industrial developments towards Iton. I think there's 100 metres there. But there is no protection whatsoever in this plan for existing residents. The words from the council are just greenwashing. They're doing nothing. The number of houses built, as we've heard from several things, could be scaled back. These brand new development sites, these new communities, could be encased, wrapped in greenery and providing some buffering, some protection for the existing residents. My comments are exactly the same as William's comments earlier around Humber Lane. Wappenshaw Lane will be exactly the same. So really, my concern, the thing I would like to look at in the plan where it is not sound, is it is not providing any protection whatsoever for existing residents. It simply maximises the number of properties that can be got on that land with minimum investment in infrastructure, buffering, whatever. So a major concern there. That's it. I have one final point, made slightly in jest but not completely. Can we please keep our name of Wappenshaw? Can the Wappenshaw Consortium change your name? Can you call this new SUE, SC3, something other than Wappenshaw? Yeah, I live at Wappenshaw number 9, the last property in the hamlet. We don't want to see a Wappenshaw 10, a Wappenshaw 11. We certainly don't want to see a Wappenshaw 3010. So please, please choose a different name for this new sustainable community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on because people have had their opportunity to speak. So I'm not going to hear any more points at the moment, okay? Because we are running out of time. Is there anything council wishes to say?
Just for a point for clarity, sir, that the brook that's referred to, that is the northern interceptor channel that's referred to in the policy. So the provision for the maintenance of that as a drainage asset is required by the policy. So that's one of the site-specific issues that is addressed within the policy.
Thank you. We have to be out this building for 6:30. On the issue of viability and affordable housing, concerns about viability, are the parties who are you here tomorrow in the affordable housing session?
Our viability expert is not here tomorrow, but as I understand, or as the council understands the objections that are made, it's based on the council's own evidence. So it's not a challenge to our evidence. It's saying your evidence says you should be doing 20% as a requirement rather than 25%. So there's not a challenge to the technical work that we've done as such. It's saying, why aren't you doing what your evidence says you should be doing? So if that is the case, we don't necessarily need our own viability expert to be here to deal with the point, because it becomes, in essence, a policy point. But if that's not the point, or rather there's additional points that are made of a more technical nature in terms of, well, that bit's wrong because it should be, you know, a different figure, or you've used the wrong database, and then I do need assistance from him. So I guess I'd look for guidance from the other side of the room as to whether I've properly encapsulated what the nature of the objections are, or whether there is something more specific in the technicalities that we will need input from viability experts on, or technical experts on.
Mr. Chung.
No, I don't believe we have the kind of technical points to which my learned friend refers. It's very much about looking at the evidence base that's been provided, and Mr. Spilsbury will do that, look at the evidence base that's actually been provided, and challenge whether that actually supports the level of affordable housing provision that the council is seeking in the policy.
We could deal with that tomorrow in affordable housing and make reference to the sustainable communities as we pick up the general points on affordable housing and the council's position, and hear from the representatives.
Yes, sir. I just, though, put a marker down in essence to say, if we do stray into technicalities, it might be that we need to put something in writing to respond to that, because we don't have the relevant person there when we're dealing with it. It sounds from what's been said that we will be in a position to be able to deal with it, because it is based on, in essence, what, you know, it comes down to, you know, para 6.9 of VSO2, in essence, says it should be 20%, not 25%, as the policy requires, and so that's the basis of the argument.
Thank you. Well, we'll deal with that, and if we hit an issue in relation to the point you just said, then we'll accept points made in writing.
I think I'm slightly losing track of which MIQ is in which session, but there's another session, I think, in week 3 where we touch on affordable housing again. I've not checked, or I think there's something somewhere else.
There's a session in week 3 which will get into viability, but it's not to do with affordable. Well, I mean, it is ultimately to do with affordable housing because it's everything all in the round. But
yes.
But I think it's in relation to
is Mr. Drummond-Hay coming to that session?
I think it's the Tuesday of week 3.
Look, let's crack on for now on the basis that we can deal with it tomorrow. And if we need to put something in or we need to rejig, we'll do that. You know, I'm conscious as well that what this is supposed to be is, you know, you're appraising, and I think in fairness that's what's been done by those sitting on the other side of the table. They're commenting on the evidence that's already in. If we need any technical clarifications as to whether or not something in there means a particular thing, we can seek that in writing and put it in if needs be.
Okay, thank you. The other things that we haven't got time to deal with now, and I just wonder how we might proceed. I mean, we wanted once we've talked about the trajectory on each site, we wanted to go to our question about market absorption and the point about whether, I can't remember now which question it is. It's question question 48. So it's about whether we've in looking at the sites together, there is still confidence that those numbers can be delivered in the timescales that they've been suggested, because you would be delivering houses in the same market in the same area, and I wanted to hear from you as to what the impact of that would be, and I can't do that justice now because we've only got 14 minutes. And we've also got some other questions around the equalisation approach, in particular in relation to the school and some other infrastructure requirements. And there was a point raised about connections between them. I think it's a fair point as to whether that should be reflected in the vision of the policy, such that they don't stand alone, but they work together. We haven't got time to resolve those days. I just wonder how we might be able to deal with that. We could ask for things in writing. If you want to, well, you've already answered our MIQs. It's really about probing that a little bit. So I'm not sure that will help us. I'm looking at when the participants who we need to talk to might be available.
Speak for ourselves, but we're certainly here tomorrow, and we're certainly able to address your first point, the market absorption cumulatively point, but it's a question of the other SCs, whether they feel they need to be here and whether they are going to be here. I don't know.
I'm here for matter 6, issue 1, so which I think is tomorrow afternoon and Thursday morning. I think the infrastructure schools point you raised is an important one. Some consideration.
Wappensall, are you here for tomorrow and Thursday?
Yes, we are. We're here tomorrow and
Muxton Consortium, are you here?
I'm also here.
So if we programme it to add it to matter 6, is that right? We can, while you're here, we can go through that. Do you need to have some specialist people here that need to be available?
That's what I was just checking, and our specialist people who we would need, I think, are here tomorrow, so we would be able to deal with it tomorrow. So can I just check then in terms of tomorrow, is it a case of when are you wanting to deal with the affordable housing / BNG viability sustainable communities point? Is that a matter, are we going to deal with that straight off the bat first thing tomorrow and then get back on the agenda?
Sorry, I'm not here in the morning because that's okay. A different session.
Fine, so it would need to be the afternoon session.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I was thinking that we think that tomorrow morning, our session tomorrow will not take all morning. Because, for reasons I was going to explain tomorrow, but we were revisiting the 5-year supply and the plan year supply, but in light of our discussions last week, we're waiting for you, you're working on that justification on the allocations,
which we haven't got for good reasons. We won't be able to deal with that. We will be able to go through the commitments.
So I think we'd understood that session tomorrow was going to be the commitments.
We're going to come. Yeah, it will be given what originally it was planned that we'd be able to come back, but given our questions and the need for more information, we haven't got that. So we can't go into that tomorrow. So we said we'd go through commitments, but that's not going to take all morning.
Yeah, well, I wonder then if what we do is, and I think it's potentially yourself, Mr. Rose, I don't know if anybody else was only coming for the afternoon tomorrow, whether we say we'll do an early lunch break tomorrow, then 12 till 1, and then we'll do 1 till whenever as the...
So I can arrive earlier, as long as I know when you're going to start.
Okay, but are you people here tomorrow anyway?
Mr. Spilkey's not here tomorrow morning, but tomorrow afternoon we can do. So from our point of view, tomorrow afternoon, hear what Mr. Rose says, tomorrow afternoon is when everybody is here. We can deal with those three matters: viability, market absorption, and schools and equalisation.
What we're wondering, Mr. Chung, if we could bring that forward at all. When does tomorrow afternoon start for you?
What time can you get here?
Is 1 o'clock okay?
Yes, we get here for 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Okay, so if we start that part of the session at 1, then we can move on. Is that okay with you? I'm grateful for your accommodating that. Thank you.
That works for us, sir.
But will that be able to pick up the equalisation point? And we can... Okay. Thank you. Mr. Pollard, yes.
Just to confirm and record, there are a couple of issues which relate to SC3 and which you've raised in your questions on the agenda for today, which I don't believe can be fully addressed until later sessions. So the question of flood risk can't really be addressed without the input of the Shrine Board, who are not here today, and they're intending to address that issue in the session on 6.3 in the third week, and we will need to hear what they have to say about that. And secondly, our main concern is the effectiveness of buffering policies and separation policies, which you have me down to address in 6.4 under your question 111 about strategic green gaps. And that obviously relates to SE3, but it's been scheduled for that session. So I just want to record the fact that we're not quite done with SE3.
Well, the plan as a whole, there's so many linkages and so many overlaps.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So we won't have done the plan until we get to the end, but there are linkages between them and overlaps that we are fully aware of, and that in some sense is inevitable in a plan.
No, I just wanted, for the avoidance of doubt, to establish that we need to revisit those points.
One of the issues, though, is that because if you have made points on cumulative, then you should be able to come to the session tomorrow if we're dealing with, if you've made points on cumulative. If you were going to speak on the cumulative impact, other than what you've already said, because we've heard about highways, but we're talking about market absorption rates tomorrow and the affordable housing. And having not looked at your representations.
No, I don't believe have any further representations on cumulative effects or other matters that we've addressed today. As I say, apart from the strategic green gap, buffering, etc., points, which I am, in light of the timing of today, parking until 6.4.
Yes, but yeah, no, that's right. That's in the programme, and we're
like to hear from you at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pollard. Thank you everyone for your contribution today and bearing with us on the lateness of the programme. Thank you.